So we'll start our marathon on goods and services tax. Okay, so this point is of course same. 6 months before your examination, what is tax? The tax is an important source of revenue to the government. So this is same for direct tax and indirect taxes. There are two types of taxes. One is direct taxes, another one is indirect taxes. Direct taxes incident impact is on same person, whereas indirect taxes incident impact is on two separate or different person. Direct taxes are progressive in nature, indirect taxes are regressive in nature. So incident impact on same person means what, sir? The person who is earning the income and the person who is going to pay the taxes. So government is same person in case of direct taxes, whereas in case of indirect taxes, the person who is earning the income and the person who is going to pay the taxes will be two different. In case of indirect taxes, incident impact is on two different persons. For example, I sold some goods to you. What will happen? When I made the sale, the incidence of the tax was created. However, the final impact of payment of the tax is on whom? It is on you. You will have to pay it. That to me, I will pay it to government. Progressive in nature, regressive in nature means what? Progressive in nature means as and when your income is increasing, the amount of tax which you have to pay will also increase. Whereas regressive in nature means what, sir? Lawmaker says, I don't care how much you are earning. Irrespective of whatever you earn, the amount of tax which you have to pay will be same. For example, if a Parle-G biscuit is bought by you or a rich person, you will have to pay the same amount of tax on that particular biscuit. Example of direct tax is income tax, and example of indirect taxes is GST. Then features of indirect taxes. What are the features of indirect taxes, sir? Or what are the features of GST? Who's going to win the IPL this year? RCB will win, sir. R for important source of revenue to the government. C for taxes on commodities and services. B for shifting of burden. W for wider tax base. I for inflationary in nature, and for no perception of direct pinch. S for promotes social welfare, and R for it is regressive in nature. So there are how many features, sir? There are totally 8 features of indirect taxes. In one of the attempts, they had asked a question called as what are the features of GST? So what are the features of GST? It is an important source of revenue to the government. It is a tax on commodities and services. In GST, there is shifting of burden. In GST, there is a wider tax base. Here, it is inflationary in nature. Meaning what, sir? As and when because of GST, the cost of a product is also increasing, and there is no perception of direct pinch. When you purchase something, because you are getting a product, you will not feel like paying GST. You will feel that, okay, anyways, product cost is only 10 rupees, 15 rupees, etc. It promotes social welfare, and it is regressive in nature. So these are the different features of indirect tax laws. Then there are some constitutional provisions with respect to taxation. What are these constitutional provisions with respect to taxation, sir? Constitutional provision with respect to taxation says, Article 265 says you cannot levy any tax, you cannot collect any tax unless until you have given an authority, there is an authority of law. And Article 245 says the power to make law for whole of India is with whom? Central government. And the power to make law for whole of the state or a part of the state is with whom, sir? State government. Now, there is an article called as Article 246. Article 246 has a schedule called as Schedule number 7. Schedule number 7 has 3 lists: union list, state list, concurrent list. Now, whatever is there in union list with respect to those items, only central government can make the law. Whatever is there in the state list with respect to those items, only state government can make the law. And whatever items or activities are listed in concurrent list with respect to that, both central government and state government can jointly come together and make the law. Now see, your central list talks about income tax, excise duty, customs law, etc. State list talks about tax on alcoholic liquor, sales tax, value added tax, tax on lottery betting, gambling, entertainment tax, etc. Concurrent list does not talk about any tax law. They just talk about the general law which are there in the country. Therefore, see, GST is a tax which is levied by both central government and state government. Both central government and state government are jointly come together and levying this called as GST. Now, there was not even a single point in our entire constitution which gave the power to both central government and state government to jointly come together and collect a tax. Because there was not even a single point. Hey, please note, if I want to make any law in India, first I should take permission. If you want to go out of your house, you have to take permission. Yeah, correct, not correct? If you want to go out of your You have to take permission. Just like that, if you want to make any law in India, you have to take permission. Who will give the permission? That permission will be given by the Constitution of India. So in the Constitution, they have different articles, they have different provisions which is made, which is giving the power to government to make such kind of provision. But in our entire Constitution, there was not even a single point which was telling that, hey, central government, hey, state government, you both come together and collect taxes. There were taxes which was collected only by central government. There were taxes collected only by state government. But the power was not given to both of them. The both of them did not have any power to collect tax simultaneously or a single activity. Therefore, an amendment had to be made in our Constitution. An amendment was made in our Constitution. In the Constitution of India only was amended, and they introduced an Amendment Act. Constitution's 101st Amendment Act. They introduced which act, sir? They introduced Constitution's 101st Amendment Act. Through this, they introduced made various different changes in our constitutions. They introduced various different articles. Three such articles which are important from our GST point of view is Article 246A, Article 269A, Article 279A. I hope you know that normally if I want to get any act, what is the procedure? There will be a draft law. The draft law is nothing but a bill. A bill will be presented in the parliament, upper house, lower house of parliament. Once it is passed over there, then it will go to once it is upper house and lower house, then it will go to President of India. Once the President puts a signature on that bill, that becomes an act. So for this Constitution's 101st Amendment Act 2016 to come into existence, they had presented a bill called as Constitution 122nd Amendment Bill. Please note these points are important from your MCQ point of view. So Constitution 122nd Amendment Bill they presented, which was received, which was signed by the President of India, and it became what's it? Constitution's 101st Amendment Act. And in this there were various different articles. Three such articles which are very important from our GST perspective is what, sir? Article 246A, Article 269A and Article 279A. Most important is Article 279A. Now, what is Article 246A telling? Article 246A gave the power to both central government and state government to come together jointly. Article 246A gave the power to both central government and state government to jointly come together and make law in respect of goods and services. They told you please both come together and make a law with respect to goods and service tax. And this article also told that central government will have the exclusive power to make law in respect of interstate supply. When you make supply from one state to another state, etc., whenever it is an interstate supply, who has the exclusive power to make law? Only central government will have the exclusive power to make the law. Please note, what power did Article 246A give? Central government, state government, you both jointly come together and make law with respect to goods and service tax. And it also told that, hey, central government, you have the exclusive power to make law in respect of interstate supply. Now, what is GST, by the way? What do you mean by GST, or what is the concept of GST? GST is a tax on value addition. Now, please note, there is a supply. Let us talk about the supply chain wherein there is a manufacturer, wholesaler, retailer, and final consumer. Manufacturer will sell the product to wholesaler, wholesaler will sell it to retailer, retailer will sell it to final consumer. Now, what happens in this scenario, sir? What happens in this scenario? In this scenario, what happens is, manufacturer, when he sells the product to whom, sir? Wholesaler, he will collect GST. He will collect GST. Similarly, wholesaler, when he sells the product to retailer, he will collect GST. Similarly, retailer, when he sells the product to final consumer, he will collect GST. At each and every stage, GST is collected. So, is anyone paying the GST from his own pocket? No. So, under GST, can I say the entire burden is on the final consumer? Why, sir? Because the final consumer is the person who is going to pay the final amount of GST. And is he collecting GST from someone else? No. So at each and every stage, stage of supply chain, GST will be collected, and it will be collected from the next person. Now, if you see over here carefully, See, manufacturer, because he has manufactured the product, his value addition is from 0 to 100. This is complete value addition because he has made the entire product. So let us say the GST rate is 10%. So on value addition, what is the first point telling? GST is a tax on value addition. Only if you add any extra value to the product, you will have to pay GST. If there is no extra value added, then you don't have to pay any taxes. So manufacturer, because he has manufactured the product, see, this mouse was not there at all. I got all the different ingredients in the sense all the different raw materials and made this mouse. So can I say from the base I started and made this mouse? So for a manufacturer, whatever cost is incurred by him is value addition only. On that, hey, tell me, what is 10% of 100? 10 rupees. Next, the product was sold to wholesaler. For wholesaler, the cost of the product will be 100 rupees. Now he made a value addition of 20. Wholesaler made a value addition of 20. Say this mouse, he put it a proper packing, he gives some good design, etc. Then he also added his own profit margin. Then he sold the product. And he what is his cost of goods sold now? 120 rupees. And he will collect GST of 12 rupees. So total sale price is 132 rupees. Now what lawmaker says under GST is, see wholesaler, you are liable to pay to the government how much? 12 rupees. You are liable to pay to the government 12 rupees, but at the time when you are paying 12 rupees to government, don't pay completely 12 rupees. Do you remember that you purchased the product from the manufacturer? At the time when you purchase the product from the manufacturer, you paid a GST of 10 rupees. You take the benefit of the GST. What is this point telling? You take the benefit of the GST which is paid by you on your purchases. This concept is called as input tax credit. Basically, under GST law, your sales are called as outward supply. Your purchases are called as inward supply. So whatever tax you pay on your sales is called as output tax. Similarly, whatever taxes you are paying on your purchase is called as input tax. Now, what are the lawmakers telling? Hey, wholesaler, at the time when you are liable to pay the tax on your outward supply, please take the benefit of the taxes which is paid by you on your inward supply. So when you are paying the tax on your sales, you please take the benefit of the taxes which is paid on your purchases and pay only the tax on differential amount. What is the differential amount? 2 rupees is a tax which he has to pay in cash. Now first point says GST is a tax on value addition. Can I say wholesaler has done a value addition of 20 rupees? Now 20 rupees ka 10% is how much? What is the GST rate? 10%. So what is 10% of 20 rupees? 2 rupees. So what is the value? What is the tax which is paying to the government? 2 rupees. So can I say he's paying tax on value addition only? Similarly, next case also, let the retailer is making a value addition of 20 rupees. Now see how much tax he's paying to the government in cash? 2 rupees. Why, sir? Because he's making a value addition of only 20 rupees. 10% of that is 2 rupees. Now GST eliminates cascading effect. Now under GST law, we don't have different types of tax. We have only one single type of tax called as GST. Now because of this reason, what will happen? There is no tax on tax. Before GST law, there were so many different types of taxes collected. On a single product, they used to collect VAT also, service tax also, luxury tax also, entertainment tax also. These are example of few taxes. There were so many different types of tax. On a single product, multiple types of taxes was collected before GST law. But however, this they have removed under GST law. Under GST law, there is no cascading effect. Then, under GST law, there is continuous tax credit available at each and every stage of supply chain. Correct? No. See, whatever tax is paid by wholesaler, he is taking the benefit of. Whatever tax is paid by the retailer, he is taking the benefit of that. So what is happening at each and every stage of supply chains? What is happening, sir? Continuous tax credit are given, and the burden is on final consumer. We saw that entire 14 rupees. See how much tax government is receiving. Can I say government is receiving 10 rupees from manufacturer, 2 rupees from wholesaler, and 2 rupees from retailer? So how much it is receiving, sir? 14 rupees. And entire 14 rupees is collected from whom? Final consumer. So the GST burden is on whom, sir? The final consumer. You guys are paying the taxes. GST is a consumption-based tax. So what is GST, sir? GST is a consumption-based tax. What do you mean by consumption-based tax? GST is required to be paid by that person who is consuming the product. it is required to be paid by that person where the goods or services are consumed. India follows dual GST model. There are different models of GST, Canadian model, Australian model, etc. But which model are we following, sir? We are following dual GST model. Sir, what do you mean by dual GST model? Dual GST model is a model wherein both central government and state government will jointly come together on a single transaction. Who will come? Central government also will come, state government also will come and collect the tax. Sir, how, sir? That we'll see in 2 minutes. Now, in question or in examination, they'll ask a question. GST is a consumption-based tax or GST? What principle we follow? Not consumption. GST. In what principle do we follow under GST law? We follow destination-based principle. Okay. The question which they ask is what principle we do? We follow destination-based principle or origin-based principle or consumption-based principle. Entry-based principle. So we follow which based principle, sir? Destination-based principle. Now, one more important point which we have to know. We'll just see the base of this. Actual discussion we will do under place of supply topic. One more point we have to know is with respect to what, sir? Nature of supply. What is the supply's nature? The supply can have two nature. One is intrastate supply. Another one is interstate supply. Supply can have two natures. One is called as interstate supply, intrastate supply, interstate supply, intrastate supply. Sir, what is intrastate supply? If you are supplying any goods or services in the same state, same unitary, it is called as intrastate supply. If you are supplying goods or services to two different states or two different union territory or one state and one union territory, then it is called as interstate supply. You cannot. There is something called as intrastate supply and interstate supply. Now, whenever you make an intrastate supply, if it is within the same state, you will have to pay a tax called as CGST and SGST. Whenever it is an inter-union territory supply, whenever it is an inter-union territory supply, you will have to pay a tax called as CGST and UTGST. Okay, not okay? If it is intrastate, CGST and SGST. If it is intra-union territory supply, CGST and UTGST. If I make supply between two different states, if I make supply between two different union territory, if I make supply from one state and one union territory, it will be called as interstate supply. I will have to pay a tax called as IGST. Now, whenever a supply is made, for example, you are going and purchasing something in McDonald's. You are purchasing something in some restaurant. You are going and purchasing something in some sari shop. You are going and purchasing something in studio. You will go and purchase it over there. So they are going to sell the product. Now, supplier is in that place only. You have bought the product also at that place only. So what tax he will collect, sir? For him it is an intrastate supply. He will collect CGST and SGST. Okay, not okay. And if it is an interstate supply, if I supply a product from Chennai to Bangalore, Chennai to Mumbai, Bangalore to Coimbatore, then it will be interstate supply and I will collect IGST. Now, sir, you said if I make the supply within same union territory, it is CGST and UTGST. No, sir. Sir, what are union territories under? Hey, by the way, you should know full form of this. CGST is Central Goods and Services Tax. SGST is State Goods and Services Tax. UTGST is Unitary Goods and Services Tax. IGST is Integrated Goods and Services Tax. Here they normally do with them in life. It is not Goods and Services Tax. Integrated Goods and Services Tax. If you write Inter Goods and Services, you will remain in Inter only. Now, union territory which is there, union territory. Sir, what do you mean by union territory? Basically in India, if you see as per our constitution, there are totally 8 union territories. How many union territories are there? 8 union territories. Which are these? Puducherry, Delhi, Jammu and Kashmir, Chandigarh, Lakshadweep, Andaman Nicobar, Diu Daman, Ladakh. So these are the different union territories which we have in India. However, there is a definition of state given. Which definition, sir? state definition is given, which says state includes union territory with legislature. If what is included in state, sir? If there is a union territory which has a separate legislature, that will also be called as state. So there are three union territories. A separate legislature means what, sir? If there is any union territory which can make their own government, then it will be called as state for the purpose of GST law. Normally, union territories cannot make the government. Normally, union territories don't have the power to make their own government. But there are three union territories where they can make their own government. Which are these three union territories? Puducherry, Delhi, Jammu and Kashmir. So in these three union territories, what will happen, sir? For the purpose of GST law, I will call them as state. So whenever a supply is made within Puducherry, within Jammu and Kashmir, within Delhi, I will have to pay a tax called as CGST and FGST. Now, what are the deficiencies of GST law, sir? Oh, sir. What are the deficiencies of GST law? Deficiencies of GST law are, meaning, why was there now three types of questions can be asked. What are the not deficiencies of GST law, sorry. What are the deficiencies of existing indirect tax law? Existing indirect tax law means the indirect tax law before GST law. Or why was there a need of GST in India? GST is a cure. Third question. GST is a cure for all ills of existing indirect tax law. GST is a cure. Cure means cure. For all, a cure means what, sir? You are not feeling well, you will get cured. So GST is a cure for all the ills of existing indirect tax law, meaning pre-GST law. The deficiencies of existing indirect tax law, that is pre-GST law. So what are the deficiencies, sir? The deficiencies of existing indirect tax laws are certain transactions are taxed as both goods and services. Multiple taxes were collected by same state government. SENVAT. SENVAT means Central Value Added Tax. Central government was collecting VAT. SENVAT was not integrated with state level VAT. Tax on services was not integrated with tax on goods, and GST was not CGST was not VAT. So these are what deficiencies in pre-GST law. What was happening? Same transaction, they were only confused. They were only looking like Google. What they were confused, sir? They did not know whether I want to tax a product as goods or services. No discrimination was there. What is goods, what is services? They were taxing as both. Multiple taxes was collected by same state government. One single Google state government was collecting luxury tax, entertainment tax, sales tax, VAT. One single state government, at least in one state we should have one tax, but one state government only was collecting multiple types of tax. SENVAT, central government was also collecting VAT. A state government was collecting VAT, central government told, why should I be behind? I will also collect VAT. So that VAT which central government was collecting, that was not integrated with state level VAT. And the tax on services was not integrated with tax on goods. Service tax was collected by central government. Tax on goods was collected by all the state government. They were not integrated at all. And CST is central sales tax. That was not VAT. Meaning you could not take the benefit of CST. You could not take the benefit of CST at the time when you are selling the products in your own state. Sir, what are the advantages of GST law, sir? What are the advantages of GST law? GST removes cascading effect. Here there is very easy compliance provisions are there, and it creates uniform tax structure throughout India. It improves competitiveness, beneficial to exporters, etc. It is simple in administration. It better controls on leakage of tax, higher efficiency, boost Make in India initiative of government. It reduces the overall transparency and transparent. It is a transparent tax structure. Now, one more question which is asked from your basic concept. A basic concept from exam point of view, they will come for 3 marks. Basic concept is your first chapter. First chapter, one more question which they are asking is, what's the taxes which are subsumed with GST? Meaning, if I want to make something in my life, what I want to make? Say I want to make paneer butter masala. How will I make paneer butter masala? I take paneer, I'll take butter, I'll take masala, and I'll have to take onions, I'll have to take a tomato, I'll have to make that puree first. then I'll have to put some masala, then some butter, etc. And I'll make that money. So what is happening? The final product which you are seeing has lot of different things in it. Yeah, correct. No, sambar rice, you know sambar rice, bisi bade baat sambar rice. What is there? That will have sambar also, that will have rice also, that will have dal also, ghee also, vegetables also. So all those products together, one single product is coming as sambar rice. Just like that, there were so many different types of taxes before GST now. VAT was there, service tax was there, entertainment tax, a luxury tax, excise duty, etc. All those taxes was eaten by a big, eaten by a big. And the final product which they got was what, sir? GST. Now central government taxes which got merged, with GST are what? Kiki, taxes which got merged with GST are central excise duty. There are some central government taxes which got merged with GST. There are some state government taxes which got merged with GST. Which are those taxes? Central goods and service tax. Please note first. I see whatever questions I am telling you, those are the only questions which will come in theory. In theory, because GST almost 12 marks theory question will come. Theory question means what, sir? They'll ask you what are the state taxes which got subsumed with GST. 2 marks question. You just have to write this. Nothing else, nothing extra you have to write. Just write these points which are there. Okay, theory questions, whatever I am telling, normally they will only come because they are only the theory questions which are there. So in first chapter, though, I only send the question paper to institution. Central taxes which got subsumed with GST. What are the central taxes which got subsumed with GST? Central excise duty, central sales tax, service tax, then CVD and special CVD, meaning countervailing duty and special countervailing duty, excise duty on medical and toilet preparations, all other surcharge and cess which was collected by central government on goods and services. Then there are state taxes which got merged with GST. Sir, which are the state taxes which got merged with GST, sir? VAT or sales tax, entertainment tax except those collected by local bodies, tax on lottery, betting, gambling is now merged with GST, purchase tax is merged with GST, luxury tax is merged with GST, and all other surcharge and cess collected by state government on supply of goods and services is also now merged with GST. Okay, not okay. Now, what are the taxes which did not get merged with GST, sir? Are there some taxes which did not get merged with GST? Yes. Excise duty on alcoholic liquor for human consumption. So, excise duty on whatever alcoholic liquor you are consuming, on that who is collecting tax? State government is also only collecting basic custom duty. Whenever you are importing, exporting something, they will collect custom duty. Basic custom duty is still with central government. Property tax and stamp duty. You have a property, you have to pay property tax, that is still collected. Electricity duty is still getting collected. Entertainment tax collected by local bodies is also still collected. Now there are some products on which GST as well as pre-GST taxes are levied, on which GST as well as pre-GST taxes, on which GST can never be levied. What are those products? On tobacco and tobacco products, cigarette, pan masala, etc. GST is also collected and pre-GST taxes are also collected. Tobacco and tobacco products, GST as well as pre-GST taxes, central excise duties are collected. Indian high narcotic drugs, GST as well as pre-GST taxes, which is pre-GST state excise duties are collected. Alcoholic liquor for human consumption, on that GST will never be collected. On HP man, GST will be collected on a future date. A HP man GST, presently GST is not collected on HP man. Can it be collected on HP man, sir? Yes, on a future date as may be notified by government on recommendation of council. Sir, what is HP man? High speed diesel, petroleum crude, motor spirit, aviation turbine fuel and natural gas. On these 5 products, as on today, GST is not collected. But can it be collected? Yes, it will be collected in a future day as may be notified by government. Now, another theory question which is asked from the first topic is what, sir? GST common portal. What is GST common portal? What are the functions which you can perform in GST common portal? GST common portal is a website which is designed, developed and managed by a company called as GSTN. GSTN is a Section 8 company. It is a Section 8 company. What do you mean by GSTN? Goods and Services Tax Network. Goods and Service Tax Network. Now, how do I access it? What is this GST common portal? GST common portal is your gst.gov.in. So this is this GST common. This is managed, designed and developed by whom, sir? It is designed and developed by a company called as GSTN. Now, if I want to access this using internet, if a taxpayer has to access it, he will access through internet. And if tax official, meaning department, government people, etc., they want to access, how will they access it? Intranet. Now, what are the different functions which I can perform in GST portal? What can I do under GST portal, sir? I can file my returns. I can apply for registration if I want to apply for registration. I can generate payment challans. It acts as a clearing house for settlement of IGST, and it also generates business intelligence. Now there is one more article called as Article 269A. Article 269A gave the power to central government to collect tax on interstate supply. Whenever there is an interstate supply, what tax will be collected? IGST will be collected. Who gave the power to? Who has the power to collect IGST? Central government gave the power to levy and collect. So who has the power, sir? Central government has the power to levy and collect taxes on IGST. Who gave this power to central government? Article 269A, and IGST will be collected. Now whatever IGST is there, IGST will be divided between central government and consumer state. Please note, consumer state means what, sir? For example, I made supply from Tamil Nadu to Bangalore. Okay. Now can I say IGST will be levied? Now IGST will be divided between central government and state government. Which state government? Karnataka government or Tamil Nadu government? Which government will take IGST part? Wherever the goods are going. Wherever goods are going. See, central government will take the tax from you first. Then it will divide between 50% will be given to central government and 50% will go to consumer state. Consumer state means the place where the goods are going and getting consumed. Which state? Karnataka. Now comes the most important article. If there is a question on this chapter, normally 80% of the time question will be on Article 279A. Article 279A, GST Council. Article 279A talks about what, sir? GST Council. When the Constitution's 101st Amendment Act came into existence, it introduced an article called as Article 279A, which told that within 1 month of this act coming into existence, GST Council should be formed. President of India told that President of India has the power to form GST Council, and within 1 month of this act coming into existence, it should form. Now the act came into existence on 12th of September 2019, and the GST Council was constituted within 3 days, which is on 15th of September 2019. Now, GST Council consists of whom, sir? Who are there in GST Council? GST Council consists of a chairperson. Who is the chairperson of GST Council? The Finance Minister of India. GST Council will consist of other members. Members, who are the members, sir? The Central Union Minister means Central Minister who are in charge of Revenue and Finance. Then the Ministers of Finance or Taxation or any other person who is nominated by state government. Now, these members, should elect one among them, should select or elect one among them to be called as vice chairperson. So if the chairperson is not there, if auntie is not there, someone else should represent them. So that will be vice chairperson. Now, this is one question which they ask: what are the recommendations given by GST Council? It will give the recommendations about what are the different types of taxes, surcharge, cess, which are required to be subsumed with GST. Then what are the different types of taxes, surcharge and cess which are not required to be subsumed with GST? GST rates for goods and services tax. What should be the GST rate for different types of? What are the goods and services on which I should not collect GST at all? Who will recommend all these things? Council will recommend. You remember this now, last year, December month, some have happened. If it is normal popcorn, 5% GST, caramel popcorn, 18% GST, something like this is happening in life. No. Who is doing what is tourism in life? GST Council. And who is head of GST Council? Finance Minister of India. Who is Finance Minister of India? Auntie. They will also tell us what are the different principles you should follow for determining the nature of supply. How will I come to know whether it is interstate supply or intrastate supply? How will I come to know, sir? They will tell you. Then, classification of goods and services. How will I classify different goods and services? We follow a system called as HSN. We'll study somewhere. Now, what is the threshold limit for taking registration? When should I take registration under GST law? That is also given by GST Council. Now, what is the date from which GST will be levied on HP band? That also will be told by whom, sir? GST Council. There are 11 special category states. Now, what are the different special provisions which are required to be made for these states? That also will be recommended by GST Council. How many special category states are there? 11 special category states are there. In India, how many special category states are there? 11 special category states are there. Which are these 11 special category states? Yes, Nagaland map through Michael Jackson. Yes, Nagaland map through Michael Jackson. Okay, please note. S for Sikkim, N for Nagaland, M for Manipur, A for Assam, A for Arunachal Pradesh, M for Meghalaya, T for Tripura, H for Himachal Pradesh, U for Uttarakhand, M for Mizoram, J for Jammu and Kashmir. For these 11 states, later you will come to know in your life that there are some special provisions made, not for everyone, but for few states. Now, sir, how is a decision made? You told all this decision will be done by GST Council. How will they make the decision? By conducting meeting. So in the meeting, no, there should be minimum number of students who should be present. Then only that meeting will happen. That is called as quorum of the meeting. What is the quorum of GST Council meeting, sir? Half of total number of members. So whatever total members are there in GST Council, 50% of them should come in GST Council meeting. Then how is the decision passed? Very important MCQ question. How is the decision passed in GST Council, sir? They take majority. Majority means what, sir? Can I say it is more than 50%? It is majority, but they take. I will take majority. How will I calculate majority, sir? Not less than 3/4 of weighted votes of members present at voting. I take majority. How will I take majority? Of not less than 3/4 of weighted votes of members present at voting. Hey, they are telling I'll take at least 75%. 75% of what? Weighted votes. Of whom? Of those members who are present in the meeting and those members who are voting. For example, there are some students present in the classroom. Will I now, say if I want to ask something, will I go to the next class and ask that one? I will ask my students only who are present. Now in that also there are some students who are using phone. There are some students who are talking. They correct, not correct. So they will feel, hey, why should I answer such question? Correct. So just like this, here when I am taking, I should take the votes of those members who are present and replying me, and they are voting. And I should take what type of votes, sir? Weighted votes. Meaning, whoever is present and voting, I will assign weight to them, depending upon which category is falling. If he is a central government member, the weight will be 1/3, and state government member, weight will be 2/3. This is all about your first chapter, introduction, GST introduction. Next is what, sir? Your supply under GST, most important chapter. 100% question will come for 5 marks. This is chapter which will not, they will not test in final level. Therefore, 100% question will come under intermediate level. 100%. Pakka question will come. Theory question will come, or case study based question will come. Supply under GST. Under GST law, there are different. How many different types of taxes are there? CGST, SGST, IGST, UDGST, GST, compensation cess. Because we have so many different types of taxes, we also have so many different types of act. CGST Act, SGST Act, UDGST Act, IGST Act, GST Compensation to State Cess Act. Should I study all these tax in my life, sir? In your life, too, you have to study. But at intermediate level, you have to study only CGST Act. 90% of your syllabus is what, sir? CGST Act. 10% of syllabus, which is one chapter called as 10% of syllabus, which is one chapter called as place of supply. There you will study IGST Act. Okay, not okay. IGST Act will be studied only in one chapter called as place of supply. Please note, whichever topic I am telling that they are going to ask in examination, they will pakka ask in examination. That is because that is how institute is designed. We know. Not teaching from yesterday. Right from GST started. No, I started teaching GST, so I know what institute does in life. Section 7. Section 7 is what, sir? Supply under GST. Section 7 of CGST Act 2017 says Section 7 talks about supply under GST. Now CGST Act. Hey, what is most important act, sir? The most important act for us is CGST Act. Now, sir, you are starting directly from section 7, huh? Yes. Sir, why is that Kubism you are doing? Who will teach us section 1, 2, 3? No one will teach. Hey, section 1 talks about title extended commencement. Hey, what do you mean by title extended commencement? What is the title of this act? What is the title of this act? Central Goods Central Goods and Services Tax Act. Then section 2 talks about normally any act. If you have seen section 2 will talk about what, sir? Definitions. What is the definition? Definition we'll see whenever we want to see. Then section 3 to 6 talks about who are the officers under GST law, what is their hierarchy, what are their roles and responsibilities, what are their powers. This is not there in your syllabus. You okay, not okay? So we are starting with whom, sir? Section 7. Hey, if I want to levy any tax, don't you think there should be some reason for levying the tax? You are walking on the road, I see Kiki, hey Kiki, you are looking very beautiful, please pay me beauty tax. Can I collect beauty tax from her? I cannot collect. Hey, this is Gubism. No, correct, not correct. I cannot do Gubism. I can do. We cannot collect taxes like this. Yeah, are you understanding? Meaning what, sir? For every tax which is collected, there is a reason for collecting the tax. That reason is called as taxable event. Okay, what is taxable event? Taxable event is the reason because of which they are collecting the taxes. Meaning, if you are earning income, you will have to pay income tax. If you are importing anything from outside India, you will have to pay. You will have to pay feelings. If you are importing anything from Jiva, if you are he likes auntie anta she is telling about it. Now, what are we discussing by the way? If I am importing any goods or services, importing any goods, I will have to pay custom duty, etc. So just like that, is there any reason because of which GST is collecting? Yes. What is that reason, sir? Supply of goods or services. Very important. What is the taxable event under GST law? Supply of goods or services or both. And where is the meaning of that supply given? Hey, if I want to know when GST is required to be paid, don't you think I will have to know the meaning of that particular thing? Hey, when is GST required to be paid? Whenever you make a supply of goods or services or more. So if I want to know what is supply, I will have to go to whom? Section 7. Section 7 has so many different things in its life. We'll see one by one everything. Section 7, subsection 1, clause A. Section 7, subsection 1, clause A says, if you want to call something as a supply as per section 7, subsection 1, clause A, then that supply should be of goods and services. It says what, sir? Supply includes all the different forms of supply of goods or services or both, such as sale, transfer, barter, exchange, lease, license, rental, disposal, made or agreed to be made by a person for a consideration in the course or furtherance of business. A supply should be of goods and services. What is this point telling? If you want to call something as a supply as per section 7, subsection 1, clause A, 5 things should be there in life. What are these 5 things there? That supply should be of goods and services. That supply should be made or agreed to be made. That supply should be for a consideration. That supply should be by a person, and it should be in the course or furtherance of business. Only if these all the 5 elements are getting satisfied, I will call a particular thing as supply as per section 7, subsection 1, clause A. So that supply should be of what, sir? Goods and services. That supply should be made or agreed to be made. It should be by a person for a consideration in the course or furtherance of business. Sir, what do you mean by goods, sir? What do you mean by services? Goods means what? Goods means every kind of movable property other than money and securities. Hey, goods means what? Every kind of movable, whatever is movable in your life is called as goods other than money and securities, but includes actionable claims, growing crops, things attached to or forming part of land which can be further subscribed. Hey, whatever is movable, hey, am I movable? Movable, stone movable, a mouse movable, everything. Whatever is movable on this earth is goods. Hey, are you goods? Hey, are we movable? Hey, normally no one is buying and selling us, but are we movable? The definition says what? Every kind of movable property is. Hey, every kind of movable property is goods other than money and securities. Money is there, no money. I don't have right now. Money is there. Money is there, no, that money and securities which is there, that is not treated as goods. But goods will include actionable claims. Goods will include growing crops, things attached to or forming part of land which can be further supplied. Hey, tell me, can I say growing crops are goods? Can I say this tree, mango tree? Yeah, mango tree which is there. This is goods. So these mangoes, are they goods? What about mango leaves? Are they goods? Outside house you put mango leaves. Are they goods? What about this mango tree which is attached to land? Is it goods? Lawmakers are telling in Hyderabad they are cutting entire forest. Forest demolition they are doing. What will they do with the tree? They'll do some go-based in life. Correct? No. So the tree is also treated as goods. Hey, what is goods then? Goods includes accidental claims, growing crops, things attached to or forming part of land which can be further supplied. Hey, then services meaning what, sir? Services means anything other than goods, money and securities. What do you mean by the services, sir? Anything which is not goods is service. Anything which is not goods is service. And similarly, money and securities are also not service. Money and securities, they are neither goods nor service. Services means anything other than goods. For example, whatever I am doing right now, what is it? Service. I go to a hotel, I stay over there. What are they doing? Are they supplying any goods to me? No, they are supplying services. I go outside, I do like this, auto comes and stands. What is that? Service. Hey, correct? No. He is dropping from one place to another place. Hey, go away. Now, supply should be of what, sir? Goods and services. Condition number 1. Supply should be made or agreed to be made. Meaning what, sir? Now, say Dharani is coming to Priya Sari. She is purchasing a sari. I made the supply to her. Supply can be made. Sir, your name, sir? Ruby. Rubin. Rubin came to Priya Sarees. He told, sir, oh sir, I am going to get married after 3 months. Right after my exam, my engagement is there, and after 1 month, I am going to do Maja in life. I mean, I am going to get married, sir. Now, what will happen? He told me, sir, I want you to supply. What will happen? Now, he told me, sir, I want you to please come and supply sarees in my marriage, sir. I said, okay. I agreed to make a supply on a future date. That is also treated as supply includes, supply can be made or agreed to be made. Supply should be by a person. Person means what, sir? Individual, HUF, program, AOP, BOI, etc. And supply should be for a consideration. Mouse is there. This mouse I am giving for free. Is it a supply? Don't touch anything. It will get disconnected. Keep trying. Is it a supply? Yeah, I gave the mouse to him. Is it a supply? Hey, tell me, is it a supply? Yes, sir, it is a supply. Supply should be, hey, is it a supply? No, it is not a supply. I gave it for free. Though there was a goods involved, though there is a supply which is made by me, though I gave it to him, though it is by a person, was it for a consideration? Ille. So is it a supply? No, sir. It should be for a consideration. Sir, what do you mean by consideration? Consideration includes payment in money or otherwise by the recipient or any other person, but it shall not include subsidy given by central government or state government. Okay, what do you mean by consideration? Consideration includes, meaning whatever you generally understand by the word consideration is a consideration. Hey, what do you understand by consideration? Something in return, could prove you something like this, you understand? Correct. No, that is consideration. Apart from that, consideration will include payment in money or otherwise by the recipient or any other person, but it shall not include the subsidy given by central government or state government. Similarly, consideration will include monetary value of any act or forbearance by the recipient or any other person, but it shall not include the subsidy given by central government or state government. Please note. Consideration can be paid by the recipient or any other person. For example, you guys are coming and attending the classes. Okay, let us say this is actual class where you have paid fees. Now, what is the recipient definition telling? We'll see. Recipient definition says what, sir? Recipient, if there is a consideration for some transaction, then for both goods and services, the person who is paying such consideration is treated as recipient. A puri lesson. For example, you guys have come to the class, you have paid some fees of say 5,000 rupees and come to the class. Now, have you paid fees, sir? So can I say there is a transaction where there is a consideration involved? In case of a transaction where consideration is involved, the recipient will be the person who has paid the consideration. Now let us say Dharani has paid her own fees. Who is a recipient over here? Dharani. In case of Vigneshwaraya Vasudevaya. Fees is paid by Vignesh. Who is recipient, sir? Though she is attending the class, who is the recipient? Vignesh is the recipient. Hey, I hope you are understanding. If there is a consideration involved, who is the recipient, sir? The person who is paying such consideration. Sir, what if consideration is not there? Right now, the classes which are happening, they are completely for free. So consideration is not there. If consideration is not there, then what will happen, sir? Recipient will be the person. In case of goods, the recipient will be the person to whom the goods are delivered. Tell me, to whom the goods was given by me? Aditya. So Aditya is the recipient. Whom am I giving the services to? You all guys. So you are all the recipient. So recipient means what, sir? If consideration is there, the person who is paying the consideration. If consideration is not there, for goods, the person to whom the goods are delivered, and for services, the person to whom the services are rendered will be treated as recipient. Now we'll come back to consideration. Now consideration can be paid by recipient or any other person. Now please note, recipient means the person who is actually paying the money if money is there, or the person who is getting the benefit if no money is there. For example, I sold goods to Karina. Okay, I sold goods to Karina worth rupees 10 lakhs. Karina sold goods to Nayantara worth rupees 8 lakhs. Now Karina paid me 2 lakhs and she told Nayantara will pay balance 8 lakhs. Hey, do I know who is Nayantara? No, she is Karina's customer. Now tell me, recipient paid me only. For me, who is the recipient? The person to whom I have supplied the goods, Karina. Karina paid me how much? 2 lakh rupees. But some other person paid me how much? 8 lakh rupees. So what is the total consideration for this supply? 10 lakh rupees. Consideration can be paid by recipient or any other person. The consideration can be in money or otherwise also. I purchased a new phone by giving cash of 20,000 and old phone. So consideration can be payment in money or otherwise by the recipient or another person, but it shall not include the subsidy. Whatever type of subsidy central government or state government is giving, that shall not be taken as consideration. It has a proviso, very important proviso. If there is any refundable deposits, if there is what, sir? If there is any refundable deposits, that refundable deposit will not be regarded as consideration unless they are adjusted as consideration. Sir, what do you mean by this? If there is any refundable deposits, that refundable deposits will not be treated as consideration unless they are adjusted as consideration. Sir, puri lesson. You take PG, hostel, etc. on rent. If you take any house on rent, what will happen if you take a house on rent? You will have to pay some rental advance or deposits, which they will give it back to you once you vacate the property. So that is called as what, sir? Refundable deposits. Refundable deposits will not be treated as consideration. Now, I took a house on rent. I paid an advance rental deposits of 5 lakh rupees. Can I say this 5 lakh rupees they will give it back to me? But what happened was, at the time of vacating the property, I did not pay 2 months rent. So they reduced 1 lakh rupees and paid only 4 lakh rupees. Now, whatever 1 lakh rupees they kept it for themselves, can I call it as consideration? Yes, that will be consideration. See, refundable deposits will not be treated as consideration unless they are adjusted as consideration. If they are adjusted as consideration, it will be treated as consideration. Have we understood the meaning of all the different points? And that supply should be in the course or furtherance of business. So, if I am a sari businessman, if I sell sari only, then it will be a supply. If I sell mobile phone, it is not a supply for me because it is not in the course or furtherance of business. Then section 7, subsection 1, clause B. Very important clause. Section 7, subsection 1, clause B. Importation of service is an important topic. Section 7, subsection 1, clause B says supply includes importation of services for a consideration. Whether you have imported the services for business purpose or not. If you import any services for a consideration. If you import any services, Kiki, for a consideration. Now I don't care for what purpose you are importing. Whether you are importing for business purpose or personal purpose, I will call it as supply. Sir, what do you mean by importation of services, sir? I will call a particular transaction as an importation of services if the person who is supplying the services is outside India, the person who is receiving the services is in India, and the place where the services are supplied is also in India. If these three conditions are satisfied, only then I will call a transaction as importation of services. Supplier should be outside India, recipient should be in India, and the place of supply should be in India. Okay, not okay. Now, what are they telling? If I import any services for a consideration, whether you are importing for your business purpose or for your personal purpose, it does not matter. It will be called as supply. If it is supply, then what will happen, sir? If it is a supply, then what will happen? I'll have to pay GST. For example, I want to start sari business in London. So I take services from an advocate in London, asking him, sir, tell me what are the different types of laws which will be applicable to me if I start a sari business in London. So he gives a list of different laws and he charges $1,000. Can I say I have taken the services from outside India? Now, where is the supplier? Supplier is located outside India. Recipient is located in India, and the place where he has supplied the services is also in India. All the three conditions are satisfying. So can I call this as importation of services? Now, I should see whether it was for consideration. Is it for consideration? Yes. Therefore, it will be treated as supply. I don't care whether it is imported for my business purpose or personal purpose. It will be called as supply. For my daughter's education, I am taking services from outside India. Daughter's education. Is it supply? Daughter's education, is it supply, sir? Though it is daughter's education, personal purpose, I am getting services from outside India, it will be treated as supply. Section 7, subsection 1, class C. Very important. Activities listed in schedule 1. Again, I told you theory questions, all these are theory points. Activities listed or specified in schedule 1 will be treated as supply, even if there is no. There are some activities which are listed in schedule 1. These activities which are listed in schedule 1 will be treated as supply, even if there is no consideration. What are those activities? Permanent transfer or disposal of business asset, provided input tax has been availed on such businesses. So if there is any business asset which you are permanently transferring to someone, permanently disposing of, and if that is permanently transferred and disposed of without any consideration, and if you have taken input tax credit on such business asset, then I will call it as supply. Please note, I will repeat once again. I am permanently disposing of, permanently transferring my business asset. On this business asset I had, now I should have availed input tax credit. Even though I am not receiving any consideration for this, it will be treated as supply. For example, I had purchased some computer items. On these computer items, I had taken input tax credit. Can I say computer is my business asset? Okay. On this computer, I had taken input tax credit. Now, I gave these computers to a government school for free without any consideration. Lawmaker says, Dilip, though you gave it for free, I will call it as supply and you will have to pay GST. Government will treat it as supply and I will have to pay GST on that. What is this point telling? Permanent transfer or disposal of business asset on which input tax rate has been availed. Supply of goods or services or both. Supply of goods or services or both between related person or between distinct person under section 25(4) or 25(5) if it is made in the course or furtherance of business. If I am supplying anything to my related person, and if I am supplying it to my distinct person referred in section 25(4) or 25(5), it will be treated as supply even if I don't receive any consideration if it is made in the course or furtherance of business. What business I am into? Sari business. I am into sari business. I give saris to whom, sir? I give sari to my wife. Can I charge any money from her? No. So I have given sari to my wife without any consideration. I made a supply to my related person without any consideration. It is treated as supply. I will have to pay GST. Now, though she received it for free, I will have to pay GST. Supply of goods by between related person or between distinct person referred to in 25(4) or 25(5). So, what do you mean by distinct person? If I have a branch which is registered, Priya Saris has 5 branches in Tamil Nadu. All the 5 branches are registered under GST law. All these 5 branches will be called as different person. Though the owner is same, branches will be called as different person in the eyes of GST. I have a branch in Chennai, I have a branch in Bangalore. They will be called as distinct person. A first example, I took branches in the same state but registered separately. Branches I have all over India, they are all registered separately. They are all called as different person in the eyes of law. Similarly, if I have an establishment, A, where is this meaning given? 25(4) and 25(5). What is 25(4) telling? A person who has obtained more than one registration in a state or union territory, or in more than one state or more than one union territory, each of those registrations will be called as different person. 25(5) says, if you have a establishment which is registered in a state and also have another establishment in another state, even though that other establishment is not registered, you both will be called as. So for example, I have an establishment, I have Priya Sarees in Chennai which is registered. I have Priya Sarees in Bangalore also, but it is not registered. I make supply of 100 sarees free of cost from Bangalore to Chennai. Ulta, from Chennai to Bangalore. Lawmakers are telling it is a supply. Okay. Who is telling 25(5)? Though I don't charge anything, it will be called as supply. We are studying about activities specified in Schedule 1. List of activities which are specified in Schedule 1 are supply even if there is no consideration. Now there is a proviso. What is a proviso telling, sir? Provided that, very important proviso, if you are giving any gift by, if any gift is given by employer to employee, and if the value of that gift is not exceeding 50,000 per employee per financial year in a year, then it will not be called as supply. Can I say if I give gift to someone, that means it is given for free? If I am giving a gift to you and if the value of the gift is not more than 50,000 rupees, if you are my employee and if the value of the gift is not more than 50,000 per employee per annum, not a supply. I gave a gift to you worth rupees 55,000. Adi is my employee. I gave a gift to Adi worth rupees 55,000. Supply, not a supply. Full value is stated as supply is 55,000. Now please note, very important is related person. Who is a related person? In related person, there are many different categories. One of the person is my relative. Who is my relative? Normally, who is my relative? Income tax was something we studied, but here it is not the same. Who is my relative, sir? My relative. My relative. Can I say my wife is my relative? My children are my relative. So similarly, who are my relative? Lawmaker says your spouse and children are your relative. Your father, mother, brother, sister are your relative only if they are dependent on you. If they are not dependent on you, they are not relative. Mistake will happen. In examination, 2 times they have asked questions, but every time mistake is done by students. My spouse and my children, whether they are dependent or not, they are my relative. Other people will be my relative only if they are dependent. Next, para 3 says, if any goods, this point is applicable only for goods. If there is any goods supplied by the principal to his agent, or agent is supplying any goods to the principal free of cost. If there is any goods supplied by principal to his agent or vice versa, wherein the agent is undertaking to further supply those goods on behalf of principal in his own name, then whatever is supplied free of cost by principal to agent will be called as supply. Sir, purile, sir, purile. Now please note, Priya Sarees has Karina Sarees as its agent. Priya Sarees is in Chennai, Karina Sarees is in Mumbai. And Priya Sarees is acting as what, sir? Principal. Karina Sarees is acting as agent of Priya Sarees. Now I told Karina to supply sarees in Mumbai. Karina told, sir, yes sir, I will supply sarees in Mumbai, but give me some sarees. So I gave 1,000 sarees to Karina free of cost. I did not charge any money. Now lawmakers are telling, Dilip, whatever you have supplied to Karina for free, no, this will be called as supply. When will this be called as supply? If Karina, at the time when she is selling the sarees to different customers, gives the invoices to these customers in the name of Karina, then it will be called as supply. What will be called as supply? Whatever I supply to her for free. Sir, what if you are directly giving? Sir, what if you are directly giving the invoices to customers? Lawmakers are telling whatever you gave to Karina is not a supply because you are directly giving the invoice to customers. Then one more important one. Importation of services. Please note, first chapter, supply topic, examination, 5 marks question will come. Important topic. Don't miss this chapter. And I'll tell you, GST is very easy to score. Okay? When you are reading the question paper, start reading from GST. You will get confidence. You will come to know. Okay? What is this, sir? Oh, bhaiya. Importation of services by a person from his related person outside India or from his another establishment outside India if it is made in the course or furtherance of. If I am importing any services from, if I am a person, if I am importing any services from outside India, from whom, sir? My related person or from my another establishment located outside India. I have a branch outside India. From them, I am taking some services. Why am I taking the services? For my business purpose. Then lawmakers are telling, though you have taken the services for free, I will call it as a supply and you will have to pay GST. Importation of services by a person from his related person located outside India, from his another establishment located outside India, if it is made in the course of furtherance of business, it will be treated as supply. Section 7.1 AA, use the section. Section 7.1 AA says, if there is any activity or transaction undertaken by an association, by a person other than individual, and they are giving services to their own members for a consideration, it will be treated as supply. 7.2, important section. 7.2 gives the list of services. 7.2 says, there are some transactions, there are some activities which will neither be treated as goods nor be treated as services. If you supply few activities listed in schedule number 3 or few activities supplied by government, they will neither be treated as supply of goods nor be treated as supply of services. Which are those activities, sir? Activities performed by panchayat and municipality. The municipality over here does lot of different activities, lays roads, etc. If there is any problem near your house, they will come and repair that problem. So whatever activities are performed by municipality or panchayat, that will neither be treated as supply of goods nor be treated as supply of services. Meaning I am not going to call it as supply. If there is not a supply, no GST will come. Similarly, grant of liquor license by state government. If I want to start a liquor business in any state, I will have to take permission from state government. So if any state government is giving me liquor license, it is not a supply. Most important is what, sir? Activities listed in schedule number 3. Schedule number 3 gives a list of different activities which are not supply at all. Please note, here all the conditions, there will be consideration, there will be service involved, there will be goods involved, but still I will not call them as supply. Services by employee to employer in the course of, if any services are given by employees to employer, I am giving some consideration, no salary I am giving, but still it is not a supply. Services by employee to employer in the course of employment. If it is not in the course of employment, say for example, Aditya, apart from being an employee of Priya Studies, he is also a chartered accountant. I am asking him to file my income tax return. I have so many different types of employees, but one employee who is a chartered accountant, I am asking him to do what? File my income tax return. Now tell me, whatever services he is giving of filing income tax return, is it a supply? Yes, it is a supply because it is not in the course of employment. In the course of employment, what will you do? Whenever the customer is coming, welcome the customer. Hello, madam. Hello, sir. Please come inside. What type of saree you want? Silk saree, cotton saree, saffron saree. He gives so different sarees to the customer. Correct. This services which he gave is not in the course of employment. If he is selling saree, it is in the course of employment. Okay, not okay? So services given by employee to the employer in the course of employment is not a supply. If it is not in the course of employment, supply. Services by court or tribunal. You have Supreme Court, High Court, District Court, etc. They are listening to your cases. They are giving judgment. So they will collect something from you called as hearing fees. Okay, because they are hearing your case. So for that, should I pay GST? No. Services given by court or tribunal, National Company Law Tribunal, Income Tax Appellate Tribunal, etc. These people, they give us services of listening to our case. Should I pay GST for that services which is taken by them? No. Services by MLA, MP, President, Prime Minister, Chairperson of GST Council, etc. Please note, Prime Minister of India is not government employee. The President of India is not government employee. These people are giving services to us. Local MLA is not a government employee, but still they are getting some money for the services which they are giving it to us. It is not a supply, no GST is applicable. Services by way of funeral, burial, cremation, mortuary, including transportation of deceased. Services by way of funeral, burial, cremation, mortuary, including transportation of deceased. Meaning what, sir? Dead body related services. It can be funeral or burial services, cremation or cold storage for dead body, mortuary services, etc. Including the transportation of deceased person, dead bodies, etc. It is not a supply. Sale of land, and sale of building subject to para 5 of schedule 2. If you are selling any land, GST is never applicable. If you are selling any land, GST is never applicable. And if you are selling any building, that time also GST will not apply. But you should satisfy the condition given in schedule 2. What is the condition given in schedule 2? They say if the consideration for the sale of building is received before completion certificate or before first occupancy, then I will call it as a supply. Meaning, if you have purchased the building under constructed building, see, normally once the construction is over, they are required to get something called as completion certificate. If you pay the money for that building before completion certificate or before first occupancy, then I will not call it as supply. But if I pay the money for that building after completion certificate or after first occupancy, then it is not a supply. If it is before, it is a supply. After, it is not a supply. Then actionable claims except specified actionable claims. If I am buying and selling actionable claims, what are actionable claims? I am transferring my debt to someone, or lottery betting is an actionable claims, etc. So if I am doing any transaction in actionable claims, normally it is not a supply. However, there are some specified actionable claims. If you deal in these specified actionable claims, I will call it as supply. Which are these specified actionable claims, sir? Lottery, betting, gambling, online money games, casino, and horse racing. So if you're dealing in any of these actionable claims, I will call it as supply and GST will be applicable. If there is any actionable claims other than that, this, then not a supply at all, no GST. Hey, which are the actionable claims in which if I do transaction, it is a supply? Lottery, betting, gambling, online money games, casino, and horse race. Now there is a section called as 7(1) capital A. Basically what this section does is, it by itself does not have that big importance, but this section will tell you whether a particular transaction is called as supply of goods or supply of services. Now what is this section telling? There is a schedule called as schedule number 2. Whatever is there in schedule number 2, they are all supply. They are all supply. But I will tell you, for your clarification purpose, I will tell you whether it is supply of goods or supply of services. Hey, very simple. If you know the definition of goods and services, you will be able to know. If you are transferring title in goods, meaning if the ownership of goods is transferred, it is supply of goods. If you are transferring title of goods under hire purchase system, install and purchase system, where the ownership is getting transferred on a future date, then also the transaction of hire purchase system is called as supply of goods. If you are transferring only right in goods, I am giving my mobile phone to you for 1 day to use. Ownership is not transferred, only possession is transferred for 1 day. It is supply of services. If I am giving any land on lease license, supply of services. If I am doing any treatment or process on goods belonging to another person, supply of services. A tailor, goods belongs to you, he is doing treatment, bike, car modification, etc. Then if goods belonging to business is disposed of under the direction of the owner of the business. Say for example, there are some sarees which are available, I am giving it to my employees. It is a supply of goods. Goods which are business, say I have a car, Rolls Royce car in my business. One of my employees told, sir, can I use it for 1 day for my marriage? I said, okay. Supply of services. Because he is using only for 1 day. Then, now, goods forming part of, this is important. Now, what happens is when I'm closing my business, I will have some stock of goods available. Is there a possibility that all the goods will be sold? There will always remain some goods available with me at the time when I'm closing the business. These goods which are available with me will by default be deemed as supply. Though you have actually not sold it to anyone, they will by default be deemed as supply, and it will be deemed as what's the supply of goods. Unless until in two cases it will not be deemed as supply. When, sir? If you are transferring your business to someone else as a going concern, or if you are not doing the business anymore, but your legal representative are doing the business, or your representative are doing the business. If you rent any property, construct any property, or temporary transfer of intellectual property right, development of information technology, software, etc., or if you are agreeing to tolerate an act, etc., all this transaction will be treated as supply of services. Agreeing to tolerate an act is important. What is this agreeing to tolerate an act, sir? Now you are not liking my class, but still you are coming and sitting in my class. You are tolerating me. You are giving services to me. You are giving services to me. Now there is a school right next to us. There is a school right next to us. Because of that school, they have put some speakers. Okay. Now I am teaching. Normally 7:30 we start the classes over here. This school is starting at 9 o'clock. As soon as, we are teaching, we are in middle of our discussion, and suddenly they play Jana Gana Mana. We have to stand up, everyone. They are disturbing us. No, correct, not correct. We are standing. They are disturbing us. I went and gave a complaint. For that. They told, sir, it is a school. We will have to play this music and all, whatever we have to play. I said, but we are getting disturbed. Now they told, okay, sir, you do one thing. Every month I'll pay you 50,000 for tolerating this. I said, okay. I am tolerating something for which I am getting money. That is what's the supply of services. Works contract services, supply of services, and also if you go to a restaurant, you are having food, etc. That is also treated as supply of services by restaurant. 8. This is all about your section 7. Next is what's the section 8. Section 8 talks about taxability of composite and mixed supply. It talks about what, sir? Taxability of composite and mixed supply. Now there are two types of supply called as composite supply and mixed supply. Composite supply means what, sir? Composite supply. Mixed supply means mixed supply. Composite supply means if you are supplying two or more taxable goods and services which are naturally bundled in ordinary course of business. If you are supplying two or more taxable goods and services which are naturally bundled in ordinary course of business, they are supplied in conjunction with another. And one among them is principal supply or main supply. Then that particular supply I will call as composite supply. And if it is a composite supply, you will have to pay tax on that composite supply at what rate, sir? Rate of principal supply. For example, I purchased a mobile phone. When I purchase a mobile phone, don't you think they will also give charger? Can I purchase charger separately also? Yes. But did I purchase this mobile phone because I like the charger? But when I purchase the mobile phone, they also give the charger. No? So this is a type of composite supply, wherein the principal supply is mobile phone, charger is just a ancillary supply to the principal supply. Okay, not okay. Now, when I am purchasing a mobile phone, what is the GST rate will I apply? Phone GST rate or charger GST rate? Because they are coming as a single product to me. Correct? In one box only they are giving everything. What will the GST I will apply, sir? Because it is a composite supply, mobile here is the main supply. I will apply the GST rate of principal supply. Okay. So what is mixed supply? Mixed supply is supply of two or more individual goods and services. There are two or more separate products which are supplied to me together. Supply of two or more individual goods and services which are not naturally bundled in ordinary course of business, but they are supplied in conjunction with another, and they are supplied for a single price, and it is not a composite supply. Then I will call it as mixed supply. If it is a mixed supply, we will tax it at what rate, sir? Highest rate. In that mixture, whichever product has the highest rate, I will tax it at that rate. A composite suppliers are taxed at rate of principal supply. Mixed supply are taxed at highest rate. For example, I am purchasing toothpaste. I got a brush free. Mixed or composite? Mixed, because toothpaste with brush normally no one sells, but there are only some companies who are selling like that. So it is mixed supply. I will apply highest rate. Which is the product which is highest rate, sir? Toothpaste. I am purchasing specs. I am getting specs box free. Composite supply. I will apply the rate of specs on box. What is this? I purchased Maggie. I got spoon free. Composite supply, mixed supply. Mixed supply. Do I need Maggie to eat? Sorry, do I need spoon to eat Maggie? I need spoon, but is it like there are some companies only they supply the spoons, etc. I purchased washing powder. I got bucket free. Mixed supply. Section 780. Yes. Any question? Now see what type of questions will be asked. Whatever you have seen, two topics we have seen. Basics chapter and we have seen supply topic. Do you think even one single practical questions will be asked related to some? No. What type of questions will be asked? First two chapters, either theory question or case study based question. Now what are the case study? Like we discussed now, this composite supply, mixer supply, or whatever. I mean, of course, we have not taken all this example. I discussed one case wherein he, as a chartered accountant, is filing my income tax return. It's a case study. They will give a case study, some story like this they will give, and based on that story, you should give your answer. Next is what, sir? Charge under GST. By itself, charge is not important. By itself, this chapter is not important because this is just telling that you have to pay GST. In this, there are two sections. Section 9 subsection 5, most important section. Section 9 subsection 3. In this topic, section charge under GST, there are two sections. 9.5 most important and 9.3 the section number is not important, but it is there is a notification attached to that. That notification is important. Charge under GST. Charging section of CGST Act is what, sir? Section 9. Charging section of SGST Act is Section 9 of SGST Act. Charging section of UTGST Act is Section 7 of UTGST Act. Charging section of IGST Act is Section 5 of IGST Act. Now, we are going to study Section 9 of CGST Act. Same provisions are there under different acts. Anyways, these two acts are not in our syllabus also. Under GST law, sales are called as Kiki. Outward supply, purchases are called as inward supply. The tax which you pay on your sales is called as outward supply. Tax which you pay on your purchase is called as inward supply. Now, under GST law, tax payment can happen in two ways. One is called as forward charge. Another is called as reverse charge. Sir, what is forward charge? What is reverse charge? Forward charge means the supplier of goods and services has to pay the taxes to the government. Reverse charge means the recipient of goods and services has to pay the taxes to government. For example, you come to Priya Sarees, I sell the sari to you. I sold the sari worth rupees 10,000 to you. On that GST is 1,000 rupees. Now, when I sold the sari to you, I will also collect from you what, sir? GST. I am also going to collect GST, and that GST will pay to government. So, what is happening over here? The supplier of goods and services, is paying the tax to the government. This is called as forward charge. What is reverse charge? I supplied some legal services to you. On the legal services which I supplied to you, you have to compute what is the tax and you have to pay the taxes to the government. And normally, who pays the tax to the government? Supplier. Whatever different types of transaction you see in your life, who pays the taxes to the government? Supplier has to pay the taxes to the government. But there are only some cases where the receiver will have to pay the taxes to the government. Okay, so the tax is recorded to be paid under two ways: forward charge or reverse charge. Normally, it is under forward charge, but in some cases it will be reverse charge. Section 9, subsection 1. By itself, it is not important. MCQ 1 or 2 point they can ask over here. Section 9, subsection 1. Subject to the provision of subsection 2, there shall be levied a tax called as Central Goods and Services Tax on all intrastate supply of goods or services or both, except on alcoholic liquor for human consumption on a value determined under section 15 at such rates as may be notified by government not exceeding 20% should be collected in such manner as may be prescribed and paid by taxable person. Who has to pay the taxes, sir? Taxable person. Now what is this 9(1) telling? You will have to pay CGST. Because we are studying CGST Act, it will talk only about CGST. Same section under SGST Act will talk about SGST. There shall be levied a tax called as Central Goods and Service Tax. When will I levy CGST? Whenever you are making intrastate supply of goods or services or. Sir, on all the goods and services you levy? Yes, except on alcoholic liquor for human consumption. Meaning on alcoholic liquor for human consumption, GST will never be levied. And sir, on what value will you levy GST, sir? I will levy GST on a value determined under section 15. Sir, at what rate will you levy GST? I will tell you what is the rate. In the question, I will tell you what is the rate. But the maximum rate which government can levy is how much? 20%. Please note, maximum CGST rate is 20%. Tell me what will be the maximum IGST rate? 40%. 20 plus 20. Now it shall be collected in such manner as may be prescribed and it should be paid by whom, sir? Taxable person. Who should pay the GST, sir? Taxable person. What is taxable person? Taxable person means a person who is registered under GST law or who is liable for registration. Please note, person normally can be of two types: unregistered person or registered person. Unregistered person means unregistered person. Registered person means unregistered person means a person who has not taken any registration under GST law, and registered person means a person who has taken registration under GST law. If you have taken registered under GST law, you are a registered person. If you are not registered, unregistered person. But here they say who has to pay tax? Taxable person has to pay tax. They are not telling registered person or unregistered person. They are telling taxable person has to pay the tax under GST law. Who is a taxable person? A person who is registered or liable for registration. Can I say all the registered person will have to pay the taxes? And can I say unregistered person may have to pay the taxes if they are liable for registration? Puri, not Puri, students. 9(2) says CGST on intrastate supply of HP MAT shall be levied from the date notified by the government on the recommendation of council. So there are totally 5 products called as HP MAT: high speed diesel, petroleum crude, motor spirit, aviation turbine fuel, and natural gas. On these 5 products, as of today, GST is not levied. But GST can it be levied for a future date? Yes, that will be told by government. 9(3) and 9(4) talks about supply attracting reverse charge. 9(3) and 9(4) says, 9(3) says CGST on intrastate supply of notified goods and services. I will give you a list of some goods and services. In case of these goods and services, the recipient of the goods and services will have to pay the tax under reverse charge. 9(3) says what, sir? CGST on intrastate supply of notified goods and services shall be paid by recipient of that goods and services under reverse charge. Most important is 9(3). 9(4) also talks about reverse charge. But what 9(4) says, I will give you a list of some goods and services. If these goods and services you are going to purchase from an unregistered person, then that notified registered person will have to pay the taxes under reverse charge. CGST on intrastate supply of notified goods and services received by a registered person from an unregistered person shall be paid by registered person under reverse charge. So this is not applicable at intermediate level. Final level, it is applicable. Now 9(3) gives a list of some goods on which tax is recorded paid under reverse charge, and also gives some services on which tax is recorded paid on reverse charge. The services on which tax is recorded paid under reverse charge are important for your examination. Now it is important because there are amendments also. Under section 9, the section which you have to remember is section 9(5). Most important section. Section 9 subsection 5 says what, sir? Section 9 section 5 says if notified services are supplied through an e-commerce operator, the tax on that supply is required to be paid by an e-commerce operator. They are telling, I will give the list of some services. If these services you supply through an e-commerce operator, if these supplies you are supplying through an e-commerce operator. The tax on the supply is required to be paid by e-commerce operator. Hey, supplier does not have to pay the taxes. Who has to pay the taxes? Normally who pays the taxes? Normally who pays the taxes? Supplier. But this 9(5) is telling I am going to give you list of some. Let's say CS executive class. CS executive this is. Section 9 subsection 5. Hey, she will go openly. You call her. Section 9 subsection 5. 9 is yours. What is the name, Sudhi? Na Dina. Naveen. Section 9 subsection 5. Supply through e-commerce operator. Supply through you have come with your parents. Friend. You call her also, no problem. Section 9 subsection 5. If notified services are supplied through e-commerce operator, the tax on the supply is required to be paid by e-commerce operator. 9.5 telling, I will give you list of some services. On these services, who has to pay the taxes? Supplier illa. Recipient illa. E-commerce operator has to pay the taxes. Yes, sir. Oh, sir. Who is an e-commerce operator, sir? E-commerce operator means a person who is owning, operating, maintaining, managing an electronic platform for electronic commerce. Who is an e-commerce operator? A person who is owning, operating, maintaining, managing an electronic platform for electronic commerce. He is an e-commerce operator. You cannot. Ola is an e-commerce operator. What is Ola doing? It is owning, maintaining, managing electronic platform for what purpose? Electronic commerce. What is electronic commerce? Doing business online. Flipkart is an e-commerce operator. Amazon is an e-commerce operator. Swiggy is an e-commerce operator. Zomato is an e-commerce operator. Okay. Now, are all the e-commerce operator covered under this 9.5, sir? Are all the e-commerce operator covered? No. No. All the e-commerce operator are not covered. They are if notified services are supplied through e-commerce operator. So, what are those list of services if I supply? Those e-commerce are covered, sir. There are totally 4 services. Which are these 4 services, sir? Passenger transport services, accommodation in hotel and guest house services, housekeeping services, and restaurant services. If you supply these 4 services through e-commerce operator, if you supply these 4 services through e-commerce operator, who has to pay the taxes? E-commerce operator will have to pay the taxes. For example, transportation of passenger services means what, sir? Transportation of passenger services. Ola is there. Example, Uber is there. Rapido is there. They are all into the business of transportation of passengers. Accommodation in hotel in guest house. Oyo is there. They give the services of accommodation in hotel in guest house. Aibibu, Make My Trip, Trivago. They are all giving what services, sir? Accommodation in hotel in guest house. Housekeeping services means what? Urban company is there. Urban company, they'll come and clean your bathroom and all. No? So, yeah. Restaurant service means what, sir? Swiggy, Zomato, they are all covered under restaurant services. Now they are telling if these services you are supplying through an e-commerce operator. Please note. I go outside, I show a hand like this, auto is coming. Is the services supplied through an e-commerce operator? Services are supplied through? What hand? The services are supplied through that auto driver. Correct, not correct. Service provider is auto driver and I am the service recipient. Now, I take out my mobile phone, I click my present location, I call Rubin, I call an auto to drop me to some location. Now, that auto driver came to me because of e-commerce operator. Services are supplied through e-commerce operator. Only if services are supplied through e-commerce operator, it is covered under 9.5. Okay, not okay? Now, what is this point telling? If notified services are supplied through e-commerce operator, the tax on that supply is required to be paid by e-commerce operator. How many services are notified? 4. What are these 4 services? Transportation of passenger, accommodation in hotel and guest house, housekeeping services, and restaurant services. Who has to pay the taxes in these 4 cases? E-commerce operator will have to pay the taxes. Sir, what if the e-commerce operator does not have physical presence in taxable territory, that is India? What, like Uber, when it started, no, they did not have any office in India. Now, how will Uber pay tax in India when they don't have office in India? Lawmakers are telling no problem. Is there any person who is representing Uber in India? Yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir. He has to pay the taxes. Normally, who has to pay the taxes, sir? Tax is required to be paid by e-commerce operator. However, if the e-commerce operator does not have physical presence in taxable territory, then any person representing such e-commerce operator shall pay the taxes. Sir, what if the e-commerce operator does not have physical presence and it also not have any representative? It does not have physical presence as well as representative is also not there. Lawmaker says you should compulsory appoint a person in India to pay the taxes. That e-commerce operator will have to appoint a person in India to pay the taxes. I'll repeat once again. There are totally 4 services which are listed under 9.5. If these 4 services are supplied by you through an e-commerce operator, the tax is required to be paid by the e-commerce operator. What if I directly supply the services? Not covered. Only if they are supplied through an e-commerce operator, it is covered under section 9.5. Now, tax is required to be paid by whom, sir? In case of these 4 services, e-commerce operator. Sir, what if the e-commerce operator does not have physical presence in taxable territory? Then any person representing such e-commerce operator will have to pay the taxes. Sir, what if they don't have physical presence and also not don't have representative? Then any person who is appointed, the e-commerce operator will have to compulsory appoint a person in India to pay the taxes. Okay. Now please see. Normally for these 4 services, who has to pay the taxes? E-commerce. But lawmaker says, in case of these 3 services, which 3 services? Accommodation in hotel and guest house, housekeeping services, and restaurant services. In case of these 3 services, if the service provider is registered under GST law, then the service provider will have to pay the taxes and not. Sir, purile. There are totally 4 services there, but in case of 3 services, which are these 3 services? Accommodation in hotel and guest house, housekeeping services, and restaurant services. If the person who is giving the services, if he is registered under GST law, then who has to provide pay the taxes, sir? That service provider, the person who is giving the services, has to pay the taxes. Sir, purile, sir. Once again, you repeat. For example, let us say, which hotel shall we take? McDonald's. McDonald's, is it listed in Swiggy Zomato? Is McDonald's listed in Swiggy Zomato? Yes, sir. McDonald's is listed in Swiggy Zomato. Now I order food from McDonald's using Swiggy. Can I say services are provided by McDonald's to me through e-commerce operator? Correct, not correct? Who has to pay on this? Normally, tax is required to be paid by Swiggy, e-commerce operator. Now, the McDonald's, no, that is also registered under GST law. Lawmaker says, now, Swiggy, you don't pay. Because that person is registered, let him only directly pay the taxes to the government. Okay, not okay. Now, this is applicable only for 3 cases. Which cases? Accommodation in hotel and guest house, housekeeping services, and restaurant services. Now, this attempt is a beautiful amendment which they have made. Amendment in the sense, clarification they have made. See, normally, before that, I will discuss these 3 points and then I'll come to that amendment, or else the mixture will happen. For example, I am going to Mumbai. In Mumbai, I go to Taj Hotel. Okay, there are totally 4 options available for me to book a hotel room in Taj Hotel. Okay, there is Taj Hotel in Mumbai. Option number 1. I went to Mumbai. I'm standing outside Gateway of India. I'm taking selfie. I saw Taj Hotel. I thought, okay, today I will stay in Taj Hotel only. So I directly walked into the hotel. Now, I directly went over there and did my booking. Who is the service provider? Taj Hotel. Who is the service receiver? Me. Is there any e-commerce operator in between us? Is there any e-commerce operator? No, sir, there is no e-commerce operator. So can I say the service is directly provided by Taj Hotel to be? Who will have to pay the taxes? Service provider. Taj Hotel will have to pay the taxes. Is 9.5 applicable over here? First case, no, sir. I booked room in Taj Hotel through Taj Hotel mobile app. It's just like go and make my trip. Taj Hotel also they have their own mobile app. I booked a hotel room in Taj Hotel through, not directly, but through the mobile app of Taj Hotel. Now, is there an e-commerce operator available? Yes. Yes. Who is the e-commerce operator? Taj only. The e-commerce operator means what, sir? A person who is owning, operating, maintaining, managing an electronic platform. Hey, that mobile app is electronic platform only. So can I say there is a service provider? Who is that? Taj. And e-commerce operator is also Taj only. Why, sir? Because it is on their own website or their own mobile app. And who is the service receiver? Now, who should pay the taxes over here? Are the services are supplied through e-commerce operator? Are the services supplied through e-commerce operator? Yes, but here e-commerce operator as well as service provider is same. So there is no different person. So 9.5 will not be applicable. So tax is recorded paid by Taj. Now, case number 3. I booked hotel room in Taj Hotel using Make My Trip. Who is the service provider? Taj Hotel. Who is the service recipient? Dilip. Now, how did I book the hotel room, sir? Through an e-commerce operator. So, can I say there are 3 different people in one? Who should pay the taxes in this case, sir? E-commerce operator should pay the taxes. 9.5 is applicable. I booked hotel room in Mumbai through what, sir? Hey, wait. The example which I took, let us say Taj Hotel is not registered person because we told e-commerce operator has to pay the tax. Now, last case, I booked a hotel room in Mumbai using what, sir? Make My Trip. Using Make My Trip app. Now, Taj Hotel Mumbai is also registered under GST law. Can I say there is service provider, service recipient as well as e-commerce operator? A, correct, not correct. Now, who has to pay the taxes to the government? Taj Hotel will have to pay the taxes because they are registered. A, please note, very simple. If the service provider is registered under GST law, service provider will pay the taxes. If service provider is not registered under GST law, e-commerce operator will have to pay the tax. This is applicable only for these 3 items. There are 4 items. Out of 4, only 3 items. This is applicable. But however, now recently they made a small, not an amendment, a small clarification they gave. Now, there are a lot of Ola, Uber are the e-commerce operator, but there are other taxi service provider also. Meaning you can, I don't know who are those people in your state, but self-drive cars and all is there. You can take bike and car on rent. They don't have their only, they don't have any website of their own, but they are very big companies. Zoom car is there, that is there. That is registered. They have their app, etc. But in your state also there will be a lot of chota people who are making good money, but they are not e-commerce operator. They are supplying services through Ola, Uber, etc. But they themselves are not e-commerce operator. So what is the clarification which is given, sir? Under 9.5 for transportation of passenger. Please note. For transportation of passenger, even if the service provider is registered person. For transportation of passenger, even if service provider is a registered person, who has to pay the taxes? E-commerce operator only has to pay the taxes. However, if the service provider is a company, the service provider is a body corporate means private company, public company, etc. However, if the service provider is a body corporate and the services which they are supplying is through omnibus, which bus? Omnibus. If omnibus services are supplied through whom, sir? E-commerce operator by a body corporate, then this section is not applicable. If omnibus services are supplied by any person other than body corporate, then can I say this section is applicable if it is supplied through e-commerce operator? Omnibus services supplied by a body corporate. Who has to pay the taxes? Always body corporate has to pay the taxes. Now, section 9 subsection 3. section 9 subsection 3 gives the list of different services on which tax is required to be paid by recipient under reverse charge. Very important. There are some changes also. Okay. Now, section 9 subsection 3 gives a list of different services on which who has to pay the taxes? Reverse charge. We'll ignore the rest. Directly we'll go to explanation. Now, what is the first point, sir? Services given by GTA. If a GTA is giving services to these 7 people, these 7 people will have to pay tax under reverse charge. If a GTA is giving services to whom, sir? 7 notified persons. If the GTA is giving services to whom, sir? 7 notified persons, then these 7 notified persons will have to pay tax under reverse charge. So, who are these 7 notified persons? Factory, society, cooperative society, body corporate, registered person, partnership firm including LLP and casual taxable person. If a goods transport agency is giving services to whom, sir? 7 notified persons. Who are the 7 notified persons? Factory, society, cooperative society, body corporate, a person registered under GST law, partnership firm including LLP and a casual taxable person. Who has to pay the taxes? These 7 people have to pay the taxes under reverse charge, provided they also be located in taxable territory. What do you mean by a GTA, sir? GTA means a person who is in the business of, a person who is involved in the business of transportation of goods by road and who issues a consignment note. Okay, not okay. Now, please note, very important example. A GTA is giving services to Priya Sarees, who is a registered person. Is RCM applicable? Is RCM applicable? Yes, because services are given to a registered. Hey, now whatever we are seeing, no, on these cases, who has to pay the taxes? Receiver has to pay the taxes. And who is giving this list, sir? Notification number 13 bar 2017. Very important notification for your examination. There are totally 4 notifications which are very important. Which are these 4 notifications? Notification number 13 bar 2017 gives the list of supplies taxable under reverse charge. Notification number 12 bar 2017 gives the list of different services which are exempt under GST law. Notification number 10 bar 2019 gives additional limit of 40 lakhs for registration. There is some limit of 40 lakh rupees for registration for supply of goods. And notification number 66 bar 2017 tells that date of payment is not time of supply for supply of goods. These 4 notifications are important notification. Now, whenever a question on RCM is asked, okay, reverse charge of services, you should give reference to whom, sir? These are notifications which you should remember. In examination, if you write, that extra marks you will get. Now, please. If a GTA is giving services to whom? 7 notified person. Who has to pay the taxes? 7 notified person has to pay the taxes. Now, GTA gives services to Priya Sarees, who is registered under GST law. Who will pay the taxes? You should first see who is the service provider, who is the service recipient. Priya Sarees is the service recipient. Priya Sarees will have to pay the taxes under reverse charge. Sir, what if Priya Sarees is not a registered person? Sir, what if Priya Sarees is a factory? So, if it is a factory, if it is a partnership firm, anything, meaning if it is a factory, society, cooperative society, body corporate firm, then whether these people are registered or not, they will only have to pay the taxes. You cannot do it. What if I give services to a partnership firm in London? Not applicable because they should be located in taxable territory. You cannot do it. GTA gives services to 7 notified persons. 7 notified persons will have to pay tax under reverse charge. Legal service, another services which is important. Legal services. What is this legal services, sir? Advocate is giving legal services to business entity. What do you mean by business entity? Any person who is carrying on business is called as business entity. Who is a business entity, sir? Any person who is carrying on any business is called as business entity. If legal services are given by advocate to a business entity, that business entity will have to pay the taxes under reverse charge. Very important point to be noted over here is this business entity can be registered or it can be unregistered. It does not matter. Now, I believe that you have studied all the provisions. So, shall I link one provision with this? This is what RCM is telling. Now, there is also a chapter called as exemption, which will give the list of different services which are not liable to be, on which GST is not applicable. In that exemption, no, there is one point. What is that point, sir? In that exemption topic, there is a point. What is that point, sir? Which says, if legal services are provided by an advocate, turnover, aggregate turnover is not more than 10 lakhs, 20 lakhs or 40 lakhs, then they don't have to pay the taxes. No, sir. Purile. If legal services are provided by an advocate to whom? A business entity. And if that business entity's turnover is not more than 10 lakhs, 20 lakhs, 40 lakhs. There are different cases where you don't have to take registration under GST law. For some states, the limit is 10 lakh. Make my trip to Nagaland. For some states, the limit is 20 lakhs. Normally, the limit is 20 lakhs. And if you are only supplying goods, for you, the limit for taking registration is 40 lakhs. So, if you are a person is falling under any of this category whose turnover is less than 40 lakhs, less than 20 lakhs, less than 10 lakhs. And if the legal services are provided by advocate to you, then should I pay tax and reverse charge? No. I'll repeat. I'll give an example. Advocate is giving legal services to Priya Sadis. Priya Sadis turnover is 500 crores. RCM applicable, not applicable. Priya Sadis, is it a business entity? Is the turnover more than 10 lakhs, 20 lakhs, 40 lakhs? So is RCM applicable? Is RCM applicable? Yes. Advocate is giving legal services to Aditya Sadis having a turnover of 8 lakhs. No RCM. Aditya, though he is a business entity, will he have to pay tax under reverse charge? Now, that is only for registered person category. Now, but if Aditya is a factory, Aditya is a partnership firm, Aditya is a cooperative society, Aditya is a normal society, if I give services to him, then RCM is applicable. Please note. RCM will be applicable in which case, sir? If legal services are given to, that is not for advocates, that is for GTA. Okay, for GTA, factory, society, etc. Whether they are registered or not, it will be applicable. But in this case, in legal services, what is the criteria, sir? Your turnover 10 lakh, 20 lakhs, 40 lakhs. If it is less than that, no RCM. Arbitral tribunal giving services to a business entity has to pay the taxes under reverse charge. And same 10 lakh, 20 lakh, 30 lakh exemption limit is applicable to them. Sponsorship services, advertisement services, basically sponsorship services given by any person to a body corporate or a partnership firm. You would have seen some award functions. These award functions are sponsored by many people. They will tell, no, this award function is sponsored by Geo Health or something and all, they'll tell, correct? Some TV shows, they are sponsored by Vivo IPL, now it is Tata IPL, correct? So they are giving sponsorship services. Any person giving what's the sponsorship services to a body corporate or partnership firm, that person who is taking services, partnership firm or a body corporate, they will have to pay tax under reverse charge. Any services, very important, any services given by government. Government means 4 people. Who are 4 people called as government, sir? Central government, state government, union territory and local authority. Any services given by central government, state government, union territory, local authority to a business entity, that business entity will have to pay tax under reverse charge. Except these services. Meaning for these services, RCM is not applicable. See, normally government is giving services to you. What is applicable? Reverse charge is applicable. But there are these services. On these services, if government is giving it to you, who will have to pay the taxes? themselves only will have to pay the taxes. RCM will not apply. Which are the services? Renting of immobile property services. So if I take a place on rent from government, government is the service provider and the service recipient, they will only have to pay the taxes. Services given by Department of Post. Post office is there. I take speed post services, express parcel post services. On that GST is applicable. So they will collect GST from me. Sir, you are telling government will only pay tax to government. Yes. Government, they are all departments of governments. Okay, they are all departments of governments. Then services by an Indian Railway. Services by whom, sir? Indian Railway. If Indian Railway is giving services, railway, they are giving services of renting of premises. They are giving that cars, cab services, something and all is started down. So they are giving services. GST will be collected by them only. Services in respect of aircraft and vessel inside or outside port or airport. Who has to pay the taxes? Service provider only. Aircraft is there. We take a lot of services. Aeroplanes are taking landing services, takeoff services, parking services. Who will pay the taxes, sir? They themselves will have to pay the taxes. Services of transportation of goods. I am transporting goods in government vehicles. I am transporting passenger in government vehicles. Who will collect taxes? They will only collect taxes. So any services given by government, normally any services given by government to a business entity will have to pay the tax under reverse charge, excluding these services. On these services, tax is paid by the government under forward charge. Okay, not okay. Now here also that exemption point is applicable. What is the exemption point? If this business entity's turnover is less than 10 lakhs, 20 lakhs or 40 lakhs, then RCM shall not apply. Now rent. Now next, additional services related to government. Now normally renting of immobile property services given by government, who has to pay the taxes? Normally renting of immobile property given by government to a business entity, who has to pay the taxes? Business entity has to pay the taxes. Renting of immobile property services, who has to pay the taxes? Government only has to pay the taxes. That forward charge. However, what they say, if government is giving renting of immobile property services to a registered person, then RCM will apply. Normally renting of immobile property services given by government, what is applicable? What is applicable? Forward charge is applicable. But if that services are given to a registered person, then what will be applicable? Reverse charge will be applicable. Now there is a new addition in this reverse charge list. What is the new addition, sir? Renting of residential dwelling to a registered person. Renting of what, sir? Residential dwelling to whom, sir? Registered person. Normally we have exemption. One of the exemption is renting of residential dwelling for residential use is exempt. If I am renting a residential dwelling for residential use, what do you mean by residential dwelling, sir? A residential house, building, etc. If I am renting a residential dwelling for what purpose? Residential use, it is exempt, except where it is rented to a registered person. Meaning, if you rent a residential dwelling to a registered person, is it taxable? Yes, it is taxable, and it is taxable under reverse charge. Renting of residential dwelling to a registered person. So, if a residential house is rented to a registered person, sir, why will a registered person take residential dwelling for their employees to stay? Some companies may take houses for their employees to stay. For example, our institute is a registered person. Our institute has a flat apartment they have taken so that we can stay over there. So can I say residential dwelling is rented to a registered person? RCM will be applicable. Renting of residential dwelling to a registered person, RCM is applicable. Sir, what if residential dwelling is rented to me? I am not a registered person. No RCM. Now please see, very important. This is a residential dwelling. Okay. This residential dwelling is rented to Dilip. For what purpose? For residential purpose. Dilip is not a registered person. No GST. It is given for residential purpose and Dilip is registered under GST, it is taxable under reverse charge. If it is given for commercial purpose, I don't care whether Dilip is registered or not, it is always taxable. And who has to pay the taxes? It is taxable under forward charge. Reverse charge will come only when I am taking a residential dwelling for residential use by whom, sir? Registered. Next, one more important service is what, sir? Director. They have not asked any question on this point after amendment. There is an amendment on this. They have not asked any question. Services given by director of a company to the said company. If the director of a company is giving services to the company, then reverse charge is applicable. Now here, directors are of two types. What types of director? One is employee director. Another one is non-employee director. If you are employee director, then whatever services are supplied by employee to the employer in the course of employment is not a supply at all. Correct, not correct. So it is not a supply, no GST is applicable. But however, if you are a non-employee director, example, independent director, is he a full-time director? Is he working for the company? Only when meeting is there, he is going to come. He is going to get something called as sitting fees. So if the services are given to a non-employee director, then it will be treated as supply and GST will be applicable. Now, what is the amendment which they have made? Very important. Now see what lawmakers are telling. Director can be of two types, employee director and non-employee director. If the services, I'll talk about non-employee director first because it is easy. If the services are given by non-employee director to the company, whether he gives that services as a director or he gives the services to the company in personal capacity, it does not matter, it will be taxable. If he gives services to the company as a director, it will be taxable under reverse charge. If he is giving services to the company in his personal capacity, it will be taxable under forward charge. Please note, I am acting as director of Reliance Industry. I am an independent director of Reliance Industry. I am giving services to them as a director. I am going and attending meeting. They are going to give me sitting fees. Who has to pay the taxes? Company has to pay the taxes under reverse charge. Case number 2. I have a commercial complex which I have given on rent to Reliance Industries. I am giving services to them as a director. In second case, I am giving services to them in my personal capacity. On that, is RCM applicable? No. On that, what is applicable? Forward charge is applicable. In simple words, if any type of director is giving services to the company in his personal capacity, RCM will not apply, it will be forward charge. Similarly, employee director is giving services to the company in his personal capacity. Is RCM applicable? No, RCM is not applicable. What is applicable? But however, employee director gives services as a director. I should see whether TDS is deducted under 192 or TDS is deducted under 194J. Because if you are an employee, TDS will come. If you are an employee, you will get salary. For salary, the TDS section is what, sir? 192. So if the director is an employee director and for whatever payment is made by the company to him, for that if TDS is deducted under section 192, that means it is a salary, therefore not a supply, no GST. But if you are an employee director and the company is giving you some money for which they have deducted TDS under 194J, that means it is not a salary. Because it is not a salary, yes, it is a supply. If it is a supply, GST will come. Whenever GST comes, who has to pay GST, sir? Company will have to pay GST under reverse charge. Please note, I'll repeat once again. Normally, if director of the company is giving services to the company, can I say RCM is applicable? However, if director is giving services to the company in his personal capacity, no RCM, forward charge. Okay, not okay. Now we'll take a break before we start. Now there are other services also taxable under reverse charge, but they are not that important. But this is important. Security services. Security services means what, sir? Supply of security guards. Security services given by any person other than body corporate to a registered person, that registered person will have to pay the taxes. Similarly, renting of motor vehicle services given by any person other than a body corporate to a body corporate, that body corporate will have to pay the tax under reverse charge. Okay. Next topic will start after a short break. What time will be? 10:40. Welcome back, students. Welcome back. Online students, I hope I am audible and also the screen is visible. Oh, online students. Yes, sir. Next is what, sir? A beautiful section called as section number 10. Composition Sanjana levy. Composition levy. Online students. Composition levy. Now, 2 arrow marks. Composition levy, section 10. There is some small section called as section number 10. What is the section 10 talking about, sir? Composition levy. Now, under GST law, there can be 2 types of person. One person who is registered under GST, one person who is not registered under GST. If you are not registered under GST, that means you are not registered under GST. But if you are registered under GST, you will be registered under GST as either a composition dealer or a regular dealer. Meaning, the GST is giving you an option for normal people to get registered either as a composition dealer or a regular dealer. Sir, what is the difference? Basic difference I'll tell you. If you are getting registered as a composition dealer, you have to follow only one provision, which is section 10. There are other provision. If any other provision is talking something against you, you don't follow that. You ignore that provision. But if you are a regular dealer, then you will have to follow all the sections which are there under GST law except section 10. Now, a composition dealer, one more advantage is that he has to file only one return in one full year. One return only he has to file in full year. But if you are a regular dealer, you have to file 2 returns every month. And composition dealer will have to pay the taxes to the government on quarterly basis, 3 months once. Whereas regular dealer will have to pay the taxes on every month. And for composition dealer, no, the rate is also very less, 1% or 5% or 6%. But a regular dealer has to pay 5%. That is the starting rate. 5%, 18%, 12% is there, 28% is there, depending upon what product he is selling. Now, we'll understand what is composition scheme completely. Section 10 talks about what, sir? Composition levy. Section 10 subsection 1 says, who is eligible to become a composition dealer? A registered person is eligible to become composition dealer if his aggregate turnover in the preceding financial year did not exceed 1.5 crore rupees. If you are a registered person whose aggregate turnover, if you are a person whose aggregate turnover in the preceding financial year did not exceed 1.5 crore rupees, then you have an option to opt for composition scheme. You may opt for composition scheme. A registered person whose aggregate turnover in the preceding financial year did not exceed 1.5 crores or 75 lakh rupees is the limit for 8 special category states. How many special category states are there? 11 special category states are there. We studied yes, Nagaland, ma'am, 2 Michael Jackson. Out of that, for how many special category states the limit is 75 lakhs? Only 8. Once again. If I want to become a composition dealer, then I can become a composition dealer if my aggregate turnover is not crossing 1.5 crore rupees. My aggregate turnover is not crossing 1.5 crore. Is it compulsory that I should compulsory become a composition dealer if my aggregate turnover is not crossing 1.5 crores? It is just an option. So a registered person whose aggregate turnover in the preceding financial year did not exceed 1.5 crores, he may, if it is not happening in May, September. If a registered person whose aggregate turnover in the preceding financial year did not exceed 1.5 crores, he may opt to pay tax at composite rates instead of paying the tax at normal rates. In normal rates is 5%, 18%, 12%, etc. Instead of paying tax at normal rates, you may pay tax at composite rate. Sir, the limit is how much, sir? 1.5 crores. To check the limit, what should I see? I should see aggregate turnover. Aggregate turnover of which year? Preceding financial year. Okay, not okay, students. Now, normally, if I want to become a composition dealer, my turnover should not be more than 1.5 crores. But however, this limit is 75 lakhs for 8 special category states. This limit is how much? 75 lakhs for 8 special category states. Which are these 8 special category states? Num must. Num must are 8 special categories. Sir, num must means what, sir?
N for Nagaland, U for Uttarakhand, M for Manipur, Meghalaya, Mizoram, Arunachal Pradesh, Sikkim, and Tripura. For these, how many? 8 states. The turnover which I should see is what, sir? 75 lakhs. I should not see the turnover of 1.5 crores. If I am doing business at these places, if I have any branch office at these places, then for me the limit is 75 lakhs. Normally, what is the limit for taking registration as a composition dealer? 1.5 crores. But if I am doing business in these places, for me the limit will be 75 lakhs. Okay, not okay? Which are these places? Nagaland, Num must, N for Nagaland, U for Uttarakhand, M for Manipur, M for Meghalaya, M for Mizoram, A for Arunachal Pradesh, S for Sikkim, T for Tripura. So can I say out of 11 only for 8 it is 75 lakhs? So remaining 3, how much is the limit? Okay, which are these 3? Hajj is Himachal Pradesh, Assam and Jammu and Kashmir. Now I'll again come back to the section. Section 10 subsection 1 says a registered person whose aggregate turnover in the preceding financial year did not exceed 1.5 crores, he may opt to pay tax at composite rates instead of paying the tax at normal rates. Now, what is the composite rate applicable to me? If you are a manufacturer, it is 0.5% of turnover in the state. If you are a restaurant or outdoor catering service provider, it is 2.5% of turnover in the state. If you are falling under any other category, meaning if you are not a manufacturer, if you are not a restaurant, then, and if you are dealing in goods, you can be any other type of dealer of goods, then for you it is 0.5% of taxable turnover in the state. Okay, you will do mistake over here. I will do mistake over here. Sir, what mistake, sir? For manufacturer and restaurant, it is 0.5% of turnover in the state or 2.5% of turnover in the state. But for others, it is 0.5% of taxable, 0.5% of taxable turnover in the state. Now, normally, as of now, what is the limit, sir? 2 crores. Can this limit be increased by government? Yes, this provided that government may increase this limit up to 2 crores. Normally, right now, limit is how much? 1.5 crores. Government has the power to increase this limit up to 2 crores. Have they increased it? No, but they have the power to increase. Now, okay, not okay. Have you understood till here? Sir, what do you mean by aggregate turnover, sir? Because you said I should see aggregate turnover. What do you mean by aggregate turnover? Very important definition. You should know this definition along with section number also. Section 2.6 talks about what, sir? Aggregate turnover. Aggregate turnover means what, sir? Total. Turnover means what, sir? Turnover. Total turnover. Aggregate turnover means aggregate value of all taxable supplies. The aggregate turnover is aggregate value of all taxable supplies, aggregate value of all exempt supplies, aggregate value of all export of goods or services, aggregate value of all interstate supply to a person having same PAN. Whenever I am computing aggregate turnover, I should take all the types of taxable supplies which is made by me, whether it is made within the states or outside state, it does not matter. When I am taking aggregate turnover, I should take all the exempt supplies which is made by me. Sir, what do you mean by exempt supplies? Exempt supplies means the supplies which are nil rated, the supplies which are only exempt, and it includes non-taxable supplies. Exempt supplies means what, sir? Those supplies for which the rate of tax is 0%, nil, nothing is written in rate, tax column, etc. Nil rated supply. And those supplies which are completely exempt under section 11, and it includes non-taxable supply. Aggregate turnover will include what, sir? Non-taxable supply. What is non-taxable supply? Alcoholic liquor for human consumption, high-speed diesel, petroleum crude, etc. On the GST is not levied. So they are all non-taxable supplies. Now, aggregate turnover includes all the types of taxable supplies, all the types of exempt supplies, and it includes export of goods or services. Whatever supply you are making outside India, that is also included in aggregate turnover. Aggregate turnover includes interstate supply to a person having same PAN. If I am transferring something to my own branch in other states, interstate supply to a person having same PAN. If I am supplying anything to my own branch in other states, interstate supply to a person having same PAN, that also should be included. if I supply something to my own branch in the same state, if I am supplying something to my own branch in a different state, interstate supply to made to a person having same PAN, that also will be included while calculating aggregate turnover. Please note, export of goods or services are also called as zero rated supply. Okay, export of goods or services are there, no, they are also called as zero rated supply. Now, when you are calculating aggregate turnover shall not include two things. What are these two things? Taxes under GST and inward supply liable for reverse charge. Meaning, whatever different types of taxes are there, CGST, SGST, IGST, UT, GST compensation says they should not be included. So sometimes the question will give you that my total turnover is 1,18,000, which includes GST at 18%. So I should remove the GST and take only the amount excluding GST. Now, very important. How do I calculate, sir, whenever they give amount including GST? For example, Priya Sari's turnover is 1.6 crores and they say that it is including GST at 12%. So what will I do? 1 crore, 1.6 crore into 100 divided by 100 plus tax rate. 100 plus tax rate is 112. I will get 1428571.4.28. So can I say my turnover is less than 1.5 crores? Can I become a composition dealer? Now, if you see the turnover directly, it is 1.6. So people will say, no, he cannot become a composition dealer, but it is including tax. So I should take aggregate turnover before tax. Yeah, whenever I am computing aggregate turnover, I should not include taxes under GST. And inward supply liable for reverse charge. Whenever I am computing aggregate turnover, I should also not take my purchases. Inward supply means purchases. A turnover means what? Sales. Turnover means sales. But if there are any purchases on which I have to pay tax under reverse charge, that should not be included in aggregate turnover. I'll repeat once again. Hey, what is aggregate turnover? Aggregate turnover means aggregate value of all taxable supplies, exempt supplies, export of goods or services, interstate supply to a person having same PAN. This is required to be calculated on all India basis, but it shall not include taxes under GST and inward supply liable for reverse charge. Sir, what do you mean by that this is required to be calculated on all India basis? In the entire India, how many ever branches you have, you should take the turnover of all the branches together to find your aggregate turnover. You okay, not okay? I'll just, for example, I have Priya Sarees in Bangalore, Coimbatore, Chennai, Hyderabad. So when I am calculating aggregate turnover, I'll take turnover of all the states and calculate. Okay, that is my aggregate turnover. Now, if they ask you what is the turnover of state, that means if they ask you what is the turnover of the state of Tamil Nadu, 25 lakhs. Now, when you are paying the taxes, you should pay tax on turnover of state. And in case of manufacturing restaurant, and for all other people, you have to pay tax on 0.5% of taxable turnover in the state. Hey, please note, we are studying CGST law. So when I say 0.5%, it is 0.5% CGST, 0.5% SGST. So effectively, how much you have to pay? 1%. Okay, here also effectively you have to pay 5%. Here effectively you have to pay 1% of taxable turnover in the state. Now some important points, very, very important points. If you are a person who is having a branch in special category states, which special category state? 8 special category states. If a dealer has a place of business in special category states, then the limit of special category states shall apply to whole of India. If I am having a place of business in special category states, the limit of special category states will apply to whole of India. See, normally for Chennai, what is the limit, sir? Can I say 1.5 crores? For Nagaland, what is the limit? 75 lakhs. Now, I have business in Chennai, Priya Sarees in Chennai, and I have Priya Sarees in Nagaland. The turnover of Chennai is 50 lakhs, turnover of Nagaland is 30 lakhs. So what is my total aggregate turnover, sir? 80 lakhs. Sir, how, sir? Because I have to take all India basis. 80 lakhs is my aggregate turnover. Now, can I become a composition dealer? Can I become a composition dealer? Why no? Chennai limit is to 1.5 crores, no? But if I have a place of business in special category states for entire India, now the limit will become 75 lakhs. Next, very important, one more important thing. Interest income. Which income? interest income is useless under GST law. Interest income is useless under GST law, meaning interest income should not be included or it should not be added while calculating aggregate turnover. You should not add it while calculating aggregate turnover. You should not add it while calculating the tax amount also. A turnover of the state you take, no. Hey, basically, interest income, no, under GST law, interest income is a exempt income. Hey, what is interest income, sir? It is an exempt income. Now, this interest income you should not take into consideration while you are finding the value of supply as per second proviso. What is this? We have not yet seen. We'll see that. You should not take while finding the aggregate turnover to check the eligibility, and you should also not add it while calculating the turnover in the state to find the tax amount. Interest income is of no use in our GST law. But if they ask you what is interest income, it is an exempt income. Now, section 10.2 talks about conditions. If I want to become a composition dealer, I'll have to fulfill these conditions. That is, this condition will be applicable to whom, sir? Only if a person is opting for composition scheme, these conditions will be applicable to him. What are the conditions? A registered person shall be eligible to opt for composition scheme if he is not engaged in supply of services other than those mentioned in 10.1. Hey, I can become a composition dealer only when I'm not supplying services. Hey, I can become a composition dealer only when I'm not supplying services other than those mentioned in. Hey, can a service provider become a composition dealer? Dilip, as a chartered accountant, can I become a composition dealer as per 10.1? No, I cannot become a composition dealer. Hey, Dilip's main business is sari business. I have a house which I have given on rent. I am receiving rental income. Can I say I am also supplying services? Hey, though I am supplying goods as well as services, lawmaker says you cannot become composition dealer. If a person is engaged in supply of services, he cannot become a composition dealer under section 10 subsection 1. Hey, don't you think this is good ways? Hey, actually my business is sari business. Only 1 lakh rupees I am getting service income. They are asking me not to become a composition dealer. So what lawmakers did? No, lawmakers to section 10 subsection 1, they added a proviso. They said a registered person who is otherwise eligible to become a composition dealer under section 10.1 can supply services up to 10% of turnover in the state or union territory or rupees 5 lakhs, whichever is higher. Normally a service provider cannot become a composition dealer. But if I am supplying goods along with that little component of services, if I am supplying, I can become a composition dealer. That service component should be within this limit. What is the limit, sir? 10% of the turnover in the state. Turnover in the state, not 10% of aggregate turnover. 10% of turnover in the state or 5 lakhs, whichever is higher. Condition number 2. If I want to become a composition dealer, I should not be engaged in making non-taxable supplies. I should not supply alcoholic liquor for human consumption, HP man, etc. If I want to become an aggregate turnover, I should not make interstate outward supply. I should not supply to other states. If I want to become a composition dealer, I should not sell the goods to other states. Can I purchase the goods from other states? Yes, sir. A composition dealer cannot make interstate outward supply, but he can make interstate inward supply. If I want to become a composition dealer, I should not be making supplies through an e-commerce operator who is required to collect tax under section 52. There is a section called section 52 which talks about e-commerce operator, which is newly added for your intermediate this thing. What is that section telling, sir? If I am a person who is supplying through an e-commerce operator, for example Flipkart, if I am supplying through Flipkart and if the payment is also coming to me through Flipkart, then Flipkart at the time when they are paying money to me, they'll have to deduct TCS. They are to collect taxes, and now the rate is changed 0.5%. We have to collect a tax of 0.5%. Now, if I am supplying through Flipkart, then only this provision is applicable. What if I am not supplying through Flipkart? This provision is not applicable. So they are telling I should not make a supply through an e-commerce operator who is required to collect taxes under 52. Then I should not be engaged in manufacturing notified goods. Hey, please note. Can a manufacturer become composition dealer? Yes. But he should not manufacture notified goods. Which are these notified goods, sir? Pati bricks. Pati bricks means what, sir? Pan masala, aerated waters, tobacco and tobacco products, ice cream and bricks, roofing tiles, etc. Then a casual taxable person and a non-resident taxable person cannot become a composition dealer. Sir, what do you mean by a casual taxable person and non-resident taxable person? If I am going and doing business at a place which is not my usual place of business, I am casual taxable. Normally, I do business in Chennai. Priya Sarees is there in Chennai. I am going to Mumbai for an exhibition for 10 days. And I am going to do business over there for 10 days. I will be called as casual taxable person in Chennai. What is casual taxable person, sir? A person who is occasionally undertaking the transaction of supply of goods or services or both at a place which is not his usual place of business. So if I am a casual taxable person or a non-resident taxable person, I cannot become a composition dealer. So who is a non-resident taxable person? A person who is coming from outside India to India and does business activity in India occasionally. Section 10.2 talks about condition. If I want to become a composition dealer, as per 10.1, I should fulfill all these conditions. Which are the conditions? I should not supply services other than that limit which is given. I should not make interstate outward supply. I should not make non-taxable supplies. I should not supply through any e-commerce operations required to collect the taxes. I should not be engaged in manufacturing notified goods. And I should not be a casual taxable person or non-resident taxable person. Now, one more important point. What is this point telling, sir? Section 10 subsection 2 has a provision. What is the provision telling? If provided that where there are more than one registered person under same PAN, where there are more than one registered person under same PAN, if one is opting for composition scheme, others also should opt for composition scheme. What does it mean, sir? If there are more than people registered under one single PAN, meaning Priya Sarees has 3 registrations, one in Bangalore, one in Coimbatore, one in Chennai. Now, if Bangalore is opting for composition scheme, other people also should opt for composition scheme. Meaning in Bangalore, I want to become a composition dealer, Chennai, I want to be a regular dealer, not possible. So if there are more than one registered person under a same PAN, if one is opting for composition scheme, others also should opt for composition scheme. Now, sir, you said that I cannot manufacture notified goods, correct? I cannot manufacture ice cream. Can Arun ice cream become a composition dealer? Arun ice cream, can they become a composition dealer? No. Quality walls, can they become a composition dealer? No. Sir, what if I am a bakery who is purchasing ice cream from Arun ice cream and selling? I am a provision store who is purchasing ice cream from Quality Walls and selling. Can I become a composition dealer? Can I become a composition? I can become or not become. I can become. Manufacturer cannot become. If I am a dealer of these items, if I am dealer of Coca-Cola, Pepsi, Coca-Cola, Pepsi is aerated waters. Can I become a composition dealer? No. Hey, please note, if I am manufacturing pan masala, I cannot become. But if I am eating, if I am selling those pan masala, can I become composition dealer, sir? Yes. Now, section 10, 2A. Section 10, 2A. Now tell me, whatever we just now saw was composition scheme only for goods, dealer of goods. Now we will see 10.2a, which talks about newly added section. 10.2a talks about composition scheme for service provider. Composition scheme for service provider. Eligibility. Who is eligible to become a composition dealer as per section 10.2a, sir? A registered person who is not eligible to become a composition dealer under section 10.1 and whose aggregate turnover in the preceding financial year is not exceeding 2 conditions. My turnover in the preceding financial year should. It looked that is some middle of the night I have come correct.
A registered person who is not eligible to become a composition dealer under section 10 subsection 1. Hey, please note, for whom is 10.2 applicable? A person who cannot become a composition under 10.1. Who cannot become a composition dealer under 10.1? Service provider and whose aggregate turnover in the preceding financial did not exceed 50 lakhs and who is supplying only, who is exclusively supplying other than those mentioned in what is mentioned in 10.1? Restaurant services. If I am supplying restaurant services, I will become a composition dealer under 10. But if I am not supplying restaurant services, I am chartered accountant. Can I become a composition dealer? Yes, under 10(2)(a). Section 10 subsection 2A is applicable to a beauty parlor. They are supplying services. Section 10 subsection 2 is applicable to a chartered accountant, company secretary, cost accountant, etc. Because doctor, they can all become composition dealer under section 10(2)(a). Eligibility is for what is the criteria, sir? He should not be eligible as per 10.1 and his aggregate turnover should not be more than 50 lakhs and he should supply only services. Okay, sir. Sir, what is the rate at which he has to pay the taxes? 3% of turnover in the state. 3% means 3% CGST, 3% SGST. Effectively, what is the rate, sir? What is the condition applicable to him? All the condition which you just now saw is applicable to him, except the first condition. Which is the first condition? Service condition. What conditions are applicable to this dealer, sir? All the conditions applicable to a normal composition dealer. Hey, which are the conditions? These were the conditions, except the supply of service condition. Okay, meaning if you are a person who is opting for composition scheme as per 10(2)(a), can I make supply to other states? No. Can I? Supply to e-commerce under section 52? No. Meaning all these conditions are applicable to whatever condition you saw, except supply of service condition. And sir, is this point also applicable? Yes. If you have more than one registration under if you have more than one registration under a single PAN, if one is obtained for composition scheme, others also should opt for composition scheme. Now, next is section 10(3)(a). Section 10(3)(a). Composition scheme shall 3 only I told you ways. Section 10(3) says Adi, composition scheme shall lapse. Your composition scheme shall lapse. Your composition scheme shall lapse. When shall it lapse? When will it lapse? It will lapse if your aggregate turnover crosses that limit. In the current composition scheme shall lapse in the current financial year if my aggregate turnover exceeds the specified limit. What is the limit? 1.5 crores or 75 lakhs or 50 lakhs. For example, I started my business on 1st of April 2024. At the time when I started my business, I took a registration and I took registration as a composition dealer. I was doing my business on 10th of December 2024. My turnover crossed 1.5 crores. My turnover crossed 1.5 crores. So can I say my turnover is more than the limit? So now my composition scheme shall expire. My composition scheme shall lapse. Now after this, I will be called as a regular dealer. If I am a regular dealer, I will have to pay tax at regular rate. Hey, please note, I started business on one day. My turnover crossed that limit of which limits are 1.5 crores or 50 lakhs or 75 lakhs. On that day, my composition scheme shall lapse. Because my composition scheme has lapsed, now I am no more a composition dealer. I will become regular dealer. So whatever sales I am making from these days, on that I will have to pay tax at regular rates. Sir, what about the sales made by me before this date? Because you were a composition dealer, those sales will be taxable at composite rates itself. Now, when the composition scheme is lapsing, no, you have to file a form called as form GST CMP 04. Within 7 days of lapsing the scheme, you should file this form. That is how government will come. Date wise. Because
Composition dealer, you cannot be for 10 days, 3 months, 4 months. Quarterly has to file returns. So for almost 8 months, 10 days, he is a composition dealer. After that, he is a regular dealer. Anyways, he has to file return once in a year. So how does it matter? Calculation of what? Tax calculation. There is one question, we have not solved that question. In class, so we have not solved any question. Hey, nothing, they know that we are doing time pass. Huh? This will come on YouTube. Direct tax marathon is already uploaded, so direct tax marathon will not come. Indirect tax marathon, this whatever we are recording only will come. Hi students, nalla irkingla? Hey, where is questions? Not this question. Hey, wait, that is a very good question. Hey, where is that question? Yeah. See this question. Chanchal started providing beauty and grooming services and inaugurated a beauty parlor called as Care and Care Beauty Center in Janakpuri, Delhi on 1st of April 2023. She opted for composition scheme under section 10(2)(a) as a service provider. The said financial year, the aggregate turnover of Care and Care Beauty for the quarter ended 30th June is how much? 20 lakhs. So first quarter, the turnover was 20 lakhs. Further, for the half year ended 30th September, the turnover was 50 lakhs. Who based on they are doing? First they told for a quarter the turnover is 20 lakhs. Now they are telling for half year the turnover is 50 lakhs. So tell me what is the turnover for second quarter? 30 lakhs. So 50 lakhs minus 20 lakhs of first quarter is the turnover of second quarter. What is my turnover of second quarter? Now can I say because her turnover has touched 50 lakhs, now her composition scheme shall lapse? Correct? Not correct. So on which date composition scheme shall lapse? On 30th September her composition scheme shall lapse. So can I say from the next day, that is 1st of October or from 30th September only, she will now be called as a regular dealer. Now what is that point telling? Beauty care recorded rapid growth and reached the turnover of 70 lakhs by end of October. Now only for the month of October is it 70 lakhs? They reached the turnover of 70 lakhs. From the first day, they reached the turnover of 70 lakhs. Determine the total tax liability. Determine the total tax liability of Care and Care Beauty Care. Now, what is the tax liability, sir? Can I say for first quarter, since her turnover was 20 lakhs into 6%, because she is a composition dealer under 10(2)(a), which is 1,20,000. Then, wherein 60,000 will be CGST, 60,000 will be SGST. Then, for July to September, she was still a composition dealer only. So, the turnover GST rate will. From 1st October, she became regular dealer. What is her turnover for the month of October? 50 lakhs minus 70 lakhs minus whatever happened till September. So it is 20 lakhs is her turnover. On that she'll have to pay tax at what rate, sir? Regular rates, which is 18%. Even I don't know. Sir, how to present the answer? Date wise. So this is month wise you are telling. Yeah, so same thing you'll do, no, Gube. For 10 days I will pay tax at composite days, and for next whatever days are there, I will pay regular. Sir, how to present this answer? One question they are asking, how to present this answer? First, you should write this provision. Since Chanchal is a service provider, she can become a composition dealer as per section 10 2A. If she becomes a composition dealer as per section 10 2A, because they have asked you to compute tax, you don't have to write full story. Because she wants to become a composition dealer as per section 10, because she opted for composition scheme as per section 10 2A, the tax rate applicable will be 3% of turnover in the state. 3% CGST and 3% SGST. Therefore, for the supplies made till she was a composition dealer, she will have to pay tax at 6%. Now, one of the condition, you don't have to write all the condition, you should say one of the conditions says if the aggregate turnover crosses the specified limit of 50 lakhs, the composition scheme shall lapse. So from the date when the aggregate turnover is crossing 50 lakhs, she will become a regular dealer. Therefore, Chanchal is treated as a composition dealer till her turnover is 50 lakhs, that is for the period April to September. Thereafter, she will become a regular dealer. Pay 50 lakhs tax and 20 lakhs will pay 18% tax. Okay, please note, presentation is one of the easiest thing which you can do. How much to write is what this book is telling. You don't have to write the provisions as given in textbook. How you should write in normal simple English language, that is what is mentioned in this book. How to present, each person can present in a different way, but there should be a specific format. If it is a case study based question, first write the provision, then write your conclusion. You are not would have to write facts of the case. Now, facts of the case, if you write, it will take some time. Why to waste time? Fact of the case is nothing but question again you are writing the answer. Why should you write question again the answer? Because we have income tax. Income tax will take too much time in our life, correct? So write the provision by seeing the question, what is the provision you understand, and give the conclusion for that answer. Yes, Sundari. Same limits. For service provider, there is no 50 lakhs, 75, nothing like that. For service provider, anywhere in India, it is 50 lakhs. In section 10.3, we have discussed composition schemes shall lapse in the current financial year if the turnover exceeds the specified limit. 10.4a says, 10.4, sorry, no, why A is coming in? Section 10.4 is telling composition dealer cannot collect taxes on his supplies. A composition dealer, whatever supply is making, no, he cannot collect taxes. And a composition dealer cannot avail input tax credit. He cannot take input tax credit also. Okay, he cannot collect taxes on supplies and he cannot take input tax credit. Meaning what, sir? He cannot collect taxes on supplies means whatever sales he is making, you cannot collect taxes from your customer. Meaning whatever tax composition dealer has to pay, how much he has to pay? 1% or 3% or 5% in case of restaurant, etc. He has to pay it from his own pocket. He cannot collect from his customer. And he cannot take input tax credit. A composition dealer cannot take input tax credit also. Okay, not okay. Sir, if he cannot collect taxes, that means he cannot issue tax invoice. No, sir. Yes, he cannot issue tax invoice. What is the document which a composition dealer has to issue? Bill of supply. Please note, I'll tell you one thing. You just don't do anything. If possible, if you get some time, 1 hour time, if you are getting in a day, any day, you just take last 3 examination. You take it from maybe May, June, September, May, September and January 24 and 25. You take those question paper and just see the MCQs of GST. You will feel that those simple questions they are asking, only these points which we are writing over here, only those points they are asking, nothing else they are asking. Direct questions they are asking. Only 1 or 2 points will be there wherein you have to think. Every question will be direct question. Also see the, not income tax, descriptive based question. I'll show one of the question paper to you, or I'll only show 2 question papers to you.
Let me waste some time in my life. No, I'm telling you because straight away, if someone is asking you 12 marks theory question, don't you think it is good for your life? But the problem is they will not give us. Yeah, I think in suggested answers they also upload MCQ questions. They upload. Say I go to January, I go to taxation. See, case study based questions. First question you ignore because it is income tax. Second, third. Case number 2 is also again income tax. Now this is a question on GST. Okay. Now see, what is the question asking? Where is the place of supply? We'll discuss place of supply now. When you see that provision, when you read this question, you'll feel like slapping that examiner. How can you ask such simple question? You'll feel. We are writing intermediate, some level should be there. You will feel like that. Place of supply they are asking. What is the value on which what is the value of outward supply? If you read the question, you'll come to know. What is the total tax which you have to pay? I mean, these provisions we have not discussed, so I am not taking up this point. Now, you should retain books of accounts till how many years? Study 6 years you should retain. Then, which books you study? Alright, don't do your lawism over here. For me, it is 6 years. Now, this provision also we have not discussed. Now see, when we read this provision, actually better we take up once we complete everything. I'll show the last point. Theory questions which I told you. Under GST question paper, if you see, you feel like laughing at that fellow. You don't have any. Question number 6 is not last question. Question number 7 and 8 is last question. Now see, question number 7. Inge past students, nothing I am doing in my life. What are they telling? Write short notes. On what? What is the time limit for rectifying error? All these are related to returns chapter. How to rectify? When cannot you rectify? What is the time limit of rectifying? How many marks question is it? 5 marks question, theory question. By theory, only theory. Just 4-line answer it is. Now see over here. List any 6 state taxes which got subsumed with GST. Today only we discussed some time back. How many marks question? Now what is there in writing this? Only 6 items you should write. Correct. How much time will it take? When it is numbers, no, you will have to write the number, put comma in that number. You will have to draw a table. Here nothing you have to draw in your life. Correct? No. See theory question. You see, as per rule number, e-way bill document EWB01, they prohibit certain people not to upload e-way bill. Who are those people? There are 3 people which are listed over there. How many marks question? 2 marks question. Briefly explain about the exemptions of old age home. In exemption, no, they have given 2 cases where old age home will be exempt. Very one single 2-3 lines answer it is. Then what is this? Time of supply in case of national highway, etc. Again, this is a theory question, meaning your one question of 15 marks. It is how many marks? No, it is 10 marks. No, it 10 marks. One question of 10 marks plus another question in question number 7 will be straight theory question. And normally what people will do, they'll leave this question because it is an optional question. I have to answer only 2 questions out of remaining 3 questions. So they will leave it as option, which is the biggest mistake. Okay. Under income tax law, only one theory question will be asked for 4 marks. Under GST law, 15 marks question will be theory question. Meaning, if you don't study any of the chapters, only last 4 chapters if you study, you will get 15 marks. Normally, the theory questions are from those chapters. Anyways, let us continue our discussion. A composition dealer cannot collect taxes on his supplies and he cannot claim input tax credit. Now, time pass section 10.5. What is 10.5 telling, sir? If I am opting for composition
scheme, even if I am not eligible, officer will send a notice. If I am not following the rules given in composition scheme, officer will send a notice. I will have to reply to that notice. If my reply is satisfactory, no problem. If my reply is not satisfactory, I will have to pay the taxes at normal rates, and 73 and 74 provisions also shall apply to me, meaning penalty will be levied on me. Now, rule number 3 and rule number 4 are related to composition scheme. Rule number 3 and rule number 4 talks about what, sir? If I want to become a composition dealer, I will have to tell the government that I want to become a composition dealer. When can I tell the government? At the time of applying for registration, you can tell the government. At the time when you fill your registration application, there are two parts, part A and part B. When you fill the part B of your registration application, please intimate it to the government. Sir, what if I am not taking a new registration? I am already registered as a regular dealer, but now you want to become a composition dealer. Then lawmaker says, you cannot do that in middle of the year. You can do only at the beginning of the next year. So before the beginning of next year, he can opt for composition scheme before the beginning of the next year, next financial year. So if I want to become a composition dealer from middle of the year, not enough. I can become only from 1st of April. So if I want to become composition dealer for this running year, I should have made an application before 1st of April. Anytime before 1st of April. Normally in the March month that window will open. So if I want to become a composition dealer today, can I become, sir? No. If I am already registered. But if I am taking new registration, yes. Now, sir, I am applying for a new registration. Now, which will be the effective date of composition scheme? If you are applying for new registration, the effective date for you will be the date when registration is granted. Sir, if I am already a registered person and now I am opting for composition scheme, what will be the date? Effective date of composition scheme, sir? First day of next financial year, that is 1st of April. Now, other conditions are given in section 10 subsection 5. Who shall, composition dealer, shall mention the words composition taxable person on the name board and sign board. Hey, by looking at someone, can you tell whether he is a composition dealer or not? No, therefore he will have to mention the words, I am a composition taxable person. And he has to mention the words, composition taxable person not eligible to collect taxes on supply or bill of supply. On the bill of supply, you have to mention these words called as composition taxable person not eligible to collect taxes on supply. He shall pay, please note, on whatever sales I am making as a composition dealer, what is the tax rate applicable to me? Composite rates. On my purchases, I will have to pay tax at normal rates only. What if I am purchasing few things on which I have to pay tax under reverse charge? I will have to pay tax under normal rates or composite rates. Normally, composite rates are applicable for what, sir? For all the sales which you are making. If there is any purchases on which you have to pay tax under reverse charge, at what rate will you pay? Will you pay that at composite rates? No, you will pay at regular rate. Let us say Priya Sarees opted for composition scheme. On all the sales, I will have to pay tax at what rate? Composite rates. If I am making purchases, I will pay tax at what rate? Normal, whatever GST rates are there. And if there is any inward supply on which I have to pay tax under reverse charge, for that also I will have to pay tax at normal rates. Now, returns with respect to composition dealer. Composition dealer has to file a return called as GSTR 4. This return is filed once in a year. What is the due date of filing this return? 30th April of next financial year. Meaning, for financial year 24-25, the due date is 30th April 2025. And composition dealer has to pay the taxes to the government on quarterly basis. Once in 3 years, he has to pay the taxes to the government by using a form called as Form GST PMT 08. Form GST PMT 08 is the form which is used by a composition dealer to pay the taxes. Now, what is the due date of paying the taxes, sir? 18th of next month following the quarter. Now, normally under GST law, what is a quarter? It is a period of 3 months starting from first day of a calendar year. So, January, February, March is a quarter. April, May, June is a quarter. July, August, September is a quarter. October, November, December is a quarter. So, for example, if I started my business on 10th of May, is quarter counted from May, June, July? Is it a quarter? No. What is which quarter am I falling in? April, May and June. So for me, though I have started business on 10th of May, I will have to file my first return when, sir? 18th of July. I should pay the first tax on 18th of July. A composition dealer has to pay tax on quarterly basis by using a form called as form GST CMP 08, 18th of next month following the quarter. That is all about your composition scheme. I'll share. No, I'll share. Hey, this material, the income tax material, in that whatever income tax marathon is there, no, in the description it is already added. This also will be added over there only. You can download it. Okay, where YouTube, if you go, we have our institute. You go to institute. Don't see anybody's video, only see. You see what? And this is recording what they did. Now let us say you go over here. You see this is there. Income tax marathon is there. You click on more. You know how to click more? When you click on more over here, you click again on more. You see download notes for better revision. You click on that link. It will take you somewhere in your life. There you will get your income tax note. Whatever yesterday we were discussing, no, it was this notes. Just like that, I will upload GST notes also. Okay. Time of supply. Section. Naveen, section. 12, 13, 14. But for CA Inter students, what is applicable? Only section 12 and 13. Time of supply of goods and time of supply of services. Now, before we learn this time of supply, you should know, Kiki, when is invoice required to be issued under GST law? Section 31 talks about due date to issue invoice under GST law. What is the due date within which I should issue invoice under GST law, sir? Section 31 says the due date to issue invoice under GST law in case of goods, check which category it is falling. If it is a supply which involves movement in goods, if you are making supply of goods where movement is there, then invoice is required to be issued on or before removal of such goods. If it is a supply which involves movement is in goods, invoice is required to be issued on or before removal of such goods. Supply involves movement of goods, invoice is required to be issued on or before removal of such goods. Sir, what if the supply which I am making does not involve any movement in goods? What if the supply which I am making does not involve any movement in goods? Then invoice is required to be issued on or before delivery of such goods. And if it is a case of continuous supply of goods, continuous supply of goods means what, sir? Goods are supplied on continuous basis for a period more than 3 months. Then in such cases, invoice is required to be issued by you on successive statement dates or successive payment dates, whichever is earlier. And if it is a case of sale on approval basis, invoice is required to be issued on the date of approval or 6 months from the date of removal, whichever is earlier. Okay, once again. In case of goods, normally when should I issue an invoice? Because goods are movable, normally I'll issue an invoice before removal. For example, I am supplying sarees from Chennai to Mumbai. This goods left my factory on 2nd of March 2025. When will I give an invoice? On 2nd of March 2025 or any time before that. Can I give it afterwards? It will not be as per law. Law says you should give on or before removal of this goods, on or before removal. Similarly, there are other cases, but nothing is given. What is the due date of issuing invoice for goods? On or before removal. And for services, what is the due date of issuing invoice for services, sir? Normal cases, on or before completion or within 30 days from the date of completion. If for services, I will give an invoice when, sir? On the date when I have completed providing services to you, or anytime before that date. Can I issue it later also? Yes. In case of services, you can issue it later within 30 days from the date of completion. Please note, this 30 days will be 45 days in case of banking company, financial institution, and NBFC. So if Dilip is filing income tax return of Infosys, I have filed income tax return on 15th of July. I can issue invoice on 15th July anytime before 15th July or within 30 days from 15th of July. Now there is also something called as continuous supply of service. Continuous supply of service. Continuous supply of service. In that case, no, you should see the agreement which is there between the service provider and service recipient. Now, if the agreement, they have mentioned the due date of payment. If from the agreement between the service provider and service recipient, if the due date of payment is ascertainable, then the invoice is required to be issued on or before the due date of payment. If by seeing the agreement between the service provider and the service recipient, you are not able to determine or ascertain the due date of payment, then invoice is required to be issued on or before receipt of payment. If the payment is linked to completion, invoice is required to be issued on or before completion. Say for example, there is an agreement between the service provider and service recipient telling every month 10th you should pay me the money. So can I say due date of payment is ascertainable? So invoice is required to be issued on 10th or anytime before 10th. There is an agreement between service provider and service recipient. They have told that every month you should pay 10 lakh rupees, but when not mentioned. So when should I issue an invoice? On or before receipt of payment. And if the payment is linked to completion, you complete ground floor, I'll give you some amount. First floor, I'll give you some amount. That means as if when the completion is done, I will give an invoice. Now let us discuss about time of supply of goods. Hey, normally what happens whenever there is a transaction of service or goods is there, no, there will be different activities which will be involved. First you will place an order, then the person will prepare the goods, then he will start packing it, then he will dispatch those goods or remove those goods from his factory, then he is going to issue an invoice, delivery will be made, then you will make a payment. So there are so many different dates. On which date did that supply happen is what time of supply is going to tell you. Okay, what is time of supply going to tell you, sir? Time of supply is going to tell you the date on which the supply was made. The time of supply is going to tell you what, sir? What is the point in time when the supply actually took place? Section 12 subsection 1 says the liability to pay tax in case of supply of goods shall be the time of supply as determined under section 12. Section 12 says if you want to know when you are liable to pay tax in case of supply of goods, if you want to know when you are liable to pay tax in case of supply of goods, then you should come to section 12. So there are different sections in section 12. Section 12 subsection 2 says time of supply of goods in case of forward charge. Hey, what is forward charge telling? I supply the goods or services, I only make the payment of taxes to the government. In case of forward charge, you should check. Section 12 subsection 2 says you should check whether the invoice has been issued within the due date or invoice is not issued within the due date. For whatever supply I am making, has the person who is supplying the goods, has he issued the invoice within the due date which we just now saw, or has he not issued the invoice within the due date? If he has issued the invoice within the due date, the time of supply will be date of invoice or date of payment, whichever is earlier. The time of supply will be what, sir? Date of invoice or date of payment, whichever is earlier. Sir, what if invoice is not issued within the due date? The time of supply will be last date to issue invoice. What is the last date to issue invoice? Just now we saw on or before invoice, etc. Last date to issue invoice as per 31 or date of payment, whichever is earlier. Sir, what do you mean by date of invoice? Date of invoice is the date which is mentioned in the invoice. Sir, what is date of payment, sir? Date of payment is the date on which entry has been made in the books of accounts that payment is received, or the date when the amount is getting credited to the bank account, whichever is earlier. Hey, what is date of payment? The date on which the entry has been made in the books of accounts that yes, I have received the payment from this person, or the date when the amount is coming to my bank account, whichever is earlier is date of payment. Now, very important is the notification. Which notification? Notification number 66/2017. What is this notification telling, sir? This notification says if any goods is received before making the supply. Repeat, sir. If in case of supply of goods, if any, not goods, sorry, in case of supply of goods, if any money is received before the supply is made, if you are receiving any money before the supply is made, in short, before me giving the goods to you, if you have paid the money to me, can I say date of payment will be before the date of supply? Lawmakers of telling date of payment will not be taken as time of supply. If in case of goods, if any money is received before making the supply, the date of receipt of such money shall not be taken as time of supply. The date of receipt of money, the date on which the money is received, that date should not be taken as time of supply. You okay, not okay? Meaning, in simple words, in case of time of supply of goods, if the date of payment is before date of invoice or before last date to issue invoice, the date of payment shall not be taken as time of supply. So in simple words, what, sir? In case of time of supply of goods, you should ignore this. What is the time of supply? Either date of invoice. If invoice is not issued, last date to issue invoice. That will only be time of supply. This is required to be ignored. Who is telling? This is applicable only for goods. This notification is applicable only for goods, not for services. And please see, this notification is applicable for goods except specified actionable claims. Actionable claims are treated as goods. There are some specified actionable claims which you supply, it will be taxable. Which are the specified actionable claims? Lottery, betting, gambling, casino, horse race, and online money games. In these cases, this notification is not applicable. Section 12, subsection 3. Section 12, subsection 3 talks about what, sir? Time of supply of goods in case of reverse charge. For this, what is the time of supply? In case of reverse charge, if the recipient has to pay the taxes and reverse charge, the time of supply will be date of receipt of goods or date of making the payment or 31 days from the date of supplier invoice, whichever is earlier. Okay, that will be taken as time of supply. Section 12, subsection 4. Section 12, subsection 4, time of supply of goods in case of vouchers. You know there is something called as gift voucher against which you can purchase goods. Correct? Vouchers you would have seen in your life. So in case of vouchers, what is the time of supply? Law says vouchers can be of two types. What type of vouchers can be, sir? It can be either supply identifiable voucher or supply not identifiable voucher. So what do you mean by supply identifiable voucher? What do you mean by supply not identifiable voucher? Let us say I give you a voucher of Puma store for rupees 5,000. I tell you that you can purchase anything from Puma store. So can I say you can purchase shoe, t-shirt, bag, shorts, football cap, whatever you want to purchase, you will purchase. So this is a type of voucher where the person who is giving the voucher to you does not know what you are going to purchase. So it is a supply not identifiable voucher, meaning I don't know what you are going to purchase. Supply identifiable voucher means what, sir? I gave you a voucher of Puma store of 5,000 rupees and I told you you can purchase Puma shoes. Now can I say at the time when I am giving the voucher to you, I know what you are going to purchase? It's supply identifiable voucher. Time of supply of goods in case of voucher. Supply is identifiable at the time of issue of voucher. In such cases, time of supply will be the date of issue of vouchers. Whenever the voucher is given to you, on that day only the person who is giving voucher should pay the taxes. What if it is supply not identifiable voucher? The time of supply will be the date of redemption of voucher. Because when I give the voucher to you, I don't know what you are going to purchase. Only when you come back and redeem the voucher, I will know what you have purchased. So it will be what, sir? Time of supply will be date of redemption of voucher. Now in residual cases means if 12.2 is not applicable, 12.3 is not applicable, 12.4 is not applicable, 12.5 will be applicable. In residual cases, the time of supply will be depending upon whether you are liable to file returns or you are not liable to file returns. If you are a person who is liable to file returns, the time of supply will be the due date of filing returns. Meaning in simple words, if you are not able to determine the time of supply as per section 12.2, meaning if it is not forward charge, if it is not 12.3, that is not reverse charge, and it is not 12.4, that is it is not vouchers, Then if all the three sections are not applicable, you should come to whom, sir? Section 12 subsection 5. What is 12.5 telling? Are you a person who is registered under GST law? Yes, sir. That means you will be liable to file returns? Yes, sir. Therefore, the due date of filing returns will be taken as time of supply. Sir, what if I am not liable to file returns? The date when you are making the payment will be taken as time of supply. Now, sometimes what happens is, I sold the goods to you. I sold the goods to Karina. I told Karina, hey Karina, please pay me in 30 days. If you don't pay to me in 30 days, I'll collect a penalty of 10,000 rupees. Tell me on the date when I'm making the sale to Karina, do I know whether Karina is going to pay me within 30 days or not? I don't know. Only on the date of payment, I will come to know whether she has paid or not. So this is the amount which I'm going to receive later in my life. So for this, what is the time of supply? Section 12 subsection 6 says, if any interest, penalty, late fee, etc. is received for delay in payment of consideration, then the time of supply for that interest, penalty, late fee will be the date of receipt of such amount, the date on which you are receiving such amount. Okay, not? This is all about time of supply of goods. Time of supply of service. Section 13 subsection 1 says, if you want to know when you are liable to pay tax in case of supply of service, then you please go ask section 13. Section 13 subsection 1 says, in case of forward charge of goods, the time of supply will be, check whether invoice has been issued within the due date or not issued within the due date. In case of goods, you should check what, sir? Whether the invoice for goods is issued within the due date or invoice for goods is not issued within the due date. If the invoice is issued within the due date, the time of supply will be date of invoice or date of payment, whichever is earlier. Hey, can I say it is the same which we studied there? If the invoice is not issued within the due date, if the invoice is not issued within the due date, the time of supply will be date of completion or date of payment, whichever is the case. Here, what will I take, sir? There I took last day to issue invoice, but here I'll take date of completion. What do you mean by date of completion? On the date when I provided the services, it got completed. Time of supply in case of forward charge, invoice is issued within the due date, invoice is not issued within the due date. If it is issued within the due date, date of invoice or date of payment, whichever is earlier. If you have not issued within the due date, date of completion or date of payment, whichever is earlier, will be taken as time of supply. Date of completion is the date when you are provided the service. What is date of payment, sir? Book entry date or bank credit date, whichever is earlier. Sir, is that notification applicable for them also, sir? Meaning, if any advance is received, will they have to pay tax on that advance? Yes. Goods people, notification number 66/2017 is applicable. In case of reverse charge services, in case of reverse charge, time of supply will be what, sir? The date when you are making the payment or 61 days from the date of supplier invoice, whichever is earlier. In case of reverse charge, the time of supply will be the date when you are making the payment or 61st day from the date of invoice. Supply. For example, I am taking legal services from an advocate. Priya Saris is taking legal services. Can I say RCM is applicable? Now, I have to pay RCM on 1 lakh rupees. Okay. The date when he provided the services was 15th of March and he also gave the invoice to me on 15th of March. Now, the question is, when should I pay the taxes to the government? Time of supply will be the date when I am making the payment or 61 days from the supplier invoice. Let us say I made the payment on 30th of March. So from the date of invoice, first I will have to calculate 61 days. What is the date coming to? 15th of May. So I should pay, what is this? Time of supply either will be 15th of May or the date when I am paying, whichever is earlier. Who is early? 30th of March is early. A 15th of May I have made the payment to him. A 15th of March is the date of completion of
61 days. I have made the payment on 30th March. What is the time of supply? 30th March or 15th of May, whichever is earlier. Next, I paid the money on 20th of June. Can I say I have paid the money after 61 days? So what is the time of supply? 15th May. So either 61 days or date of making the payment, whichever is earlier. Similarly, whenever you are importing anything to India, is it a supply, sir? We studied importation of services for a consideration is a supply, and importation without consideration also will be treated as supply if I am importing for related person. Something like this we had seen. Now, if I am importing any services from outside India, who has to pay the taxes, sir? The receiver. Recipient will have to pay tax under reverse charge. What lawmaker says, Rubin? Lawmaker says, if you are importing any services from your associated enterprises, if you are importing any services from your associated enterprises, the time of supply will be date of making the payment or date of debit in books of accounts, whichever is earlier. And in case of vouchers, residual case and interest penalty and the provisions are same for goods and services. What is 13.4 telling? 13.4 telling, in case of services given through a voucher, check whether the supply was identifiable, supply was not identifiable. If the supply is identifiable at the time of issue of voucher, date of issue of voucher is time of supply. If the supply is not identifiable at the time of issue of voucher, date of issue of voucher. Sir, what if it is residual cases? Are you liable to file return? Yes, sir. Time of supply will be date of filing returns. In all other cases, it will be date of making the payment. Time of supply in case of interest penalty late fee is the date when you receive that interest penalty late fee. This is all about this beautiful chapter called as time of supply. Here I will attach this material. Okay, I have solved some question and written how to present, etc. How will I present this answer in examination? I have given one example so that you can know this much percentage is sufficient or not sufficient. Value of supply. Next chapter which we are discussing is what, sir? Value of supply. Hey, if you remember, in between we have missed section 11. After section 10, directly I went to section 12. Section 11 talks about exemptions. We'll see at last if time is there, we'll do that. Or else I'll record and with this video I upload. Exemptions. Hey, sorry. Section 15. Hey, section what, sir? 15. Value of supply. Section 15. Value of supply. Section 15 talks about value of supply. Section 15 talks about value of supply. Whatever supply I am making, what is the value of that supply? Is the value which I am charging, or is there any other thing also which is required to be added? We will see that. Section 15 talks about what's the value of supply. Section 15 subsection 1 says value of supply is transaction value. 15.1 is telling what? Value of supply is transaction value. What is transaction value? Transaction value is the price which you are actually paid or which is payable for supply of goods or services or both, where the supplier and the recipient are not related, and the price which you are paying is the sole consideration. It is the only consideration. Hey, repeat. Supply is transaction value. What is transaction value? The transaction value means the price which you are actually paying or which is payable for supply of goods or supply of services or both, where the supplier and the recipient are not related, and the price which you are paying is the only consideration. It is the sole consideration. Now, say in simple words, say for example, I supplied the goods to Karina for 1 lakh rupees. So what is transaction value? 1 lakh rupees. Value of supply is transaction value. Now, section 15 subsection 2 talks about inclusions in value of supply. Section 15 subsection 2 talks about what, sir? Inclusions in value of supply.
Sir, are there anything which is required to be included in while computing value of supply? Should I include few things when I compute value of supply? Lawmaker says yes, there are 5 things which I have to include while computing value of supply if it is not included. What are those things? All the types of taxes except the taxes under GST law. Meaning, if for a supply which you are making, if the government is also collecting, see, for example, transaction value is how much? 1 lakh rupees. I supplied something to Karina, transaction value is 1 lakh rupees. Now, government is collecting municipal taxes. Government is collecting local authority taxes. Government is collecting pollution control tax. Government is collecting excise duty and all those taxes. Except which taxes? IGST, CGST, SGST, UTGST. Except the taxes under GST. Inclusions in value of supply, all the taxes except the taxes under GST law if they are charged separately on the invoice. Here, there is one clarification given. What clarification? Under income tax law, no, they collect something called as TCS. That TCS you should not include while calculating value of supply. TCS collected under income tax law should not be included while collecting value of supply. Normally, you should include all the taxes except TCS, except GST, taxes under GST law. Now, next thing which I have to include is what, sir? Next thing which you have to include while computing value of supply is any payment made by the recipient which the supplier had to incur. So, I am making a supply to you. For that supply, I am collecting from you transport. I am collecting from you what, sir? Installation charges. I sold an AC to you. Now, AC, as a supplier, I should install the AC at your premises. But still, I collected extra money from you. Lawmakers are telling you, please add it in value of supply. Any payment made by the recipient which the supplier had to incur. Supplier had to incur some expenditure, but who has incurred? Recipient has to incur, add that money. Then, incidental expenses for making the supply. For making the supply, if I have incurred any incidental expenses, any payment, incidental expenses for making the supply. For example, for making supply to Karina, I incurred transportation charges. Can I say it is incidental to the supply? I incurred insurance charges. Can I say it is incidental to supply? I incurred packing charges, incidental to supply. So these also should be added to value of supply. Please note, this is transaction value. These are additional expenses. What is the value of supply? Now, what else should I add, sir? You should add interest penalty late fee for delayed payment of consideration. You should add what, sir? Interest penalty late fee for delayed payment of consideration. Meaning what, sir? I sold goods to Karina. Okay, Priya Sarees goods, sold goods for rupees 1 lakh to Karina Sarees. I told Karina, if you don't pay me within 30 days, I will collect a penalty of 10,000 rupees. Now, if the Karina pays me within 30 days, can I say value of supply will be 1 lakh? But if she does not pay me within 30 days, this also will be added by me. How much will be value of supply? So, if there is any interest penalty late fee for delay in payment of consideration, that also will be added in value of supply. Next, what else should I add in value of supply, sir? Subsidy directly linked to the price, excluding the subsidy given by central government or state government. If there are any subsidy which is directly linked to the price, if there is any subsidy which is directly linked to the price, if there is any subsidy which is directly linked to the price, what do you mean by directly linked to the price? Because of that subsidy, the price is increasing or decreasing. If I am receiving any subsidy because of which price is increasing or decreasing, that is called as subsidy directly linked to the price. Let us say this mobile phone is costing 20,000 rupees. Mobile phone is costing 20,000 rupees. Now you say that I will give you a subsidy of 5,000 rupees. You say that I will give you a subsidy of 5,000 rupees if you purchase this mobile phone. So can I say if that subsidy of 5,000 rupees is given, the price of this mobile phone will become only 15,000. Correct? So this is subsidy which is directly linked to the price. So if there is a subsidy which is directly linked to the price, it should be added in value of supply. However, if that subsidy is given by central government or state government, it should not be added. I'll repeat once again. Subsidy directly linked to the price means what, sir? That subsidy because of which the price of product is changing, increasing or decreasing, etc. That is called as subsidy directly linked to the price. That subsidy should be added in value of supply if it is not given by Central government or state government. Section 15 subsection 3 talks about what, sir? Exclusions in value of supply. So is there anything which we should not add, not include while calculating value of supply? Yes, there is only one thing. What is that thing, sir? Discount. Discount is something which you should exclude while computing value of supply. Now discount can be given before making the supply or at the time of making the supply. So if the discount is given before or the time of supply, you just exclude it from value of supply by showing that discount separately on the invoice. For example, whenever you go to any mall, they tell you that discount is 50%. Discount is how much, sir? Flat 50% discount is there. So can I say before purchasing the product only I know how much discount I will get? It is a discount. It is a discount before making the supply. At the time when the product is sold to me, they give me a discount of 20%. Discount is at the time of supply. Now both of this discount, whether it is before supply or at the same time of supply, they will be excluded. That can be subtracted from value of supply only if they are shown separately. So whenever you buy a product, you would have seen they charge 1,000 rupees, and if there is a 30% discount, they will subtract this and they will give you a net amount of 700. So they are going to show separately on the invoice, then you can exclude. If there is any discount which is given after the supply is made, you can exclude it if three conditions are satisfied. Which are the three conditions? That discount should be agreed between the supplier and the recipient. The discount should be linked to specific invoice, and that discount input tax rate on the discount should be reversed by the recipient. So for example, I told Karina that Karina, you make me the payment within 30 days, I will give you a discount of 20%. Now can I say this is a discount which is given after supply? Because I don't know whether she'll make payment within 30 days or not. This is a discount which is given after supply. This you can exclude from value of supply if three conditions are satisfied. Which are these three conditions? It should be agreed between supplier and the recipient. It should be linked to a specific invoice, and that input tax rate on the discount should be reversed by the recipient. Tell me, whatever discount I gave to Karina, I told you Karina 20% discount I'll give. Can I say it was agreed between us before the supply was made? And is it linked to a specific invoice? And now what do you mean by ITC should be reversed? See, when I would have given the original invoice, I would have given the invoice on full amount. Correct, not correct? So she would have taken input tax rate on full amount. Now if I'm giving a discount of 20%, on the 20% she is going to pay me less, no? So on the 20%, whatever GST is there, that she should reverse. This is all about your fantastic chapter called as value of supply. Section 15.4, 15.5 not applicable at intermediate in final level. Section 15.4 says if you cannot determine value of supply as per section 15.1, then you determine it as per rules. Rules you will study in final. And in some cases, government will tell you how to find value of supply. That also government will tell you in finals. Now please see in the question, no. In the question, whenever they are giving any question on value of supply, two things which you should always make sure that normally mistake students do mistake in what, sir? One is what? They'll tell that the price which is given over here is excluding subsidy. Say they'll in the question, just see if that question is there. Now they have given base price as this much, and one of the adjustment they are telling subsidy received from NGO, and in bracket they are telling the price of 76,000 is after considering subsidy. What do you mean by this line? Subsidy is added in this amount, so I should subtract. What do you mean by this line? Because normally student will make mistake in this line. I'll repeat. See, base price is 76,000. They are telling subsidy received from NGO. How much is the subsidy received from NGO? 5,000. The price of 76,000 is after considering subsidy. Now the question is, should I add it or I should not add it or I should subtract it? What should I do? Now this is one mistake. Now what happens is, whenever, tell me, for example, you are buying something, I give you a subsidy. For you, the price of that product will reduce. No? So if I give a subsidy to you, that means the price of that product will reduce to you. So can I say, if they say that the price is after considering the subsidy or after giving the subsidy, that means they have subtracted the subsidy amount from this. So you should always add that. Normally student will, like 1% told, or mostly they'll do mistake, they will subtract this. You should not subtract this, you should add it back. And some students will ignore this. You should add it back. Whenever they say subsidy is already considered, that means what, sir? They have reduced the subsidy. Now you should have not reduced the subsidy, so we will add it back. Okay, not okay. And sometimes they'll give this goobism. This was done because he requested. We have done something. Now one type of packing they will charge, cost of durable and retainable packing. This is a packing which is durable. Durable means what, sir? The life of packing will be more and you are supposed to return this packing. Cost of durable and returnable packing should not be added while computing value of subsidy. Okay, these two things just keep in mind. And sometime they will give you, three prices. MRP they will give you, meaning it happens under customs law, it does not happen under the GST. But in CA final, one question was asked. What did they do? They told a supply has been made by this person to this person, for which the MRP is 10,000 rupees. Okay, list price is 8,000 rupees. Agreed price is 7,500. Now when I take value of supply, what price should I take? I should take list price or MRP or agreed price. While calculating value of supply, which price will I take? What is transaction value? Transaction value is the price which is actually paid or payable, where the supplier and recipient are not recipient, and the price is the sole consideration. So what will be the agreed price? That will be the price on which we have agreed to make the supply. You remember the question, example which I give in the classroom? What is that example which you give, sir? We don't know who you are, first of all. How will we know your example? Hey, see, a sari of 1 lakh rupees I gave to Karina for 1 lakh rupees. Same sari I gave it to Nayantara for 90,000 rupees. So what is agreed between me and Nayantara? 90,000. So transaction value is 90,000. Okay, not okay. So I should take agreed price. They'll do Google, but you don't be a Google. Next, one more important chapter. Pakka question will come from yes. Easy chapter. Place of supply means what? What do you mean by place of supply? Place of supply means what? Bhuvesh? Place of supply means the place where supply is made. Okay. This is the only chapter in your entire GST law which you are going to study from IGST Act. Normally, all the different sections which we have discussed till now, those sections are from your CGST Act. But this is the only section in your entire GST law which you are going to study from which IGST Act. Place of supply. Place of supply means what, sir? The place where supply is made. Actually, the place where supply is made. Now, why is this chapter important? if I want to know whether a particular supply is an intrastate supply or interstate supply, I will have to learn place of supply. Because I will have to know which location the supply has been made, to that government I will have to pay taxes to the. Now please note, normally Priya Sarees made a supplies to Nayantara Sarees in Coimbatore. Priya Sarees is in Chennai, Nayantara Sarees is in Coimbatore. I made a supply worth rupees 1 lakh. So can I say it is an intrastate supply because it is in same state of Tamil Nadu and apply CGST, SGST. Now in this state, can I say supplier is Priya Sarees, recipient is Nayantara Sarees. Location of supplier is Chennai. Location of recipient is Coimbatore. Now in this chapter, what are we going to study about? We are not going to study about location of recipient, location of supplier. We are going to study about place of supply. So there are sections. How many sections are there? Section 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. For you guys, 11 and 12 is not there. Section 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. Yeah, 11 and 13 is not there. That is what I do. Arey, you should listen carefully, guys. Rubin, what did I say, Rubin? Which section is not there, I told? Section 7. Section 7 will study now. Section 7 gives the meaning of interstate supply. Section 7 of CGST Act says interstate supply. Interstate supply means what, sir? Interstate supply means a supply where the location of the supplier, we have studied something at the beginning of this topic, that interstate supply means supply is in between two different states. That is wrong actually. Actually, what is the true thing, sir? This is the true thing. What between two different states? What between two different union territory? What between one state, one union territory? The location of supplier and place of supply is in two different states. Location of supplier and place of supply is in two different union territory. Location of supplier and place of supply is in one state and one union territory. Then I will call it as interstate supply. Section 7 of IGST Act gives the meaning of interstate supply. Sir, section 7, so you told supply topic. No, sir. This is IGST Act. Interstate supply, location of supply. When will I call something as interstate supply? If the location of the supplier and the place of supply is two different states, two different union territory, one state and one union territory. Or it is a case of import of goods or services, or it is a case of export of goods or services, or it is a case of supply to an SEZ unit or SEZ developer. SEZ unit may be in your same state and SEZ unit may be in your same state, but still it will be called as interstate supply. And any other type of supply which is not an intrastate supply will be an interstate supply. Sir, what is intrastate supply? A type of supply where the location of supplier and place of supply is in same state or same union territory. You cannot. Section 9 is what? What if I go to Goa and I go to cruise? The Goa from boat with not boat. Cruise. Correct only entered go with. So I go to cruise over there. When I am in the cruise, now where is water? Sorry, what? Not water. Where is that ship? The ship is somewhere on the Arabian Sea, Bay of Bengal, etc. Arabian Sea. It is in Arabian Sea. Now, I purchased, when I went over there, I purchased a purse worth rupees 5 lakhs. So, GST is applicable on this transaction because India is up to 200 nautical miles yesterday we saw. Now, is GST applicable? Yes, sir, GST is applicable. So my question is, what GST will they be? CGST, SGST or IGST? What is the nature of supply? Whether it is interstate supply or intrastate supply? Tell me what is the location of supplier? Which state is in?
Liquid state. Hey, go base. Solid state, liquid state. Hey, which state is in? Which state is he in? Is in water, no? Which state is he? He is on the water. Where was the supply made to me? In the water. So in that case, sir, whenever the supply is made in territorial waters, if the location of supplier is in territorial waters, if the place of supply is in territorial waters, the location of supplier and place of supply shall be nearest coastal area. Nearest coastal area is what, sir? Nearest coastal area. Okay, meaning whichever coastal region is nearest to this cruise ship, that location will be taken as location of supplier and place of supply. There are two types of transactions. What are these two types of transactions? B2B transaction, B2C transaction. B2B means B2B. Registered person to registered person. B2C means registered person to unregistered person. Okay, shall we start now? Place of supply, very beautiful topic, very important topic. Students, very important topic for your exam. GST will be completed in next 10 minutes. Why? You want to go somewhere? Someone is calling you. The GST will complete, sir. Hey, GST will be over maybe by 3 o'clock. I told 12. Oh, already 12 is over, so you are asking me. A very, very important chapter we have to discuss. ITC. Train, I will go live. I will now, let me first, please. Online students, place of supply of goods. Place of supply of goods. Where the supplier and the recipient both are in India. Section 10 is applicable when? When is it applicable, sir? In case of place of supply of goods, where the service provider and service recipient both are in India. Not service provider, only supplier and recipient both are in India. Section 10, subsection 1, clause A says, if the supply involves movement in goods, supply involves movement in goods. I am supplying a goods. You see over here, I am supplying sarees from Chennai to Mumbai. So there is a movement of goods happening from Chennai to Mumbai. So in this case, what is the place of supply, sir? Location where a movement is terminating. Where is the movement terminating? Terminating means what, sir? Where is the movement ending? Where is the movement ending, sir? Mumbai. So place of supply will be Mumbai. So if I am making a supply of goods where movement is there, wherever the movement is terminating, that place will be said as place of supply. Place of supply where the supplier and recipient both are in India. Supply involves movement in goods. The place of supply will be the place where movement is terminating, ending. Now over here, what is required to be seen for determining place of supply? Sorry, what is required to be seen for determining nature of supply? Location of supplier and place. Hey, just now we saw no location of supplier and place of supply is in two different states, two different unit. Should I see the location of recipient? No, I should see location of supplier and place of supply. Now in this case, tell me what is the location of supplier? Chennai. What is the place of supply? Mumbai. Therefore, the nature of supply is interstate supply. Now, section 10(1)(b). What if the movement is caused by third person? What if the movement is caused by third person? Then in such cases, the place of supply will be the principal place of business of third person. If someone else is asking you to move the goods, then whoever asked you to move the goods, his location will be taken as place of supply. For example, what, sir? There is Priya Sarees. There is who, sir? Priya Sarees. There is Karina Sarees. And there is Nayantara Sarees. Now, please see. Karina told Priya to supply 100 Mysore silk saree to
Nayantara. Karina told Priya to supply 100 Mysore silk saree to Nayantara. Hey, tell me who is my customer, Karina or Nayantara? Karina is my customer because she told me to supply 100 Mysore silk saree to Nayantara. So tell me, can I say I will give invoice to Karina? And it is Karina who is going to pay me the money. But where is the goods going? Nayantara. Now, logically speaking, movement is terminating in Coimbatore. Place of supply should be Coimbatore. Correct, not correct? Lawmaker says no. In the present case, Dilip, you moved the goods to Coimbatore on the instruction of Karina. Place of supply will be principal place of business of Karina. Where the movement is caused by third person, place of supply will be principal place of business of third person. Section 10(1)(c). Supply does not involve movement in goods. What if the supply which I am making, it does not involve any movement in goods? What do you mean by this? What is this design? What if I have made a supply which does not involve movement in goods? For example, can I say these benches are all movable? The place where you are sitting, are they all movable? Now I sell someone this classroom as it is without moving this bench. Along with bench, everything. I send this entire classroom setup. TV also I am giving everything. This is also movable. This is also movable. Correct, not correct? I am giving someone the entire setup as it is. I am making supply of benches. I am making supply of TV without moving them. What is the place of supply for this TV, benches, etc.? Location of the goods at the time of delivery. Location of the goods at the time of delivery. Hey, you are coming to Priya Sarees. You are purchasing a sari from me. Am I moving the sari somewhere else? I am just giving you at Priya Sarees only. You purchase the sari. I gave you the sari, putting in the cover. Now you are moving the sari. Now what is the place of supply for me? Priya Sarees, because there is no movement from my side. Correct, not correct? Next. Now, there was this new point added in last attempt. I have already asked a question on this, but there is a clarification given on this now. Section 10 CA. 10(1) CA. Supply of goods to an unregistered person. Can I say you are all unregistered person? So, if I supply goods to you, lawmaker says, is the unregistered person address recorded on the invoice? Have I mentioned the address of unregistered person on the invoice? Yes, sir. Place of supply will be address which is mentioned on the invoice. Sir, what if I have not mentioned the address of the unregistered person on the invoice? Location of the supplier. Hey, please note. You come to Priya Sarees. You don't take invoice at all. What is the place of supply? Priya Sarees, location of supplier. You come to Priya Sarees. You take an invoice. I just write your name and give. Location of Priya Sarees. You come to Priya Sarees. I give you an invoice and you tell, sir, I am from Andhra. What is place of supply? Andhra. Hey, are you understanding something here? Now this is the clarification. What is the clarification, sir? Clarification says, in case of e-commerce transaction, if they are making supply to unregistered person, for example, some goobes are there. Okay, some goobes are there. What do, sir? They are in Chennai, but their dot is in Kerala. Take Sundari, wapas you take. Google, I'll take good pose. Now, Sanjana, you are from Hosur. And your dot is from? Your dot. Hey, don't do Google. Hey, look at her smile once. By looking at her smile only we can say no, she has not. Now, Aditya is from Chennai. You cannot. Please note. Flipkart. Aditya is from Chennai. Aditya booked some dress for Aditya's daughter. She told, Adu, it is my birthday. Not dress, shoe he gifted her. He gifted dress. Now she told, I want high heel sandal. So he ordered that sandal from Flipkart. He is in Chennai. She is in Kerala. Bringing coconut water. She is in Kerala. She is in Kerala. A okay, not okay. A, please understand this carefully. That Gube, which Flipkart is going to give a bill to him, and the goods are shipped to her. Both are unregistered person. What is the place of supply? What is the place of supply? Hey, please note, a similar kind of transaction happened between me and Karina. Hey, correct, not correct? I am giving an invoice to Karina, shipping the goods to Nayantara. In this case, place of supply was location of Karina because he was a registered person. Now, what if he as well as she, they both are registered person? When an unregistered person is placing an order on Flipkart and his billing address and delivery address are two different locations, will be place of supply, sir. Billing address or delivery address. Lawmaker says place of supply will be the location where goods are delivered. Okay. Clarification. Please see. Normally, if you make a supply to an unregistered person, what will be the place of supply? The address mentioned in the invoice. What if no address is mentioned, sir? Location of supplier. If you purchase something online, what is the place of supply, sir? Location where the goods are delivered. Hey, please note, can I say the address mentioned on the invoice will be his address, billing address, but still the delivery is happening in Kerala. Therefore, Kerala's address, Kerala will be taken as place of supply. Section 10(1)(d). 10(1)(d) talks about what, sir? Place of supply in case of installation and assembly. There are some products which are required to be installed at one location. There are some products which are required to be assembled at one location. So in case of installation and assembly, wherever the product is getting installed or assembled, place of supply will be that location. Okay, what will be the place of supply? The place where installation or assembly is happening. Section 10(1)(c). Supply on board a conveyance. I am supplying the goods to you when I am in train. Today I am going to leave at 5:30. Okay, at that time I will be in train. So some attendant will come. He'll come. Oh sir, do you want these chips, etc. He'll come and sell some products to me. So some people will purchase, some people will not purchase. When I am in flight, air hostess will come. Hello sir, you want something from me? I mean, you want some products from me, etc. I'll say yes. So in that case, somewhere in the air I am okay. I am somewhere in the air. I am purchasing a purse from air hostess. What is the place of supply? She is not going to put her mouth outside, head outside and check which state we are in. What is the place of supply in that case? Where we are landing is the place of supply. Lawmaker says, in case of supply of goods on board a conveyance, place of supply will be location where the goods are taken on board. Which was the location when the goods were taken on board? Whichever location it is, that location will be taken as place of supply. Okay, not okay? This is all about place of supply of goods. Place of supply of goods 11, not there in your syllabus, but it talks about import and export. In case of import of goods, location of importer will be place of supply. In case of export of goods, place outside India will be place of supply. Okay, yeah. Section 12. Section 12. Very important section. Place of supply of services. 5 marks question comes from this chapter. 5 marks question. Which chapter? Place of supply. Good chapter it is. Very easy chapter. Very easy chapter. Have I not? How to present also I'll tell you. Place of supply of services. Section 12 subsection 1 says, if you want to determine the place of supply of services, where the supplier as well as recipient both are in India, then you ask section 12, it will tell you the answers. See, normally, general rule, normally for services, what is the place of supply? If the supply is made to a registered person, the principal place of business of that registered person, meaning wherever he has taken registration, that location will be taken as place of supply. If the services are supplied to a registered person, the principal place of business of registered person will be place of supply. So what if the services are given to unregistered person? Then check whether that unregistered person's address is available or unregistered person's address is not available. If you have that person's address, Place of supply will be whatever address is available with you. Sir, what if I don't have address? Place of supply will be location of supplier. Location of supplier. Now, for example, I filed income tax return of Infosys. Infosys, is it a registered person? Yes. So, if I am supplying it to registered person, what is the place of supply? Location of registered person. What if Infosys is not registered person? Check whether you have address of Infosys. Yes, address is Bangalore. Place of supply will be Bangalore. Sir, what if I don't have address also and it is not registered also? Supplier's location will be taken as place of supply. Now, sir, how will I answer this question in the examination? Answer should be in 4 steps. First, you should tell location of supplier and location of recipient both are India. Therefore, I am applying section 12 to determine place of supply. Then, now we should determine place of supply by whichever section it is. Once you determine place of supply, then you should tell, since location of supplier and place of supply is in same state, it is intrastate supply. Since location of supply and place of supply is in 2 different states, it is interstate supply. Then once I determine that, therefore, the type of tax which they have to pay is IGST or CGST, SGST. And last conclusion will be, already we have told what type of tax is there. Now, for example, I made a supply to Infosys. What will I write, sir? In the present case, the supplier and the recipient are both located in India. Therefore, the provisions of section 12 are applicable for determination of place of supply. Now, this is optional. Even if you don't write this, no problem. But why we should write is, section 12 is for service and 10 is for goods. So you can just give reference to 10 and 12 if you don't want to write completely. So in the present case, place the time of supply will be determined by applying provisions of section 12. Now, as per section 12.2, if you know the section number, as per section 12.2 of IGST Act, or as per the provisions of place of supply mentioned in IGST Act, where any services are supplied by a registered person, where any services are supplied to a registered person, the place of supply of that services shall be the principal place of business of registered person. In the present case, the place of supply of services supplied by Dilip to Infosys is Bangalore, which is the registered principal place of business of registered person. Since, so I wrote about the place of supply. Now I'll give, since the location of the supplier and place of supply is in Karnataka, same state, the nature of supply is intrastate supply, and CGST and SGST will be applicable. Now see, normally for services, section 12 is applicable. Section 12 subsection 2 is general rule, meaning I will apply the provisions of section 12 subsection 2 if you are not able to find the answers under section 12 subsection 3 to section 12 subsection 14. Under these sections, if you are not able to find the answer, then you will find the answer under section 12.2. That is a general rule. Section 12.3 to 12.14 are specific rules applicable only for those people. For example, I told all the 3 points. Supplier is unregistered person. Why will he pay GST? Correct. No, why will he pay GST when he is unregistered person? The question of section Tarkuri. Yesterday I know Saturday, full Tanni is there. Lemon also you should have had. Section 12 subsection 3. Services directly related to immovable property. A section 12 subsection 3 talks about what, sir? Services which are directly related to an immovable property. What are the services related to immovable property? Renting of immovable property, giving immovable property on lease, construction of immovable property, interior designer services, architect services, hotel, renting of hotel rooms, etc. Those services, including boat house in Kerala. Now, in these cases, what will be the place of supply? In the above cases, what is the place of supply, sir? Place of supply will be the place where immobile property is located or intended to be located. The place where immobile property is located or intended to be located. However, there are two provisos. What are these provisos telling? See, normally, for example, I am giving a house on rent. I am from Bangalore. I have a house in Chennai. I have rented it to a person in Delhi. What is the place of supply? I am from Bangalore. I have a house in Chennai. I have rented it to a person in Delhi. What is the place of supply? Why, sir, Chennai? Because it is a services related to immobile property. Wherever immobile property is located, that location will be taken as place of supply. You okay, not okay? So someone is constructing the immobile property. Wherever the construction is happening, that will be located at treated as place of supply. Now, sometimes what may happen is by determining the above determining the place of supply using above provision, sometimes it may happen that place of supply is coming in two different states. Then what should I do, sir? Where the supplier and recipient are both where the immobile property is located at more than one state or more than one union territory, place of supply shall be taken proportionately. For example, so I have a land on the border of Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. Okay, 60% is in Karnataka, 40% in Tamil Nadu. Now I have given this land on rent to someone. What will be the place of supply? 60% Karnataka, 40% will be. Similarly, where the supplier and the recipient are in India, where the supplier as well as the recipient both are in taxable territory, that is India, and the place of supply is coming as outside India, the place of supply will be location of recipient. Sir, Purile. For example, I have, Burj Khalifa in Dubai. Right next to Burj Khalifa in Dubai, I have constructed mini Burj Khalifa. Who constructed this? There is a builder from Bangalore, prestige builders from Bangalore. They constructed mini Burj Khalifa for me. Hey, can I say service provider? Service provider is in India. Service recipient is in India. But place of supply is coming to outside India. Lawmakers are telling in such cases, if service recipient and service provider both are in India, and if the place of supply is coming as outside India, place of supply will be location of recipient. Section 12 subsection 4, performance based services. There are some services which are required to be performed. There are some services which are required to be actually performed. In respect of these services, what is the place of service supply? Section 12 subsection 4, performance based services. In case of restaurant services, outdoor catering services, personal grooming, fitness, beauty treatment and healthcare services, the place of supply will be location where the services are performed. In case of which services, sir? In case of performance based services. What is performance based services? Housekeeping services or what? A personal restaurant services, outdoor catering services, personal grooming, fitness, healthcare and beauty services. In these services, the place of supply will always be with the place where services are performed. For example, I am doing haircut, personal grooming. I go to a saloon and do haircut. What will happen? Place of supply is saloon. What is that? I call that hair. Saloon fellow only at my house. Place of supply is my house. Mukesh Ambani's daughter wedding function happened in Udaipur Palace. Okay, it happened in Udaipur Palace. Now, he called Murugan Italy fellow from Chennai to supply Italy over there. Okay. Murugan Italy fellow was supplying Italy. Now, please note, this is an exam question. Of course, not Murugan Italy, but exam question. Mukesh Ambani conducted his daughter's marriage. Where did he conduct his daughter's marriage, sir? At Udaipur Palace, which is in Rajasthan. This palace belongs to a person who is staying in Delhi. He stays in Delhi. Now, Mukesh Ambani, can I say he took renting of immobile property services? Similarly, He asked Murugan Idli from Chennai to supply food at Udaipur. To supply idlis, dosas, etc. at Udaipur for that wedding function. What is the place of supply? There are two services involved. One is renting of immobile property and one is services of supplying food, outdoor catering services. What is the place of supply for renting of immobile property? See, all the people are at different location, but the property is located at Rajasthan because it is a service related to renting of immobile property. Wherever the immobile property is located or intended to be located, that location will be taken as place of supply. What about Murugan Idli services? Are also Rajasthan. Why Rajasthan? Because he'll not prepare idlis here and give there. He'll have to prepare idli live over there. Correct? So for that also performance is happening in Rajasthan. Section 12 subsection 5, training and performance appraisal services. Training and performance appraisal services. If these services are given to a registered person, the place of supply will be location of registered person. But if they are given to an unregistered person, place of supply will be location where the services are performed. For example, I am giving training to employees of Infosys. Infosys is a registered person. Place of supply will be wherever the registration has been taken. What if I am giving training to you guys? You are all not registered person. Place of supply will be location where I am performing. A location where the services are performed. Section 12 subsection 6, admission to an event or amusement park. Whenever I am going to an event or an amusement park, for that what is the place of supply? Admission to means what's an entry fees. They are talking about entry fees. Entry fees to event or amusement park. Place of supply will be location where the event is held or the place where the park is situated. Organization of an event. Organization of an event means conducting an event. Say some circus is happening. So if I go to that circus, can I say it will be admission to event? Hello. But there will be someone who will be organizing that circus. For that, what is the place of supply? Hey, can I say for IPL match which I am going and watching, it is admission to an event, ticket price, whatever you pay. But there will be someone who's organizing these matches. For that, what is the place of supply, sir? If that services are given to a registered person, place of supply will be principal place of business of registered person. But however, if I am giving services to an unregistered person, the location where the event is held. Provided that where the supplier and the recipient both are located in taxable territory, that is India, and the place of supply applying the above provision is coming as place outside India, then the place of supply will be location of recipient. It is the same as that immobile property. Both the points. If the immobile property I have written over here. If the event is held at more than one location, then sir, if the event is held at more than one location, the place of supply will be taken proportionately. There are good examples given. Just have a look into this example. Services related to transportation of goods. Services related to transportation of goods. If these services are given to a registered person, place of supply will be principal place of business of registered person. But if services related to transportation of goods is given to an unregistered person, the location where the goods are handed over for transportation will be taken as place of supply. Hey, please note, I am taking transportation of goods services. I am Priya Sadi is taking transportation of goods services from VRL Travels. I am a registered person. Place of supply will be location of registered person. What if you are taking? You are all not registered person. So wherever you hand over the goods to them, you will go there and give your goods. Please dispatch these goods. That location will be taken as place of supply. Passenger transport services. Passenger transport services means what, sir? Passenger transport services. If that passenger transport services are given to a registered person, location of registered person will be taken as place of supply. But if passenger transport services are given to an unregistered person, place of supply will be the location where the passenger is embarking the conveyance for continuous journey. For example, next week we are going to have some JM program. JM program, those who have qualified their examination, etc., they can come and attend that program. Okay, so there will be faculties coming from Bangalore, and we are going to come in a bus. So our institute has taken WhatsApp, they have taken a bus on rent. Can I say that bus person is giving services to a registered person for transportation of people, passengers? What is the place of supply? Location of registered person, wherever an institute is registered. What if I came to Chennai yesterday in bus I came. Place of supply is, I booked the bus in a place like for example here where the buses go starts their journey from Kelambakam, the bus starts their journey over here, right? Now, but I could not catch the bus in Kelambakam, the control emotions. So what I did, sir, I went running behind the bus, and 2 kilometers away near Nungambakam, I caught the bus. My bus came this side. What is your problem? So my question to you is, what is the place of supply? Services are provided to an unregistered person for transportation of passengers. What is the place of Kelambakam or Nungambakam? Kelambakam only I am telling good. Don't do Tarpuri. Now please tell me. Yeah, tell me the answer. That is important. Now, if the examiner is making spelling mistake in exam, will you laugh? You will answer the answer. Yeah, tell me the answer. Are place of supply will be location where I am embarking the conveyance. Where did I embark the conveyance? Where did I? Kelambakam I wanted to go, but the bus went. I went running behind, and I got 2 kilometers away in Nungambakam. What is the place of supply? Please note. If the services are given to a unregistered person, place of supply will be location where the passenger is embarking the journey for embarking the conveyance for continuous journey. But this is not applicable for right to passage. Some people will have bus pass, metro pass. For that it is not applicable. Why, sir? Because bus pass you have to go and take the pass once. Then you can use that anywhere you want in life. Correct? In your own limits, city limits, state limits. So in that case, right to passage means bus pass, metro pass. This provision is not applicable. What is applicable? Normal, general rule will be applicable. Section 12. Section 1210. Section 1210. Services on board a conveyance. Sir, what if I take services when I am in an aeroplane? What is the place of service? Hostess came to me. She told me, Dilip, do you want some services from me? I said, yes, baby. I thought, yes, sir. I want some services. Now, what is the place of supply for that? Aeroplane, they go away. What is the place of supply, sir? First schedule point of departure of that conveyance. Exam question I'll ask you. I'll ask you an exam question. Okay, in services on board a conveyance, what is the place of supply? First schedule point of departure of conveyance. I'll ask exam question. Please see. There is an aeroplane which is starting its journey in Chennai. I am a person who is an unregistered person who boarded the aeroplane in Bangalore, and in the flight they loaded some goods. Where, sir? In the Hyderabad they loaded some goods in the flight, and I wanted to go to Jaipur. Okay. Now, when the flight was somewhere between Mumbai and Delhi, I purchased some wallet, purse. I purchased wallet. She came, I purchased some wallet. Then when the flight was somewhere between Kolkata and Jaipur, I took some services from her. That, say, iPad I took for watching movies, etc., whatever services. Now, my question to you is, what is the place of supply for passenger transport service? What is the place of supply for goods which I have purchased? What is the place of supply for services which is given to me? You see the answers and tell everything. What is the place of supply? For passenger transportation, can I say because I am unregistered person, the location where the passenger is embarking the conveyance? For goods transport, though I have purchased the goods when the flight was between Mumbai and Delhi, what is the place of supply? Location where the goods are loaded on the location where the goods are loaded on the boat. And for services, though I took it in Kolkata and Jaipur, I will see what is the place where flight started its journey. First scheduled point of departure. Section 12.1, 12.11. Section 12.11. In case of telecommunication services means your internet services, your postpaid services, your prepaid services. You have Chhatri in your house. Sanna Mary Allah Gube Channa. Hey, you have antenna no in antenna. Dish TV you have in your life. Yeah. Whatever it is. Fixed line services. Fixed line means landline is fixed line. It is fixed at one location. Landline. Dish TV. It is fixed at one location. So that is telecommunication related. What is the place of supply, sir? Location where it is fixed. What about postpaid? Mobile phone can be prepaid phone, postpaid phone. What is postpaid? Postpaid. You are paying once the bill is generated. What is the place of supply for that? Billing address. Prepaid means you should recharge, then you can use. Location where the recharge voucher are sold. Nowadays, everyone is doing online. So online it is your billing address. In case of banking related services given by a banking company, NBFC or a stock broker, the place of supply will depend on whether the location of recipient is available or not available. If the location of recipient is available, the place of supply will be location of recipient. If the location of recipient is not available, place of supply will be location of supply. In case of insurance related services, if the services are given to a registered person, place of supply will be principal place of business of registered person. If it is given to an unregistered person, address which is available with the supplier. Yeah, okay, not okay. That is all about this chapter called as place of supply. Now we'll take a break. Lunch break. Now we'll take or later. Well, no, because now the chapter which I start is a big chapter. And it is good chapter, big chapter. Chota time. We'll finish Chota chapter, sir. That rhythm will not be there, flow will not be there. Anyways, we are not understanding. Hey, don't go well. No, registration is also a good big chapter. Accounts and records. Tax invoice, debit note, credit note. Small chapter, easy chapter. Half of this chapter. This chapter is there. Whatever. Now, tax invoice, debit note, credit note. Half of this chapter we have already discussed. What is there in half of this chapter? What is the due date of issuing invoice? For goods, if movement is there, on or before removal. If movement is not there, on or before delivery. If the movement is caused by, if there is a continuous supply of goods, successive payment dates or successive statement date, whichever is earlier. And in case of sale on approval, the type, what is the date of issuing invoice? Date of approval or 6 months from the date of removal, whichever is earlier. And in case of services, normal cases, on or before removal or within 30 days from the date of removal. And in case of services continuous supply, 3 categories we saw. Now, tax invoice, debit note, credit note gives you the list of different documents which can be issued under GST law. What are those list of different documents? These documents are document number 1, tax invoice. Tax invoice is document number 1. Who is required to issue tax invoice, sir? Tax invoice is required to be issued by a person who is making taxable supplies. If you are making any supply which is taxable, then you should issue a document called as tax invoice. Then how many copies of invoice I should issue? If you are a supplier of goods, 3 copies. One for the supplier, one for the recipient, one for the transporter who is going to transport the goods. And if you are a service provider, 2 copies. One is for the supplier, one is for the recipient. Now, what are the contents of tax invoice, sir? The contents of tax invoice is, meaning what are the different things which are required to be present in the tax invoice? Name, address and GST number of the supplier, invoice number, document number, whatever it is, date of issue of the document, name, address and GST number of the recipient, HSN code, description of goods or services, quantity, unique quantity code, rate per unit, value of supply, tax amount, total invoice value, etc. So these are the contents which should compulsorily be present in a tax invoice. Now, with respect to invoice number, it is very important. Invoice number should be unique for every financial year. Invoice number should be consecutively serial number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It should be properly serial numbered. Invoice number can have alphabets. It can be alphanumeric. Okay, and it should not have any special characteristics. Special characteristics should not be there, except / and hyphen or dash. Now, one of the important item which is required to be present in the invoice is HSN code. What is HSN, sir? HSN is harmonized system of nomenclature. It is a method of identifying different goods and services. How do I classify the goods and services under GST law? Using HSN, I classify the goods and services. It is a 8-digit code which is used for classification of goods and services. This HSN code is required to be mentioned by you on the invoice which you are giving. Now, because it is a 8-digit code, how many digits should I mention in the document, sir? Lawmaker says, if your aggregate turnover is up to 5 crore rupees, for B2B supplies mention 4 digits compulsorily, and for B2C supply also mention 4 digits, but for B2C supplies it is optional. But if your aggregate turnover is more than 5 crores, for B2B as well as B2C supplies, you can mention how many digits, sir? 6 digit HSN compulsory. If the turnover is more than 5 crores, 6 digit for everyone. If it is less than 5 crores, B2B, B2C 4 digit, but B2C it is optional. Now, you don't have to give a tax invoice. When should I not give a tax invoice? If the supply is made to an unregistered person, value is less than 200 rupees, and that unregistered person does not require any invoice. Instead of giving individual tax invoice, you will have to give one single consolidated tax invoice for all the supplies made by you to an unregistered person. For example, a provision store near your house. You go purchase chocolate over there, biscuit over there, some everyday basis you will purchase many products whose value is less than 200 rupees. Now, will he, and you are an unregistered person, will he keep on giving invoices to everyone? That person will not be able to concentrate on the business. So what lawmakers are telling, for when you are making a supply whose value is less than 200, and if the supply is made to an unregistered person, and if that unregistered person is not requiring any invoice, you don't issue any separate tax invoice. Instead of that, you do the total of all that supply and issue a tax invoice, consolidated tax invoice. Issue what, sir? Consolidated tax invoice. To whom will I issue? No one. You just have to keep a copy telling supply made to unregistered person. Then invoice does not need any signature if it is a computer generated invoice. Now, there is also a concept called as e-invoicing. E-invoicing is not a concept wherein you generate the invoice online. What is e-invoicing, sir? E-invoicing is a mechanism where all the B2B invoices, whatever invoices you have issued, whether in manual form or in electronic form, etc., all the business to business invoices, registered person to registered person invoices are required to be authenticated electronically on a portal called as GSTN. This will be used by the common portal for its further use. Now, under invoicing, what will I do, sir? An unique invoice identification number, IRN, will be given. Invoice reference number will be given, which is issued for every invoice which is registered on invoice registration portal. Now, who has to generate invoices, sir? Any registered person whose aggregate turnover in any preceding year starting from 2017-18 was more than 5 crore rupees, we should issue invoice. There are few people who are not liable to issue invoice. Who are these? Government CPs, meaning these people don't have to issue invoice. Who are these, sir? Government CPs. Government Department Local Authority. C for cinema halls and multiplexes. PIG means what, sir? Passenger Transport Service Provider, insurance companies, banking companies, goods transport service provider, and SEZ units. SEZ units. SEZ developer has to issue invoice. SEZ unit does not have to issue invoice. Now this is how your invoice looks like. Now there is one more document called as revised tax invoice. What do you mean by revised tax invoice, sir? Whatever invoice I have issued, I am making a revision now? No. Revised tax invoice means for whatever supply is made by me, for whatever supplies which is made by me, for whatever supplies is made by me from the date I was liable for registration till the date of grant of registration, whatever supply I made for this period, I will have to give a document called as revised tax invoice. Revised tax invoice is a document which is given for all the supply made between effective date of between the date when you are liable for registration till the date of grant of registration. Now this is required to be issued by you within 30 days. Revised tax invoice is a document which is required to be issued from effective date of registration till the date of grant of registration. It is required to be issued within 1 month. Next is what, sir? Bill of supply. What is bill of supply? If you are making any supply on which you are not supposed to collect any tax, then you should issue a document called as bill of supply. So bill of supply, it is required to be issued by a person who is making exempt supply or a person who is paying tax under section 10. That is composition dealer, because they both are not required to collect taxes from their customers. Where a registered person makes taxable as well as exempt supply, he will issue one single document called as invoice cum bill of supply. Receipt voucher. What is receipt voucher, sir? Receipt voucher, registered person who receives any advances for supply of goods or services or both will issue a document called as receipt voucher, where at the time of receipt of advances, the GST rate is not known. Take the GST rate to be 18%. If you don't know the nature of supply, take the nature of supply to be interstate supply. There is something called as refund voucher. So what is refund voucher? If you are refunding the money from whom you have taken advances. I have taken advances from someone, now I am giving it back to him. When I receive the advances, I will give something called as receipt voucher. When I refund the advances, I will have to give refund voucher. Where any advances is received for supply of goods or services or both, and subsequently no supply is made or no tax invoice has been issued, the registered person shall issue a refund voucher. Then we have payment voucher. Payment voucher, a registered person who receives supply taxable under reverse charge. If you are receiving any supply which is taxable under reverse charge under section 9.3 or 9.4, he shall, while making the payment to such supplier, issue a payment voucher. Now next, one document is there, important document. This question is important for theory. Goods transported in semi-knockdown condition or completely knockdown condition. What is the procedure required to be followed? Delivery challan. Delivery challan is what, sir? Delivery challan is delivery challan. Delivery challan. What is delivery challan? What is this one telling? Delivery challan or document which is used. Now what is delivery challan, sir? For example, if I want to just transport the goods from one place to another place, I will have to give the document called as delivery challan. Delivery challan is required to be given for supplying LPG liquid gas where the quantity is not known at the time of removal, or you are transporting the goods for job worker, or you are transporting the goods for any reasons other than supply. Now delivery challan number which is there, it should be not more than 16 characteristics. It can be in one or multiple series. It should be issued at the time of removal, and it should be issued in triplicate copies. And after, once the goods are delivered, if they are purchased, then you should issue a tax invoice. Now, most important is what is the procedure which is required to be followed if the goods are sent in lots. I am sending the goods in installment, or I am sending the goods in semi knocked down condition or completely knocked down condition. Now, what is the procedure which I have to follow? Whenever the goods are sent in semi knocked down condition, for example, if you see this windmill, no, this windmill which you see windmill here, right? That windmill, do you think that entire windmill from factory they will take and they will put it over there? No, they will take in different parts. So one part will go first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, etc., eighth, whatever, they will go in parts. Now, what is the procedure which I have to follow when I am sending the goods in? This is completely knocked down condition. It is completely built over there only. In such cases, lawmaker says before the first consignment is going. Lawmaker says what, sir? The supplier should issue a complete invoice before dispatch of first consignment. Before the first lot is going, before the first installment is going, you should issue an invoice for windmill. For full windmill, you issue an invoice. You don't have to send the invoice to anyone, but just issue an invoice. The supplier should issue a complete invoice before dispatch of first consignment. The supplier shall issue delivery challan for each and every subsequent consignment giving reference to invoice. So as and when different parts are going, you should issue a delivery challan for each and every part, part 1, part 2, part 3, and you should attach a copy of original invoice which you have already generated. You should not send original invoice, just attach a copy. Copies of corresponding delivery challan should accompany with consignment, with each consignment duly certified copy of. So whenever each consignment is going, what should be there? Copies of delivery challan along with copies of original invoice, but not the original invoice. And when the last consignment is going, that last consignment original copy of invoice shall be sent along with the last consignment. Now there is something called as debit note and credit note. Credit note is required to be issued by you to reduce the value of supply which is already made by you. If you have already made the supply, if you want to now reduce the value of that supply, you will issue a document called as credit note. Debit note is required to be given by you to increase the value of supply. If you want to increase the value of supply which is already made by you, you issue a debit note. Now, one of the examination 3 marks question which was asked was, what are the reasons for issuing credit note? What are the reasons, sir? When can I issue credit note? If the taxable value declared in the invoice is more than the actual value, if the tax rates declared in the invoice is more than the actual tax rates. For example, in the invoice I have shown the value as 10 lakhs. Actually the value is only 8 lakhs. So can I say I should reduce the value? What will I give? Credit note. In the invoice I showed a tax rate of 18%, but actual tax rate is 12%. Can I say I want to reduce the value? I will give a credit note. So taxable value declared on the invoice is more than actual value. Tax rate declared is more than the actual tax rates. The quantity received is less than the actual quantity declared on the invoice, or if the quality of the goods is deficient, or the goods are returned, sales return is happening. In this situation, what will I do, sir? I will issue credit note. Now, whenever you are issuing a credit note, you should also inform government that you have issued a credit note. So, what is the time limit of declaring the details of credit note, sir? Any registered person who issues a credit note shall declare the details of such credit note in the month in which such credit note is issued. Whichever month you are issuing credit note, at that month you should declare. But what is the last date for declaring, sir? Not later than 30th November of end of the next financial year, or the date of furnishing annual return, whichever is earlier. Meaning, I should declare it latest by 30th November of, for example, if the credit note relates to 24-25, 30th November 2025, or the date of filing annual return for 24-25, whichever is earlier. Similarly, debit note. When is debit note required to be issued by me? Debit note is required to be issued by you to increase the value of invoice which is already issued. So, for example, the taxable value which is declared by me on the invoice is less than the actual taxable value. Tax rate declared in the invoice is less than the actual tax rates. The quantity of the goods is more than what is actually mentioned in the invoice. So this, when should I declare debit note in the to the government, sir? Any registered person who issues a debit note should declare the details of such debit note in the month in which such debit note is given. Can I declare it later? Not allowed. Okay, yeah. Now we'll take a break and discuss this other topics which are there after a break. We'll meet at what time? 2 o'clock? 2 o'clock we'll meet. $150. Okay. 145 is also fine for half an hour. Okay, 145 will be. Okay, we'll meet whatever time we want to meet. Come by 1 hour, 150. Okay, let us meet after some time. Online students, bye. Which paper you are more confident? You are writing both the groups? Both you are confident. Input tax credit. The next topic for our discussion is what, sir? Input tax credit. You don't like theory paper. Input tax credit, accounts you should have tried it. That accounts is scoring paper. Law, I mean, girls will like law. Input tax credit. Input tax, you like girls, huh? Input tax credit means what, sir? Input tax credit means very important chapter, one of the most important chapter of your entire GST law. Input tax credit means credit of input tax. So if you are taking the benefit of the taxes paid by you on your purchases, that means you have taken input tax credit in simple language. Now, what is the definition of input tax credit says? Input tax credit definition says input tax credit means credit of input tax. If you are taking advantage, if you are taking credit of input tax, that means it is input tax credit. Now, input tax means taxes which is paid by you on your inward supply. So whatever tax you pay on your purchases, whatever taxes you pay on your inward supply, that is your input tax, and it includes taxes paid under reverse charge. It includes taxes paid on import of goods under customs law. But input tax does not include the tax which is paid by you under section 10, composition dealer. Now please note, whether you pay reverse charge under 9394, 5354, 7374, it does not matter which section you are paying reverse charge. Whatever taxes you are paying under reverse charge, they are all called as your input tax. Now please note, a person can have inward supply from two places. One is from goods, and then other one is services. Now goods are divided into two categories. Goods are divided into capital goods and normal goods or inputs. What is capital goods, sir? Any goods which are capitalized in the books of accounts are called as capital goods. What is normal goods, sir? Any goods which are not capitalized in your books of accounts are. So capital goods means all those goods which you are capitalizing in your books of accounts. If something is not capitalized in your books of accounts, it is normal goods. Now, section 16 is the first section. You can take input tax credit on inputs as well as capital goods, even services. Services which you are purchasing is called as input services. Now please see. Section 16, 17 and 18 are the three sections which are there for you at your syllabus at intermediate level. Section 16 talks about what? Conditions. Section 16 talks about what, sir? Conditions. What are the conditions which you are required to fulfill to take input tax credit? Section 16 subsection 1 says every registered person shall be eligible to avail input tax credit on goods or services or both which is used by him or intended to be used by him in the course or furtherance of business. So if there is any goods or services which you are purchasing and which you are using, or even if you have an intention to use it for your business purpose, then in the course of furtherance of your business, then it is said that you have taken input tax credit. Provided who can take input tax credit? Only registered person can take input tax credit. Please note, taxable person should pay the taxes. Registered person can take input tax credit. Only registered person can take input tax credit. So if you take registration in the middle of the year, any purchase made after registration, you are allowed to take input tax rate. Any purchase made before registration will not be allowed as. So, now, if I want to take input tax credit, I have to be a registered person. Now, are there any conditions for taking input tax rate? There are some conditions for taking input tax rate. What are those conditions, sir? The registered person. He over here means registered person. The registered person should have possession of tax invoice, debit note, and or any other tax paying document. Okay, he should have the possession. He should have the document with him. He should have actually received the goods or services on board. If I want to take input tax rate, I should have actually, I should have what, sir? Actually received the goods or services or both. Then condition number 3, if I want to take input tax rate, I should have actually received. After that, what did we study? If I want to take input tax rate, I should be in possession of tax invoice, debit note, any other tax paying document. I should have actually received the goods or services. Condition number 3, the supplier should have filed his return. Condition number 4, the person who is taking input tax rate, he should have filed his return. Supplier should have paid the taxes. I, who wants to take input tax rate, should have filed the returns. And please note, very important condition. See, these 3-4 conditions which are there, they were in the law right from the beginning. Which are the conditions which were there in the law right from the beginning? He should be in possession of tax invoice, debit note, or any other tax paying document. He should have actually received the goods or services. Supplier should have filed his paid the taxes to the government, and I, who is taking input tax rate, should have filed the returns. Now, there are some additional conditions which were added. What are those additional conditions? Very important condition. The registered person can take input tax rate if the details of the supplies are furnished by the supplier in his GSTR1 and the same has been communicated to the registered person. Meaning, if I want to take any input tax rate, if I am making some purchase, if I want to take input tax rate on those purchases, the details of those purchases should be communicated to me. Okay, the seller, the supplier is going to file a return called as GSTR1. When he files his GSTR1, that information will come in my GSTR2A and GSTR2B. Only when that information is coming in my GSTR2B, I can take input tax rate. Sir, once again repeat. Okay, what happens is, normally, whoever is making a sale, he has to file a return called as GSTR1. Now, if he files his GSTR1 to the buyer, that information will come in GSTR2A and GSTR2B. Now, the new condition says you can take input tax rate only when the information is coming in your GSTR2. Now, GSTR2A will give the details of the purchases made by you in a month. But GSTR2B will give the details of only those purchases for which the supplier has filed the return within the due date. So, all the purchases made during a month will come in GSTR2A. But GSTR2B will give me the details of the purchases for which return is filed by the supplier within the due date. Now please note, let us say October 24 is the month. I filed the return for October 24. Now the return for October 24 is filed within the due date. So can I say the information of this will go in GSTR2A as well as GSTR2B? Because GSTR2A will definitely information will go. 2B it will go only when it is filed within the due date. Now, what if I file my GSTR1 after the due date? If I file my GSTR1 after the due date, then lawmaker says the information will go to the recipient in his GSTR2A of the same month. Same month means October month. Now, because I have filed after the due date, it will go in GSTR2B of the month in which I have filed the return. Yeah, I understand. I can take input tax rate only when the information is coming in 2B. For example, if I have made purchases of 10 lakh and that information If I have made purchases of from 10 people, 10 people or 10 lakh, what is it? Yeah, okay, I'll take this in. Say Priya Sadis purchased goods from 10 people, and the total input tax rate of this one is what, sir? 1 lakh. So each and every person is giving me a credit of 10,000. Now 8 people filed their GSTR1. 2 people did not file their GSTR1. The people who supplied me the goods, 2 of them did not file the GSTR1. Can I say this information will not come in GSTR 2A as well as 2B? Only when they file, I will get the information. So because the information is not coming, can I say I cannot take input tax rate on these 2 invoices? Correct, not correct. Now, out of 8 people who have filed their GSTR1, 6 people have filed the GSTR1 within the due date. 2 people have filed the GSTR1 after the due date. 6 people have filed the GSTR1 within the due date. Sir, what do you mean by this? Out of 8 people who filed the GSTR1, 6 have filed within the due date. So can I say that information about these 6 people will come in my GSTR 2A as well as 2B of same month? Out of these 8 people, 2 people filed after the due date. If you file it after the due date, it will come in GSTR 2A of same month, GSTR 2B of next month. So for these 2 suppliers, though they have filed their GST return, I will not be able to take the credit because it is not coming in GSTR 2B. When can I take input tax rate? Only when the details are communicated to me. Where should it be communicated? In GSTR 2B. Okay, this is important. And they also say that whatever details are communicated to me should not be restricted. One of the conditions says the goods or services should be actually received. If I want to take input tax rate, I should have actually received the goods or services or both. Sir, what if I don't receive? Instead of me, someone else is receiving. There is a concept called as bill to ship to. You remember this example, my girlfriend example, I gave some example, correct? Now, for example, Karina told Priya Sari supplied the goods to Karina. Karina gave an order to Priya to supply 1000 Mysore silk sari to Anushka Shadi in Udaipur. Now see what is happening. Karina is in Mumbai, Anushka is in Rajasthan, Udaipur, and Priya is in Jaipur, Rajasthan. Now please understand this carefully. Can I say I am the supplier, she is the registered person, but goods are delivered to whom, sir? Anushka. Now, because Karina is telling me to deliver the goods to Anushka, I will have to deliver the goods to Anushka. Correct, not correct? Now, can I say Karina has actually not received the goods? Who gave the order? Karina. Who is going to pay the money to me? Karina. But has she actually received the goods or services? So, can she take input tax rate? As per the condition, she cannot take input tax rate. However, there is a exception. What is that exception telling? See, normally, if you want to take input tax rate, you should have actually received the goods or services or both. However, there is an exception. Exception is what, sir? Bill to ship to cases, where on the direction of registered person, if the goods or services are both are delivered to a recipient, then it will be assumed, it will be deemed that the registered person has received the goods and services once it is received by recipient. For example, Priya Sari is in Chennai, Karina is in Mumbai. Karina is telling me to supply the goods to Nayantara in Coimbatore. So Karina gave the order, I will give an invoice to Karina, but the goods are going to Nayantara. Now lawmaker says, as soon as Nayantara is receiving the goods, it will be deemed that Karina has received the goods. Therefore, Karina can take input tax rate. This comes. Which class, Sundari? Provided that if the goods are received in lots or installment, ITC can be taken upon receipt of last lot or last installment. If you are receiving any goods or services in lots or installment, when can you take input tax rate? Whenever you receive last lot or last installment. Provided further that if the recipient does not make the payment to the supplier within 180 days from the date of invoice, then ITC availed or taken by him shall be reversed along with interest at 18%. So if you don't take input tax rate, what will happen, sir? Whatever sorry, if you don't pay the supplier within 180 days, then you will have to reverse the input tax rate. See, for example, I made a purchase on 1st of April and I took the input tax rate on 15th of May for these purchases. Now I should pay the supplier within 180 days, which is 27th of September. 180 days will be calculated from which date? From the date of invoice. But I did not pay within 180 days. Therefore, I should reverse my input tax rate. Correct? I reverse my input tax rate. Now, lawmaker says you are required to reverse the input tax rate along with interest. Sir, interest will be calculated for which period? Interest will be calculated from the date of taking the input tax rate till the date of reversal of input tax rate. For this period, you have to calculate interest at 18% per annum. So let us say the tax amount was 12,000. So I have to pay interest at 18% for 159 days. And sir, in future I made the payment. No sir. Can I take the input tax because I made the payment? Now because you have reversed the input tax rate, since you have paid the supplier, you can take the input tax rate. Sir, I have a question, sir. What is your question? Sir, what if I make part payment? What do you mean by part payment? Sir, what if I make a part payment? What do you mean by part payment? Sir, I had to pay 1 lakh rupees, no, sir. 1,12,000 rupees, no, sir. I paid 60,000. Balance I did not pay. Lawmaker says, no problem. You reverse the ITC on unpaid money. How much is unpaid money? 40,000. On that, what is the tax amount? 4,800. On that, you pay interest for whatever period it is there. Now, please note, in examination, some words will be there. Availed, eligible, available, eligible, availed, not availed, not eligible. What does it mean? Available means available. Eligible means what? Available means what? Available means the input tax rate is available for me. That is the total input tax which is available. Eligible means, please note, I have purchased goods worth rupees 10 lakhs and on that GST is 1,80,000. So how much tax is available, sir? Input tax available is 1 lakh. In that eligible 1,80,000. In that eligible is only 1.5 lakhs. Meaning I can take ITC only on 1,50,000 rupees. Can I say 30,000 rupees is not eligible? Now, out of 1,50,000 which is eligible to be taken by me, I have taken only 1,10,000. So can I say 1,10,000 is the input tax rate availed by me? And how much is not availed? 40,000 rupees. Have you understood all these different points? Whatever tax you have is available with you. Out of that, whatever you take is availed by you. Whatever is eligible is eligible. Whatever you take is availed by you. Now, what is eligible and what is availed? The difference is unavailed. And what is available and what is eligible? The difference is not eligible. So I'll repeat the conditions. Conditions for taking input tax rate. I should be the person who is taking input tax rate. The registered person should be in possession of tax invoice, debit note, or any other tax paying document. And what the second condition says, he should have actually received the goods. The registered person should have actually received the goods and services, except in bill to ship to cases. The supplier should have paid the taxes to the government. The registered person should have filed the return for taking input tax rate, and the registered person should have if I want to take input tax rate, then my supplier should have furnished his GST-R1, and the details of that supply should be communicated to me. And whatever details are communicated to me should not be restricted. They should be eligible input tax rate. Now, provided that if I am receiving goods in lots or installment, I can take input tax rate on what, sir? I can take input tax rate when I receive my last lot or last installment. If provided for that if I don't make the payment within 180 days, I'll have to reverse ITC along with interest. Now, you remember that 180 days condition is there. I should make the payment within 180 days, or else the ITC which is there will be something like this condition is there. This condition is not applicable for those supplies on which you are required to pay the tax and the charge. This condition is not applicable for deemed supplies. The supplies for without consideration is called as deemed supply, and those supplies for which expenses is incurred by the supplier, meaning I have paid the expenses which is incurred by the recipient which the supplier had to incur. Section 16 subsection 3. Can I take input tax credit on capital goods? Lawmaker says yes, definitely you can take input tax credit on capital goods, but there is a condition. What is the condition? Where a registered person has claimed depreciation on under income tax law on the tax component of capital goods, he shall not be eligible to take input tax rate on such capital goods. Hey, what is this point telling? If you are claiming depreciation, on the tax amount of a capital goods, I will not give you input tax rate. See, for example, cost of the what is that? Capital goods or cost of plant and machinery is 1 lakh. The GST is 18,000. So total amount including GST is what, sir? 1,18,000. So if I capitalize 1 lakh, can I say I will take depreciation on 1 lakh? If I capitalize 1,18,000, I'll have to take depreciation on 1,18,000. Lawmaker says if you are capitalizing 1,18,000, that means you are also capitalizing the tax amount. No? Correct, not correct? Because you are also capitalizing the tax amount, I will not give you input tax rate. But if you want input tax rate, you should capitalize only the base value excluding tax. Now, very important is this date. Now, under GST law, if they ask you what is the last date, what is the last date? Normally, for all the things, last date is this thing only. What is the last date for taking input tax rate? What is the last date for showing the information about credit note? This date. What is the last date for taking input tax rate? Sometimes it may happen that I forgot to take input tax rate on some invoice. Now, can I take it later, sir? Yes, you can take it later. Till what time it is allowed, sir? Till when can I take it, sir? Lawmaker says last date for taking input tax rate is 30th November of next financial year or the date of filing annual return for that financial year, whichever is earlier. Sir, purile. See, normally the due date of filing annual return, normally what am I saying? Due date of filing annual return is 31st December of next financial year. For example, for financial year 24-25, what will be the due date of filing annual return? So, for example, if I have filed the annual return on 10th of December, can I say the date of filing annual return is 10th of December? But what is the due date of filing annual return, sir? 31st of December. Now, what is the last date within which I should take input tax rate? Very important. Invoice for October 24 of rupees 10 lakh having a GST of 1.8 lakh was omitted and no input tax credit was availed on such invoice. I did not take input tax rate of 1,80,000. What is the last date of taking input tax rate if annual return is filed on 15th of August? Tell me what is the last date? 30th November of next financial year. 30th November of next financial year is what, sir? This invoice relates to October 24. So can I say financial year 24-25? So next financial year is 25-26. So next financial year ka November 30th. So November 30th of what? 25 or 26? 2025. This date or date of filing annual return. What is the date of filing annual return? 15th of August 25, whichever is earlier. Who is early? 15th of August 25. What if I have filed annual return on Rajinikanth's birthday? 12th December. Then 30th November or 12th December, whichever is earlier. Very important date. Now, some theory questions which they normally ask is, what are the other tax paying document based on which you can take input tax rate? The other tax paying documents are tax invoice under section 31, RCM invoice under section 31 subsection 3, bill of entry in case of import of goods based on bill of entry you can take input tax rate, based on debit note issued under section 34 you can take input tax rate, and you can take input tax rate based on input service distributors invoice. Now compulsorily you will have to give following information. Now please note, there are some document based on which you can take input tax credit. No, these are the documents based on which you can take input tax rate. These documents should compulsorily have this information. Only then you can take input tax rate. The mandatory information required to be present in the document for taking input tax credit. What should the document have, sir? Name of the supplier, GST number of the supplier, name of the recipient, GST number of the recipient, description of goods or services, details of taxes charged, place of supply of goods in case when you are making interstate supply. What is the total value of the goods which is supplied by you?
Tax amount I have not written. Breakup of tax amount. Breakup of tax charge. Breakup. Breakup of? Who's breakup? Okay. Okay. Now there is a new section added. What is that new section, sir? Rule number, no, it's not section, sorry. Rule number 37A, newly added rule. What is this rule telling? Normally what happens is, Karina Sadis sold goods to me. Karina Sadis sold goods to Priya Sadis. When did it sell, sir? December 24. The invoice date is 15th of December 2024. The invoice was worth rupees 10 lakh and GST amount is 1,20,000. Now Karina filed her GSTR1. Karina filed her GSTR1. So can I say that information will come in my GSTR2A and GSTR2B? So based on information, can I take input tax credit? Yes, because I have satisfied all the conditions specified in 16.2. Hey, correct, not correct. Now what has happened is, this Gube Karina, she filed her GSTR1, but she did not pay the tax to the government. There are two returns which a person has to file. One is GSTR1 to show details of outward supply. Another return is GSTR3B. This return is filed to pay tax. These are not returns. 2A and 2B are not returns. They are just autocomplete information stage. Now she has to pay taxes by filing her GSTR3B. Now what has happened is, Karina has filed her GSTR1, but Karina paid the Priya and yeah, I paid the money to her. Whom, sir? No, because my mind was talking about Karina also. Priya Sadis made the payment to Karina in which month, sir? March month. So can I say that 180 days condition also I have satisfied? I have fulfilled all the condition. I have also made the payment to her. Now what Karina Gube has done? Karina has filed her GSTR1, but she has not filed her GSTR3B, meaning she has not made the payment of taxes to the government. Lawmaker says, new rule number 37A, very strict rule, Gube rule it is. Lawmaker says, even if Karina has done mistake, no, you will have to bear the loss. If rule number 37A says, if Karina does not make the payment within 30th September of next financial year, if Karina does not make the payment within 30th September of 2025, Priya Sadis should reverse the input tax credit within the time limit of 16.4. What is the time limit? 30th November or date of filing annual return. I should reverse my input tax rate. Bala, I should reverse my input tax rate if she has not. I have paid the money to Karina. No? Correct. I have paid the money to Karina, but still Karina did not pay to government. I cannot take input tax rate. Very bad. New section added. I am expecting a question. Newly added section. Sir, is there any provision where you are not expecting anything? You know, your amendments normally they will ask in May. Or normally they will ask amendment. Section 16.6, where registration of a registered person has been cancelled by the proper officer and it is subsequently revoked by any order. Meaning, first officer Gube cancelled my registration. Then I requested him. Then he took back his cancellation order. That means he revoked the cancellation. Now, what happens is, he has cancelled my registration today. He is doing the revocation after 4 months. That means 4 months I could have purchased. I cannot take input tax rate. Correct, not correct. For 4 months, whatever purchase I have made, because my registration is cancelled by him, I am an unregistered person. I cannot take input tax rate. Now later, after 4 months, that who only lifted that cancellation? No. So what about this 4 months purchases? Can I take input tax rate or not? New section has been added, which says, if
The registration of a registered person has been cancelled by the proper officer and subsequently it is revoked. Subsequently it is. Hey, Google, you are already qualified now. Where the registration of a registered person has been cancelled by the proper officer and it is subsequently revoked by whom, sir? Any order by the officer, and if there is any unavailed input tax credit for that period of suspension or cancellation, please note, whatever ITC was not availed by me during that period. Which period, sir? Till when my suspension period, meaning from the date when he cancelled till the date of revocation of cancellation. Then ITC on such invoices can be taken or availed within time limit given in 16.4, or if the time limit has expired within 30 days from the date of revocation revocation of cancellation, whichever is later. Important. It is very important. Please note, time limit under 16.4 is what, sir? There are two time limits under 16.4, within 30th number or date of filing, annual return, whichever is earlier. You see this. If this has already expired, then within 30 days from the date of cancellation order, you can take the input tax rate. Komala Devi, section 17. Oh, Komala Devi, apportionment of input tax rate and block rate. He is also saying, who is this Komala Devi? Her name is. Section 17 talks about what, sir? Apportionment of input tax rate and block rate. How do I divide the input tax rate, and what are the different items on which I cannot take input tax rate? Section 17 subsection 1 says, where any goods or services are partly used for business purpose and partly used for any purpose other than business, then ITC shall be restricted to so much of input tax as attributable to business purpose. Meaning, if you are using any goods and services for business purpose and for personal purpose, I will give you ITC only for business purpose. ITC on good A, for example, my iPad, 80% of the time I am using for my classes, 20% of the time I am watching movie. 80% ITC will be allowed. 17.2, ITC on goods or services or both which is used partly for taxable supplies and partly for exempt supplies. If there are any goods or services or both which I am partly using for making taxable supplies, including zero rated supplies. What is zero rated supplies? Export of goods or services is called as zero rated supply. So a zero rated supplies are also taxable supplies only. Name is different. So where the goods or services are partly used for making taxable supplies and partly for exempt supplies, ITC shall be restricted to so much of input tax as attributable to taxable supplies, including zero rated supplies. Section 17 subsection 3. The exempt supply in 17.2 shall also include these things. Here normally what do you mean by exempt supplies? Supplies which are wholly exempt, supplies which are nil rated, and it includes non-taxable supplies, something like this is there. Now they say, apart from these three items, exempt supply for the purpose of 17.2 only shall include supply attracting reverse charge, sale of land, sale of building subject to para 5 of schedule 2, and transaction in securities. Please note, if there are any goods and services which I am using only for business purpose, can I take input tax rate? Yes. If I am using only for personal purpose, I cannot take input tax rate. If I am using partly, then proportionately I can take. If there are any goods I am using only for taxable supplies, I can take ITC. If I am using only for zero rated supply, I can take ITC. If I am using only for exempt supply, no ITC. If I am using pop-up, then proportionately I can. 17 subsection 5. 17.5 talks about what's block credit. Block credit means what, sir? On the following items, input tax rate cannot be taken by you. Which items? Section 17 subsection 5 gives that list. Very important section number. Some sections you should remember. This is one section. I told you one more section, section 2, 6, aggregate turnover. One more section is what, sir? And I told you 4 notifications which you have to remember. And just remember that section 7 is supply. Just section 7 is supply. Remember section 8 is taxability of composite and mixed supply. 9 you don't have to remember. 10 if you want to remember, you remember composition. 11 don't remember. 12, 13 time of supply of goods and services. 17.5 block credit. On some items, ITC is blocked. Which items are? On motor vehicle. Motor vehicle you cannot take. Or motor vehicle which is used for transportation of persons having seating capacity not more than 13, including driver seats, you cannot take input tax credit. Please note. A motor vehicle can be of 2 types. Motor vehicle can be used for transportation of goods, or the motor vehicle can be used for transportation of persons. If the motor vehicle is used for transportation of goods, ITC is allowed. But if the motor vehicle is used for transportation of persons, then if the motor vehicle is used for transportation of goods, ITC is allowed. The motor vehicle is used for transportation of persons, I will see how many people can sit in that motor vehicle. If the seating capacity is less than 13 or equal to 13, I can not take input tax credit. But if the seating capacity of that motor vehicle is more than 13, I can take input tax credit. Please note. Normally, if the motor vehicle has a seating capacity less than or equal to 13, including driver seats, can I take input tax credit? No. But in some cases, I can take input tax rate even if the seating capacity is less than 13. When, sir, if my business is only selling motor vehicles, that is my stock in trade, no? If my business is only further supply of motor vehicle, for example, I am a dealer of motor vehicle, I am involved in the business of renting of motor vehicle, or I am giving training in motor vehicle, I am in driving school, I am involved in the business of transportation of persons, Ola, Uber, Madras Transport Corporation. I cannot take input tax rate on vessels and aircraft. On vessels and aircraft, ITC cannot be taken by me normally. However, on vessels and aircraft, I can take input tax rate when, sir? This you remember. Vignesh Raya, who are you? I am to here. This is Jiva, I think. Somewhere Jiva, there. Vignesh Raya, somewhere here. Oh, who died here? Kiki, where are you, Kiki? Naveen, where are you? Maja is here. Hey, why am I standing here? Vessels and aircraft. Can I take input tax rate on vessels and aircraft? I cannot take input tax rate. However, on vessels and aircraft, I can take input tax rate in 4 cases. Which 4 cases, sir? If I am further supplying vessels and aircraft, if I am giving training in vessels and aircraft, if I am in the business of transportation of persons, I am Indigo, etc. If I am in the business of transportation of goods, in these cases, I can take input tax rates on vessels and aircraft. Now, please note, I know that I cannot take input tax rate on motor vehicle used for transportation of people if less than 13 seater capacity is there. I cannot take input tax rate on vessels and aircraft. Sir, my question to you is, I have a motor vehicle which I am using for business purpose, and let us say this motor vehicle I am using for business purpose, sir. But in this motor vehicle, I know I cannot take input tax rate on the motor vehicle. But sir, my question is, can I take input tax rate on service cost, repairs cost, insurance cost? It says no. If ITC is not given to you on purchase of motor vehicle, vessels or aircraft, then I will not give you input tax rate on service cost, repairs cost and insurance cost of that motor vehicle. However, if at the time when you purchase the motor vehicle, if I have given you input tax rate, I will also give you input tax rate for service cost, repairs cost, insurance cost. For example, motor vehicle used for transportation of goods, can I take input tax rate? Yes. Then on that motor vehicle, if I am incurring service cost, repairs cost, insurance cost, I can take input tax rate. Or who else can take input tax rate, sir? Any person who is in the business of manufacturing motor vehicle, business and aircraft, or general insurance company. Most important is this. I cannot take input tax rates on foods and beverages, outdoor catering, beauty treatment, health services, plastic or cosmetic surgery, leasing, renting, hiring of motor vehicle, business aircraft, life insurance or health insurance. I cannot take input tax rate in these situations. Which situation? If I am going and having food somewhere, foods and beverages, outdoor catering I am taking for my say office function is there, I am asking someone to supply food. Beauty treatment, health services, plastic surgery, cosmetic surgery, leasing, renting, hiring of motor vehicle. Hey, please note. Motor vehicle at the time of purchase also I cannot take input tax rate. If I am taking it on rent also I cannot take input tax rate. Similarly, life insurance, health insurance also ITC cannot be taken by me. Except where these inputs are for a person who is involved in same line of business. Meaning what, sir? If I am a person who is a restaurant, if I take services from another restaurant, I can take input tax rate. If I am Priya Sarees, I take services from a restaurant, I cannot take input tax rate. If I am a restaurant taking services from another restaurant, ITC can be taken. Sir, one more example. If I am Priya Sarees, if I take a motor vehicle on rent, I cannot take input tax rate. If I am Priya Cars, who is in the business of renting of motor vehicles, and now if I take motor vehicles on rent, I can take input tax. Meaning my input and output is same, ITC can be taken. If I mean same line of business, ITC can be taken. Similarly, you cannot take input tax rate on membership of club, health center, fitness center, and you cannot take input tax rate on travel benefits which is extended to your employees. Very important is the next line. On all the 3 points which you studied above, food, beverages, membership, travel benefits, etc., ITC can be taken by you. The ITC can be taken by you if it is a statutory obligation. If it is a statutory obligation on the employer to provide the same to employee. If it is statutory obligation, what do you mean by statutory obligation? If it is compulsory that the employer to provide this, ITC will be allowed on above items if it is a statutory obligation on the employer to provide the same to. If some law is telling you to give, it will be allowed. ITC cannot be taken by you for works, contract services or services used for construction of an immobile property other than plant and machinery. So any material which I am using for construction of this building, cement, TMT bars, bricks, etc., I cannot take input tax. But the same cement, if I am using to fix a machinery, I can take input tax. Goods and services which is received by non-resident taxable person, if non-resident taxable person is receiving any goods, he cannot take input tax rate. Composition dealer, goods and services for which I have paid tax under section 10, ITC cannot be taken. What goods and services I am using for personal purpose, ITC cannot be taken. If there are any goods which is lost, destroyed, written off, you cannot take input tax. And in all those cases wherein you have paid the taxes because of some fraud which you have done, because penalty is leveled at 74, 129, 130. Section 18. Section 18 is what the input tax rate in special circumstances. Most important section is section 18.6. 18.1 is also important. Section 18 subsection 1, A, B, C, D. Section 18 subsection 1 says, if you are a person who is liable for registration and you apply for registration within 30 days of becoming liable. A, if you are a person who is liable for registration and if you apply for registration within 30 days of becoming liable, then you can take input tax rate on inputs held in stock 1 day prior to the date of liable for registration. If you are a person who is liable for registration and you apply for registration within 30 days of becoming liable, then you can take input tax rate on whatever inputs were there 1 day before liable for registration. Inputs means what's a raw material, work in progress, etc. For example, I was liable to take registration on 15th of May. I applied for registration on 26th of May within 30 days and the registration was granted to me also. I can take input tax rate on whatever stock I have 1 day prior to the date when I am liable for registration. Section 18 subsection 1 clause B says, if you are taking voluntary registration, where a person is taking voluntary registration, and such person, where a person has applied for voluntary registration, and if such registration has been granted to him, then he can avail input tax rate on inputs held in stock one day prior to the date of grant of registration. Section 18 subsection 1 clause. If a composition dealer is converting himself to be a regular dealer, if a composition dealer becomes regular dealer, that means if he is a composition dealer, he cannot take input tax rate. If he is a regular dealer, he can take input tax rate. So, where a composition dealer converts himself into a regular dealer, he is entitled to take input tax rate on inputs which is held in stock as well as on capital goods which is held by him one day prior to change, one day prior to conversion from change from composition to regular dealer. How will I take ITC, sir? On inputs, whatever inputs are available, you take ITC proportionately. On ITC on capital goods, when you are taking, no, whatever ITC is there on capital goods, that ITC you see the invoice, you see the ITC amount. Now that ITC amount should be reduced by 5% per quarter or part thereof from the date of purchase till the date of change. You reduce the ITC by 5% every quarter. Part of quarter, even if it is 2 days, 5 days, part of quarter, I should reduce 5%. From the date of purchase till the date of change, you should do that reduction. Whatever you have got, that is the ITC which can be taken by you. Section 18 subsection 1 clause D. Registered persons exempt supply is becoming taxable. So if you are a person who is making exempt supply, if a registered person was making exempt supply and now that supply became taxable supply, he will be entitled to take input tax rate on inputs held in stock as well as on the capital goods held one day prior to change. So what is the criteria? Just now whatever we see, stock, just same criteria. On inputs, whatever is there into the new rate which is there, and on capital goods, reduce the ITC by 5% per quarter or part thereof. Section 18.4 talks about registered person becoming a regular dealer, becoming a composition dealer, or taxable supply becoming exempt supply. What should I do, sir? Whatever we saw under 18.1C and 18.1D, we should do. Now, under 18.1, if any invoice is older than 1 year, you cannot take input tax rate on those invoices. No ITC shall be allowed under section 18 subsection 1 for invoice which are older than 1 year. Section 18 subsection 3. Section 18 subsection 3 says ITC in case of change in constitution of business. Whenever there is a change in constitution of business, what is change in constitution? Partnership firm is becoming, becoming partnership. Partnership is becoming private limited. LLP is becoming partnership. Amalgamation is happening. Merger is happening. Death of sole property is happening, and business is carried on by their children, etc. In such cases, whenever there is a change in constitution of business by way of sale, merger, demerger, amalgamation, death of sole proprietor, etc., with a specific provision for transfer of liability. This amalgamation, merger, demerger, the change in constitution should happen with a specific condition that the liabilities also will be transferred to the new person. In such cases, the unutilized input tax rate of the old company can be availed by the new company. Okay, not okay? The unutilized input tax rate means what, sir? Whatever input tax rate they have in their books is unutilized. Next important section is 18.6. Supply of capital goods or plant and machinery. What do you mean by supply of capital goods or plant and machinery? My business is selling sari, but if I sell a computer, don't you think I am supplying plant and machinery or a capital goods? In such cases, 18.6 is applicable law because it says I will have to pay the taxes. In case of supply of capital goods or plant and machinery on which input tax rate has been availed, the tax to be paid or the ITC to be reversed shall be the tax calculated on transaction value at whatever price I sold that product into the tax rate for that product. The tax calculated on sale price or transaction value, or whatever tax is there, no, you reduce the tax by 5% per quarter or part thereof from the date of purchase to the date of sale. Whichever is higher is the amount which you have to which is highest the amount which you have to pay to the government. A. 18.6 important section. See this question. Priya Sadis purchased a motor vehicle for transportation of goods on 2nd of September 2022 for 15 lakh rupees and GST rate was 18%. The vehicle was sold by Priya Sadis on 31st of August 2024 for 6 lakh rupees. Calculate the input tax rate to be reversed or tax to be paid under section 18.6. Now, at what price did it sell, sir? 6 lakhs into what is the GST rate on this motor vehicle? 18%. So, can I say 6 lakh into 18%? 1,08,000 is the tax on transaction value. Or what is the ITC I would have taken? 15 lakhs into 18%. How much, sir? 15 lakhs into 18% is 2,70,000. So 2,17,000 is the tax input tax rate which I would have taken. Now I should reverse. I should subtract whatever quarters I have used this machinery. How many quarters have I used? So in the year 2002, I have used for July, August, September, October, November, December, 2 quarters. In 2003, I have used for all the 4 quarters. And 2024, I have used till 31st of August. So can I say Jan to March, April to June, and July to September? These quarters I have used. So how many quarters in total, sir? 9 quarters in total. So I should subtract 5% for 9 quarters. How many percent I subtract? 45%. 2.7 lakhs minus 45% is 4 lakh. 1,14,500. Yeah, Sundri, I wrote 15 lakhs into 18%. You see the recording here. You are a good. Now you know how to manner of utilization of input tax rate 18 subsection 9 section 49 subsection 5. How should I take input tax rates? The IGST credit can be used for making the payment of IGST credit can be used for making the payment of IGST first, then you can use it for CGST or SGST in any proportion. Once IGST money is fully gone, once IGST credit is fully utilized, then I can go to CGST. CGST will use it for CGST first, then it will give it to IGST, but it will never give it to SGST. Similarly, SGST credit should first be utilized for SGST, then it will give it to IGST, but it will never give it to SGST will give me, SGST will give the credit to IGST only when CGST's credit is fully exhausted. This is something which you will be doing very well. Hey, what is the manner of utilization of input tax rates? IGST should first be used for IGST. Whatever is left over, I should use it for CGST and SGST in any proportion. I can give in any ratio. Then you should make sure that IGST is fully utilized. After IGST is fully utilized, I will take CGST. First use CGST for CGST, then use it for IGST. Then I will take SGST. First use it for SGST, then use it for IGST. I cannot use SGST for paying IGST unless until I make CGST 0. Meaning unless until I fully utilize CGST. I have the questions you all saw, extra question I had uploaded. Have you seen? I have showed how to present, etc. in that app wherever you have purchased. 2 theory questions, rule number 86A and rule number 86B. Rule number 86A and 86B. Theory question. Theory question can come. Restriction for utilization of input tax rate. Commissioner or the officer authorized on him may impose restriction for utilization of input tax rate. You may stop from taking input tax rate. Stop you from taking input tax rate. When, sir? If the ITC is availed by a registered person basis on document which is not in exist, which is issued by a registered person who is not there at all, or it is issued by a supplier who is not conducting any business. ITC is availed without actual receipt of goods and services. ITC is availed on supply for which tax is not paid to the government. registered person is availing input tax rate for is found to be non-existent. A registered person availing input tax rate does not process valid invoice or debit note based on which she has taken. Now, if you fall under any of these categories, now what is this question telling? When will the officer not able to take input tax rate? These are the cases. Now, there is one more restriction on the amount of credit available in GST portal. Meaning, normally whatever credit is there online, I can take input tax rate. No, they will put a restriction on that also. Rule number 86B restricts use of input tax rate for payment of output tax liability. 86B is applicable to a registered person having taxable supplies excluding zero rated supplies and exempt supplies exceeding 50 lakh rupees. So if I make only taxable supplies more than 50 lakhs in a month, for me this rule is applicable. This rule says 86B restricts a registered person to discharge the output tax liability in excess of 99% of such liability using identity. Meaning 99% ITC I will allow, but 1% should be compulsory in cash. So if the output tax liability is 100 rupees, my output tax is how much? 100 rupees. 99 rupees I can take input tax rate, 1 rupees I should compulsory pay in tax. When sir, if my taxable supplies are more than 50 lakhs rupees in a month. Now, however, the above rule shall not apply to whom, sir? This condition 86B shall not apply to a registered person who has paid income tax more than 1 lakh in last 2 years, a registered person who has received refund of more than 1 lakh, cumulative tax paid by him in a year is more than 1%, specified registered person, meaning in case of government, public sector taking local. A payment of tax chapter, you know, payment of tax theory questions. Now, how can I pay the tax, sir? These are all not chapters also. It is like soap. After food, we will have soap. It is like that good way. Not soap, good way. Tarkuri. You ignore. I'll tell something. You will correct me. What to do? You will just concentrate. Payment of tax. This chapter it should be read along with your input tax rate chapter. Now, if I want to pay tax, how can I pay tax? By utilization of input tax rate and cash. For example, my GST liability is 100 rupees and I have credit of 60 rupees. So can I say I will pay 60 rupees by ITC, balance 40 rupees I will pay cash. This is how I can pay the GST liability. Now in this chapter there are totally 3 lectures. Electronic cash ledger, credit ledger and liability register. Electronic cash ledger. Form GST PMT 05. It is maintained in a form called as form GST PMT 05. Cash ledger. Whatever cash payment you are making, whether you are making the payment of interest, penalty, late fees, etc., they will all go sit in electronic cash ledger. Whether you make it through net banking, IMPS, RTGS, etc., everyone will go and fall over here. And that amount can be utilized for paying tax, interest, penalty. Now, how do I pay the taxes, sir? How do I put some money in electronic cash ledger? There is a payment challan, very important. GST PMT 06 is the payment challan. It is used for depositing the amount in electronic cash ledger. Now, if I want to transfer the amount from one ledger to another ledger, can I transfer, sir? Yes, using a challan called as GST PMT 09. Now, sir, how can I deposit the money in cash ledger? It is only through online modes, but only one situation you can deposit offline modes also over the counter. Maximum how much, sir? 10,000 rupees. For that also you should take permission from the assessing officer. Can I transfer the amount from one ledger to another ledger? Yes, using a form called as GST PMT 09. Can I transfer from one registered person ledgers to another registered person ledger? Yes, using the same. Electronic credit ledger, anyways, a credit ledger, whatever input tax credit you are taking by filing a form called as GST or 3B will go and sit in your electronic credit ledger, and we know what is the manner of utilization of electronic credit ledger. Now, sometimes they'll ask you full form. What do you mean by CPIN, SIN, BRN? One of the attempt they are asked. What is BRN? What is GSTN? Goods and services. Goods and services tax. Identification. CPIN. SIN. Bala is going to clear examination. No, but still she has written, that means. You have written, huh? Electronic liability. Electronic, written, huh? I made you write, so you wrote, Kube. Electronic liability register. Why should I? I have already cleared my exam. And I did not study GST at all for the exam. I started teaching only. If one more attempt I could have failed, I could have studied electronic liability. Hey, what is this? Electronic liability register. Hey, whatever liability are there, no, there can be two types of liability. What are these two types of liability? Tax dues and other dues. A registered person can have following liabilities: tax dues and other dues. Tax dues you should pay through utilization of input tax credit, and other dues you should pay compulsorily in cash. Hey, yeah, correct. Go here, what now? Hey, this will ask for everything. Now what to do with it? Go here. A registered person can will have following liability: tax dues and other dues. Other dues is like interest, late fees, penalty, etc. They should compulsorily be paid in cash. And tax dues which are there, no, they can be paid through utilization of input tax credit or in cash. Following liabilities shall always be paid in cash. Which liabilities? Other dues which are there, tax which is payable by a composition dealer, TCS and TDS under 51 and 52, and RCM, whatever tax you are required to pay, you are liable to pay under reverse charge mechanism. Now, please note very information. I hope you know what is the format of this solution, but I'll just I made an intrastate supply of 10 lakhs. I made an interstate supply of 5 lakhs. So legal services which was taken by me, that is RCM supply, 2 lakh rupees. Total IGST credit available with me is 5 lakh. So computation of output tax liability is how much? CGST, SGST, IGST. I'll compute the taxes on outward supply. I'll see the total input tax rate available. How will I take total input tax rate? Opening input tax rate plus input tax rate on purchases plus input tax rate under reverse charge. So whatever ITC is there, I'll take the ITC. This is the total ITC. Now I should pay the taxes, correct? We just now saw RCM liability should be compulsorily paid in cash. Though I have credit of 5 lakhs, I will have to pay it in cash. Output tax liability is 90, 90, 90. All this 90, 90, 90 I will use IGST credit to pay. Then please note what is the format. First take output tax liability. Then utilize your input tax rate. First you will use IGST, then you will use CGST, then you will use SGST. Then you will have output tax liability which is liable to be paid in cash. Add the inward supply on which you are required to pay the taxes in reverse charge. That will give you net amount of tax which you have to pay in cash. Now, what is the order of discharge of these two things are important. What is the order of discharge of liability? If I have a liability, how do I discharge that liability, sir? First, you should pay self-assessed tax and other dues of previous tax period. Then you should pay self-assessed tax and other dues of current tax period. Then you should pay any other amount which is liable to be paid by you under this act. First, you should pay tax and interest, penalty, late fee related to that return of previous tax period. Then current tax period. Then any other amount which you are liable to pay under GST law. Sir, what are the different electronic liability register shall be debited? What are the different items with which electronic liability register will be debited? It will be debited with the amount of tax payable, interest payable, late fee payable as for the return furnished by the registered person. It will also be debited with the amount of tax, interest, penalty, late fee as determined by the GST officer. The amount of tax and interest as a result of section 50, which is interest, amount of interest that may accrue time to time. Now this is also one important section, section 50. Remember section number also if possible. 50 is what, sir? Interest liability under GST, important. If you don't pay the taxes to the government within the due date, if you take extra input tax rate, then you will have to pay interest. Interest for delay in payment of tax. Interest is required to be paid at 18% per annum from the date following the due date of payment till the date of actual payment of tax. Meaning due date is 20th, from 21st till the date of payment of tax. Now you should pay interest on what amount, sir? You should pay interest on net GST liability payable in cash. Net GST liability means whatever your total output tax liability is there, subtract your input tax rate. The difference will be your net liability in cash. On that you will have to pay interest at 18% per annum. Sir, what if I take extra input tax credit? Then interest is required to be paid at 18% per annum. Interest is required to be paid from which date, sir? From the date when you have taken extra input tax rate till the date you reverse that input tax rate. Now please see. See, if there is a delay in payment of tax, very important. This is very, very important. Normally I should pay interest only on net amount, no? But this will change over here. Delay in payment of tax. If you have made any delay in payment of tax, and if the delay is due to late filing of return, I have filed my return late, then in such cases the interest shall be paid only on the net tax liability payable in cash. I have filed my return late, so I am paying tax late, pay interest only on net amount. There is a delay in payment of tax. Why, sir? Because of delay is due to not considering the amount in return. I have not shown, meaning my sales was 10 lakhs. I thought, how will government come to know? I'll show sales of 8 lakhs only. Can I say I have not shown 2 lakh rupees? So the delay is due to not considering the amount in return, or the delay is due to tax which is paid upon a notice which is issued by the officer. In such cases, if the delay is because you have cheated government, in both the cases, can I say you have cheated government? So in that cases, lawmaker says the interest is required to be paid, shall be payable on full tax liability, whether it is paid in cash or through utilization of credit. There are two questions over here, very good questions. Exams answer. What is there in exemption, Govind? Nothing is there in the chapter. What last? No, we'll discuss, right? Lot of things are there in life. Registration, most important chapter, 4 marks question will come from this chapter. Registration. Hey, we'll cover chota topics. Exemption, 2 minutes I'll cover. Hey, no problem. If I don't cover also, I'll upload in video. You came for exemption. What is there in exemption? Registration. Registration, section 22 and section 22 to section 30. Now, who is a person liable for registration, sir? Who is liable for registration? The supplier of goods or services or both shall obtain registration in that state or union territory from where he makes taxable supplies if his aggregate turnover exceeds 20 lakh rupees. So a supplier of goods and services should take registration. Where should he take registration? In the state or union territory or both, where he makes taxable supplies if his aggregate turnover exceeds 20 lakh. This limit is 10 lakhs for 4 special category states. Which are these 4 special category states? Make my trip to Nagaland. Manipur, Mizoram, Tripura and Nagaland. How much is the limit? 10 lakhs. Now, there is a notification called as notification 10/2019, which says any person who is engaged only in supply of goods, any person who is engaged exclusively in supply of goods and whose aggregate turnover does not exceed 40 lakh rupees and whose aggregate turnover does not exceed 40 lakh rupees is exempted from taking registration. Meaning, if you are a person who is supplying only goods, then for you the limit for taking registration is what, sir? 40 lakhs. Now this notification is not applicable to a person who is required to take compulsory registration under section 24. Section 24 gives a list of different people who are required to take registration under this law compulsory. For them this notification is not applicable. And a person who is supplying in notified goods, if you are supplying Pati bricks, for you also this notification is not applicable. Then if you are supplying from notified states, which are notified states, sir? Num must time pass. Num must already studied. Time pass will study today. Num must time pass means what, sir? Nagaland, Uttarakhand, Manipur, Meghalaya, Mizoram, Arunachal Pradesh, Sikkim, Tripura, and Telangana and Puducherry. If you are doing business in these states, for you limit of 40 lakhs will not apply. Either 10 lakhs or 20 lakhs limit will be there. And if you are a person who has taken registration on voluntary basis. Everyone. Something he asked. Now, sir, are there any persons who are not liable to take registration under GST law? Yes. If you are a person who is making only exempt supply, if you are a person who is making non-taxable supplies only, if I am making only exempt supply, why should I take registration? If I am supplying alcohol, why should I take registration? GST. If I am making only exempt supply, if I am making only non-taxable supplies, if I am an agriculturist who is selling the produce out of cultivation of land, and who else should not take registration, sir? If a person is making interstate taxable supply of services up to 10 lakh, 20 lakh, they don't have to take registration. If a person is making supplies which are taxable under reverse charge, because I don't have to pay tax, recipient has to pay the tax, therefore I will not take registration. If a person is making interstate supply of handicrafted goods, notified handicrafted goods, or if a person is supplying services through e-commerce operator till 10 lakh, supplying services through e-commerce operator till 10 lakh, 20 lakhs. So who are the persons who are required to take registration under GST law compulsorily? Who are the persons who are required to take registration under GST law compulsorily? Now there is a new person added over here. Who are required to take registration compulsorily, sir? A person making interstate taxable supply of goods, casual taxable person, a person who is liable to pay tax under reverse charge, non-resident taxable person, list it is. E-commerce operator is required to collect the tax under section 52. Then a person who is supplying through an e-commerce operator under 95. Then a person who is required to deduct the tax under 51. Input service distributor, ICAI service provider, online information database access and retrieval service provider. Any other person who is making taxable supplies on behalf of another person, and such persons has been notified by the government. The new person notified by the government is a person who is supplying online game services from outside India. A person is supplying poker, rummy circle, something like this games are there. What is the procedure for taking registration? Important. What is the procedure for taking registration? Any person who is liable to take registration under section 22 or under section 24 should apply for registration within 30 days of becoming liable. You should apply for registration within 30 days. If you are a casual taxable person and non-resident taxable person, you should apply for registration 5 days before commencement of business. 5 days prior to commencement of business. Normally, one single registration will be given to you in a state or union territory. But if you have business at multiple locations, you can take more than one registration also. Similarly, if you have a unit at SZ location, then for that unit, compulsory you should take separate registration. Now, can I apply for registration though I am not liable for registration? Yes, on voluntary basis you can apply. And 25.4 and 25.5 talks about deemed distinct person, which you have seen in first chapter. What is compulsory for taking registration, sir? PAN. But for a non-resident taxable person, PAN will not be there. So there are other documents specified. What are those other documents specified, sir? Here is the tax identification number of the country from where he is coming. He should give his passport details, and he should also appoint an authorized representative who is an Indian resident who should be having a valid PAN. And if you're a person who is going to take registration as a TDS or TCS person, you should be giving your TAN. Now the proper officer will grant the registration only after seeing your documents, etc. Now, what is the application for taking registration, sir? GST REG 01. And once you obtain registration, they will give you something called as GST registration certificate. What is the GST registration certificate number, sir? GST REG 06. GST number is a 15-digit number. First 2 digits will be your state code, 10 digits will be your PAN number, then next will be 1. It will always be 1. Meaning this number is basically how many registrations you have in the same state. So it will change accordingly. Then Z, and this will be a checksum digit. Section 26 talks about deemed registration. If you are registered under CGST Act, SGST Act or UTGST Act, it will be deemed that you are registered under CGST Act also. Very important is effective date of registration. Normally they ask question on this topic, effective date of registration. What is effective date of registration? From which date is your registration valid from? See, there are two types of person. A person who has applied for registration because he was liable for registration, or a person who has applied for registration on voluntary basis. If you are a person who has applied for registration on voluntary basis, for you the effective date of registration will be the date when the registration has been granted to you. What do you mean by effective date of registration? From which date will my registration be valid? If I am a person who is applying for voluntary registration, for me my registration will be valid from effective from the date of grant of registration. But if you are a person who is applied for registration because you were liable, then I will check whether you have applied within 30 days or you have applied after 30 days. If you have applied for registration within 30 days, then for you effective date of registration will be, if you have applied within 30 days, if you have applied within 30 days, effective date of registration will be the date of liable for registration. But if I am not applied within 30 days, whenever the registration is granted to you, that will be the effective date of registration. Very important is this one. Section 27 talks about special provisions for a casual taxable person and non-resident taxable person. You know what is casual taxable person, non-resident taxable person? A person who is occasionally undertaking the activity of supply of goods or services or both at a place which is not his usual place of business is a casual taxable person. Same person, if someone from outside India is coming to India and doing business activity in India, occasionally he will be called as non-resident taxable person. They should apply for registration 5 days before commencement of business. The registration will be valid for number of days they are applying or 90 days, whichever is less. And can they extend their validity, sir? Yes, they can extend their validity only once they can extend, and their validity can be extended for how many days? Maximum 90 days they can extend. If they extend, their validity will be what, sir? Number of days they are extending or 90 days, whichever is less. And these people also have to pay tax in advance at the time of applying for registration. That tax is required to be paid on estimated turnover. Now, if they are extending their validity for that extended period, also they should pay tax in advance. Section 28 talks about amendment in registration. Any change in your registration, that change should be intimated to the government within 15 days of change. Change can be in core fields or it can be non-core fields. If the change is in core fields, then what? If the change is in core fields, officer will approve. If it is in non-core fields, officer will not approve. Automatically it will be changed. Now, please note, there may be a question which they may ask connecting cancellation of registration with your input tax credit chapter, because there is a new section added 16(6). Section 29 says cancellation or suspension of registration. Your registration will be cancelled. The registration can be cancelled by proper officer or registered person himself or legal heirs in 3 cases: when the business is discontinued, when there is a change in constitution of business, or he is no more liable to become a registered person under GST law. The registration can be cancelled by proper officer only in how many cases, sir? These many cases. If the registration is obtained by a person by way of fraud, misstatement, suppression of facts, if the registered person has contravened the provision of the law, he is not following the law properly, he is issuing invoices without making the supply. There are some cases like this, where a person has obtained for registration on voluntary basis, but he has not started business within a period of 6 months, or where the returns are filed, where the returns are not filed by the registered person for a continuous period of 3 quarters for a composition dealer and 2 quarters for a regular dealer. Now, revocation of cancellation. Revocation means what, sir? Taking back. Revocation of cancellation, where registration is cancelled by the proper officer, the taxpayer can apply for revocation. Revocation should be done within 90 days of cancellation order. Whenever officer is cancelling your registration, you can always apply for revocation. And if within how many days? Within 90 days. This can be further be extended up to a period of 180 days. You know what is suspension of registration? You know what is suspension of registration? What is suspension? What is suspension? From the date when you have applied for cancellation till the date of order of cancellation given by the officer, the period is called as suspension. Accounts and records. Hey, this tax invoice, debit note, credit note, so I think we have discussed. Hey, here delivery challan we have discussed. I think we have not discussed this. One question which they'll ask in examination is, what are the contents of consignment note? What are the contents of consignment note? The consignment note can be issued by a GTA. It should have the details of gross vehicle weight, name of the consignor and the consignee, registration number of the vehicle in the which goods are going, and then details of the goods which are transported, place of origin and place of destination, GST number of the person who is liable to pay the taxes, and other information as may be required. Please note, tax invoice, debit note, credit note, these 4 questions are very important. They will normally ask. Which is that question? DTA question, delivery challan question, credit note question, what contents of tax invoice? Okay, e-invoicing related one question. E-invoicing. Now, accounts and records. Please note, there are 3 chapters: tax invoice, debit note, credit note, accounts and records, and e-way bill. Out of these 3 chapters, 5 marks question will come. 5 marks question will come. It will be a theory question, or from these 3 chapters, and it is very theory, very still. Just see, that is a question which you can answer only in 3 to 5 minutes. 5 marks you will get in 3 to 5 minutes because you just have to write theory. Tax invoice, debit note, credit note, accounts and records, e-way bill. 3 chapters, 1 question, because it is only theory. Nothing practical is there in this. Out of these 3 topics, 1 theory question will be asked for sure. 1 or 2 MCQ questions will be asked from this topic. So totally weightage is 6 to 7 marks from these 3 topics only. Very easy topic. They are very easy topic. Accounts and records. Who should maintain accounts, sir? Registered person. Where should he maintain? Principal place of business. What should he maintain? He should maintain true and correct records of production and manufacture, inward and outward supply, stock, input tax aid availed by him, output tax payable and paid, and such other particulars as may be. Sir, what if I have more than 1 place of business? Can I maintain books at different location? Yes. If you have more than one place of business, books related to those places can be kept over there. Books can also be maintained in electronic form. If you are a warehouse, if you are a owner of a warehouse, or if you are a owner of a transporter, you should also maintain the details of consignor, consignee, and other relevant documents. Commissioner may ask you to maintain other documents as may be prescribed. 35.5, where the registered person fails to give the details of goods or services or both, the proper officer himself will determine the tax, and also penalty will be applied. Now, in accounts and records, what is important is these additional documents. About this, last time one question was asked. 2 marks MCQ question. What are the additional books of accounts required to be maintained by a registered person? Dharmi, additional books of accounts are goods and services which are imported or exported by him, supplies attracting reverse charge along with relevant documents, details of advances which is received, paid and adjusted, details of the stock received, supplied, opening balance, tax collected and remitted, name and complete address of the person who is liable to pay the taxes, name and complete address of the person who is to whom the goods and services are in on behalf of whom goods and services are received, complete address of the premises of where the goods are stored, and such other particulars. Here, this is theory. You just have to read this. What are the books which are required to be maintained by an agent? Particulars of authorization received from each principal. Particulars including description, value, and quantity of goods and services. Particulars including description, value, quantity of goods supplied on behalf of principal. Details of accounts which is furnished to every principal. Taxes paid on behalf of principal. What are the details which are required to be maintained by a manufacturer? Monthly production of accounts showing quantitative details. Quantitative details of goods manufactured including wastage of the goods. Records to be maintained by service provider is what, sir? Quantitative details of goods used in providing services. Details of input services utilized and the services which are supplied. Records to be maintained by executor of works contract. Name and address of the person on behalf of whom the work is executed. Description value of goods and services which are received and utilized. Details of payment received in respect of works contract. And other points with respect to this chapter are records can be whatever records you are maintaining in electronic form, they should be properly authenticated. Proper electronic backup should be maintained. Entries in register accounts and documents shall not be erased, effaced, overwritten. All incorrect entries otherwise than of clerical nature should all be sorted and accessed. Where registers and other documents are maintained in electronic form, they should not be for every edit which you are doing or every delete which you are doing, you should maintain a separate log. And volume of books of accounts can be which is maintained in manual form should be serially numbered. Section 36 talks about what, sir? For how long should I maintain books of accounts? Accounts and records should be maintained until the expiry of 72 months from the due date of furnishing annual return of the financial year to which those documents relate. For example, for you, the financial year is 24-25. What is the due date of filing annual return for this? 31st of December 2025 plus 72 months, meaning plus 6 years you should maintain. 31st of December 2020, 31 should maintain till. Now they further say where the registered person is a party to any appeal, revision or any other proceedings, then before appellate authority, revision authority, appellate tribunal, court, then the books related to such period should be maintained for 1 more year after the disposal of such case. Next is what, sir? E-way bill. Okay, what is e-way bill? Electronic way bill. When is electronic way bill required to be generated? Whenever there is a movement of goods whose consignment value is more than 50,000 rupees, then e-way bill is required to be generated. E-way bill is required to be generated in a form called as form GST EWB 01. Consignment value means what, sir? Consignment value means value as per section 15 declared in the invoice. Also include the taxes under GST law. So it is nothing but taxable supplies plus taxes, but it should not include value of exempt supplies when you are determining this value. Then, sir, in case of bill to ship to concept, e-way bill should be issued only once. And what are the information which is required to be given in e-way bill, sir? E-way bill GST EWB 01 will have two parts, part A and part B. Part A will comprise of the details of invoice, such as details of GST number of supplier, GST number of recipient, place of dispatch of goods, place of delivery of goods, document number, that is invoice number, delivery channel number, document date, value of the goods, HSN code, etc. It is required to be furnished by a registered person who is causing the movement of goods. In part B, you will give transporter details. What is the transporter document number and vehicle number details if the goods are transported through road. Transfer of goods from one conveyance to another conveyance. Sometimes it may happen that I have transferred the goods in a particular truck, but accident happened of this truck, so goods will be shifted to new vehicle. So in that case, what procedure you should follow? Where the goods are transferred, this is theory question, okay? This should read it as it is, write it as it is. Where the goods are transferred from one conveyance to another conveyance, the consignor or the recipient who has provided the information in part A or the transporter before the transfer of the goods for further movement should update the details of conveyance in part B of e-way bill. They may assign the e-way bill number to another registered transporter for updating the information in part B. However, once the details of conveyance is already updated by the transporter in part B, the registered person or the consignor or recipient cannot, who has furnished the information in part B, shall not be allowed to assign the number. Can I cancel the e-way bill? Answer is no, e-way bill cannot be. Answer is yes, I can cancel the e-way bill within 24 hours. I can cancel the e-way bill. Now, where multiple consignments are transported, you can generate a single e-way bill called as consolidated e-way bill in a form called as GST EWB 01. And what is the validity of e-way bill, sir? For every 200 kilometers or part thereof, if it is other than over dimension cargo, the validity will be 1 day. And for over this I have written ulta, okay? For over dimension cargo, it is what, sir? For every 20 kilometers or part thereof, it is 1 day. For other than over dimension cargo, for every 200 kilometers or part there, it is 1 day. Can I extend the validity? Yes, 8 hours before or after expiry of the validity, you can extend. Now, what are the cases where e-way bill is not required to be generated? If you are transporting LPG, kerosene, jewelry, currency notes, etc. If you are transporting in non-motorized vehicle, if you are transporting from port, airport to inland container depots, where you are transporting HP man, alcoholic liquor for human consumption, etc. Now, this last attempt, they asked the question. No, I told only 3 points are there. January attempt. Blocking of e-way bill generation. E-way bill cannot be generated in following cases. Composition dealer cannot generate if he has not filed his return for 2 months. A regular registered person if he has not filed return for 2 consecutive tax period. Regular registered person who has not filed his GST 1 for 2 months. And such persons whose registration has been suspended. Returns. 2 minutes. Returns under GST. Now, 2 types of questions are asked. What is the return? Who has to file it? What is the due date of filing? And what are the late fee for filing GST returns? Now, there is a return. Regular dealer or a normal dealer has to file 2 types of return called as GSTR1 or GSTR3B. Normally, the due date of GSTR1 is the details of sales, outward supply. GSTR2 is a summary return. The due date of filing GSTR1 is 11th of next month and the due date of filing GSTR3B is 20th of next month. This is what you are supposed to do normally. Now, what are the contents of GSTR1? It will have basic details of supplier such as supplier GST number, month, trade name, legal name, financial year. Then it will have details of sales which you are making, so taxable supplies, exempt supply, interstate, intrastates, etc. Whether you have received any advances, HSN summary, document issued by you. Now, the sales can be of 2 types. B2B supplies and B2C supplies. If you are making B2B supplies, you should completely give invoice-wise details. If it is a B2C supply, then you should give state-wise, rate-wise supplies if it is within the state. And if it is B2C interstate and the value is more than 2.5 lakhs, give invoice-wise details. If it is less than 2.5 lakhs, give state-wise details. Due date for filing GSTR1, normally GSTR1 can be filed on monthly basis or on quarterly basis. If you are opting for monthly basis, the due date is 11th of next month. If you are opting for quarterly basis, the due date is 13th of next month following the quarter. Sir, for whom monthly basis is applicable, sir? Any person who himself opts for monthly basis or whose turnover is more than 5 crore rupees, they should compulsorily file GSTR1 on monthly basis. Sir, what if my turnover is less than 5 crores? Then you have an option to file it on quarterly basis. Aggregate turnover is more than 5 crores, compulsorily monthly. Aggregate turnover is less than equal to 5 crores, quarterly basis you can file. If you are filing it on monthly basis, the due date is 11th of next month. If you are filing on quarterly basis, it is 13th of next month following the quarter. Okay. 2.5 lakhs. What 1 lakh? $2.5 lakhs. GSTR 3B is a summary return which is used for making the payment of taxes. Due date of GSTR 3B, if you are filing on monthly basis, 20th of next month. If you are filing on quarterly basis, 22nd or 24th of next month. Now there is also a scheme called as QRMP scheme. What is QRMP scheme, sir? Quarterly return monthly payment, wherein you have to file your GSTR1 on quarterly basis and GSTR3B also on quarterly basis, but make the payment of taxes on monthly basis. Sir, how will I pay the taxes, sir? You will have to pay the taxes on monthly basis. What is the due date of paying the taxes? For the first 2 months of a quarter. Say, let us say a quarter, April, May, June quarter is there. For first 2 months, you will have to pay it by 25th of next month. For April, it is 25th of May. For May, it is 25th of June. And for last month of the quarter, you will have to combinedly pay it while filing your GSTR 3B. How much tax I have to pay? Either pay tax on self-assessment basis or pay tax on fixed sum basis. Self-assessment basis means what, sir? You yourself assess your tax liability and pay it. Fixed sum basis means what, sir? 35% of tax which is paid by you in last quarter, you should pay it in 3 installments. Now see, this question was asked. Amendment, correction, rectification of details already uploaded in GSTR. 5 marks or 3 marks question was asked. So this they not asked. They were January month they have asked. Now please, I'll discuss. Now there is something called as invoice furnishing facility. Those who have opted for filing GSTR 1 and 3B on quarterly basis, they can give their B2B supply related details on monthly basis through a system called as invoice furnishing facility. Invoice furnishing facility is not a return. It is just a facility to upload the details of B2B invoices on monthly basis for those people who have opted for QRMP scheme. Due date is not due date. I mean, if you want to file, you can file it. It is 13th of next month. All the invoices, debit note, credit note, the details which are uploaded in invoice furnishing facility will automatically come in GSTR 1. Amendment, correction, rectification in GSTR 1, which is already filed. Any type of amendment if you want to make in your GST return, you cannot amend the return. You cannot refile the return. There is no concept of revised return. All the amendments can be made only by filing the return for the next month. Whichever month you identify the mistake, in that month you should make the amendment or correction. Nil return also is required to be filed by you. Late fees, if you don't file the return within the due date, then you will have to pay late fees. What is the late fees, sir? If it is a nil return, then it is rupees 20 per month. 10 rupees CGST, 10 rupees SGST. Maximum is how much? 500. If it is not a nil return, if your turnover is up to 1.5 crores, 50 rupees per day, which is 25 CGST, 25 SGST, maximum 2000. 1000 rupees CGST, 1000 rupees SGST. If your turnover is more than 1.5 crores up to 2 crores, maximum 5000. Minimum amount is same. 500 rupees per day, same. And if it is more than 5 crores, minimum amount is same, maximum is 10,000 rupees. Now there are other returns like GSTR 4, which is required to be filed by a composition dealer, 5 by non-resident taxable person. Due date is 20th of next month or within 7 days of expiry of your registration, whichever is earlier. ISD has to file a return by 13th of next month. Please note, for these people, you just have to remember the due date because these concepts are not applicable at intermediate level. Tax TDS, the due date is 10th of next month. TCS, the due date is 10th of next month. GSTR 8 is the return. Annual return is required to be filed by 31st December. Now there is a return called as first return. What is the first return, sir? First return is a return which is required to be filed by a person who is liable for registration. First return is required to be filed for supplies from the date where a person is liable for registration till the date of grant of registration. It is required to be filed within 30 days of within 30 days from the date of grant of registration. Now late fees we have seen anyways. There is also a return called as final return. Once your registration is cancelled, you will have to file a return called as final return within 3 months from the date of cancellation order or within 3 months from the date of cancellation of registration, whichever is later. One last concept, TDS and TCS, important because there is a small amendment. Now, who is the person who is required to deduct? Section 51 talks about TDS. Person liable to deduct TDS. Who is required to deduct TDS, sir? Central government, state government, local authority, government agency, any person in whom more than 51% or more is invested by government, public sector undertaking, or any society which is established by central government, state government, union. When should they deduct TDS? If the contract value is more than 2,50,000. Contract value should not include GST and value of exempt supplies. So before GST value should be taken. Then how much is the rate at which TDS is required to be deducted? 2%. 1% is CGST and 1% is SGST. Deducted TDS should be paid to the government within 10th of next month. TDS should not be deducted where? Now about this they had asked an MCQ question in last examination, Jan examination. 2 marks MCQ question. No TDS is required to be deducted where supply of goods or services or both is by one public sector undertaking to another public sector undertaking, one deductor to another deductor. Similarly, where the location of the supplier is different from the place where the recipient is registered. Now, those people for whom section 51 is applicable, they should take registration under GST law compulsorily. Whatever TDS they are required to pay, they should pay it in cash only. If they don't pay the TDS, then penalty is rupees 100 per day, maximum is 500 rupees. If you don't deduct the TDS, 18% is the interest which you have to pay. Now, under TCS, amendment has been made. What is the amendment, sir? The new rate is 0.5% of what, sir? Net value of taxable supplies. Before it was 1%. Okay, now it is 0.5%, which is nothing but 0.25% CGST, 0.25% SGST. Every e-commerce operator shall collect taxes at source at 0.5% on net value of taxable supplies made through the e-commerce operator. If the consideration is collected by such e-commerce operator, when will this provision will be applicable? Where I am selling through Flipkart and Flipkart is collecting money from the customer and then making the payment to me. At the time when Flipkart is making the payment to me, Flipkart should deduct or Flipkart should collect extra 1%, 0.5% as TCS. They should collect on net value of taxable supplies. What is net value of taxable supplies? Take the total value of taxable supplies, subtract values taxable under 9(5), subtract values of supplies which are return, sales return. That will give you net. Other points are just like your TDS. TCS is applicable even on 1 rupee sale. TDS is applicable 2.5 lakh rupees contract file. Let us now go to the last topic. What is there in this? I don't know. Once I'll take little water and come. Huh? 1 second, I'll come online, students. 1, 2.
Exemptions. For exemptions, what you should remember, sir? Notification number. See, exemptions can be of two types. Exemption can be of I have 30 minutes to complete this. 30 minutes here. Oh, cut. Uh, Water also. Exemptions. Exemptions can be of two types. One is called as one is called as what, sir? General exemption. Another one is called as special exemption. General exemptions are given by way of a notification. Special exemptions are given by way of a special order. And whatever exemptions government are giving, they are giving it in public interest. Now I'll tell you simple logic. You read the question. Exemption means what, sir? I'll genuinely tell you this will work out. 80% of the time it works. 20% if you don't know how to read the question, what will I do? So I'm telling. Now what works out, sir, in this topic? You read the question and you ask yourself, exempt means what? GST is not applicable. You read the question. When you read the question, no. What is the first thing which is coming to your mind is right. Genuinely I'm telling, promise I'm telling. When you read the question, what is the first thing which is coming to your mind is right. You should not overthink. If you feel it is taxable, it is taxable. Aste. Don't think at all. For example, hey, have you studied anything right now? No. Now, for example, amount received for caring and consoling mentally disabled person. What do you think? Whatever you are thinking is right. You should not say what is right. Correct. I promise it is right. Now, organization of fitness camp for Ricky aerobics received donation from participant. Aerobics, if you do, they will give exemption. Huh? No. So I hope you are understanding. Whatever is coming to your mind is absolutely right with respect to this. Meaning, what I am trying to say in simple words is, you don't have to by-hat this topic. Even if you have not studied this topic till today, one day before examination, just open. You just read. You are not understanding anything. Just read. Then I promise you just read it like a newspaper. If it is coming in examination, you will give the right answer. Trust me, you will give the right answer. Seriously. Huh? If it is not coming, what will you write? You only add your question. That means you'll cut your marks. No, No, RTP I'll prepare separately video. Income tax, that only the chota 2-hour discussion is there. I have to. What is there in deduction? Genuinely, I'm telling, what is there in deduction? 2 marks topic, what to take and time. Now I'll tell you, income tax video is already uploaded. Okay. Today when you are going back home, huh? No, genuinely, see, income tax deductions, etc. set off carry forward 15 minutes discussion. Clubbing of income 10 minutes discussion. Deduction is around 20 to 30 minutes discussion. 1 hour will take that. 1 hour is other TDS, TCS and 115 JC and 115 BST and advanced tax. Only 2 hours discussion.
Can we ignore this chapter? Answer is no, because question will come from this chapter. You just have to read like a newspaper. Don't buy at anything. Everything is exempt under notification number 12 bar 2017. Everything is exempt. That is what I am telling. She is telling. Sir, should I buy hat? I am telling don't buy hat. Read it like a newspaper. Whatever item is exempt under which number, sir? Only one notification number. Everything which you are studying, only one notification number. Now don't waste my time, please. Services given by an entity registered under section 12W of Income Tax Act by way of charitable activity. Two conditions you should see. Entity should be registered under section 12W of Income Tax Act, and the activities which they are performing should be charitable activity. What is charitable activity? Papa. Papa means what, sir? Public health, advancement of religion, spirituality, yoga. P for preservation of environment, watershed, wildlife sanctuary. A for advancement of educational program. Now, public health with respect to what, sir? Charitable activity means advanced activity relating to public health. Caring and consoling terminally ill person with severe and physical or mental disability. You are caring and consoling person addicted to dependence warning substance. You are caring and consoling. You are creating awareness about preventive health, family planning, and prevention of HIV. You are advancing religion, spirituality, yoga. You are advancing educational program and skill development program. For whom are you advancing educational programs, sir? Abandoned children, orphanage children, physically, mentally traumatized children, prisoners, and persons over the age of 65 years. And you are in the business of preservation of watershed, etc. Now, next point is what, sir? Do you have to remember all these entry numbers? No. Services of training and coaching in recreational activity. This service of training, I am teaching you how to do recreational activity. If it is related to arts and culture, then it is exempt for individual. If it is related to sports, then it is exempt only for an entity registered in section 12AA. Recreational activity, mistake you will do in life. Training and coaching in recreational activity. If the training and coaching is with respect to art and culture, exemption is only for individual. If the training is in some sports, exemption is only for charitable entities. Services by an old age home run by central government, state government, entity registered under section 12W of Income Tax Act to its residents. Who are residents of old age home? People whose age is 60 years or more, against a consideration of rupees 20 up to rupees 25,000 per month per member is exempt. Now, this is important. Services by a person by way of conducting religious ceremony. Any person, pujar is coming and conducting religious ceremony, or services of renting of pursuits of religious premises, which is meant for general public. Now, this exemption will not be applicable if the pursuits of religious premises are rented for more than some limit. If you are renting room where the charges is 1,000 rupees or more, it will be taxable. If you are renting community hall, kalyana mandapas, etc., and the charges are 10,000 or more per day, it is taxable. Renting of shops, if the rent is 10,000 rupees or more per month, it is taxable. Services provided by a specified organization for religious pilgrimage, that is also exempt. Who are covered over here, sir? Kumar Mandal Vikas Nigam Limited and Hajj Committee of State Hajj Committee. Now, there are yoga camps which are happening. Now, yoga camp which are happening, is it taxable or not taxable, sir? Lawmaker says if the yoga camp is happening where yoga is taught to you, you are staying over there, eating over there, then here, if the main objective is yoga, then it is exempt. If the main objective is staying over there, then it will be taxable. If the charitable activity, if it is merely for accommodation, then it will become taxable. But if it is not for accommodation, if it is advancement of spirituality, religion or yoga, it will be exempt. Agricultural related services. agricultural related services, services related to cultivation of plants and rearing of all the different life form of animals. Why are you rearing, cultivating plants and rearing life form of animals, sir? For food, fiber, fuel, raw material, and any other similar product. It is exempt. If you are giving services relating to cultivation of plants and rearing of life form of animals for food, fiber, fuel, raw material, it is exempt. Second point says services of agricultural produce by way of agricultural operation. If you are undertaking any type of agricultural operation which are directly related to production of any agricultural produce or supply of farm labor, if you are giving services by way of supply of farm labor, if you are carrying out any if you are carrying out any process at agricultural farm such as tending, curing, cutting, which is not altering the essential characteristics of agricultural produce, renting or leasing of agro machinery, very important, renting and leasing of agro machinery or vacate land, loading, unloading, packaging, storaging of agricultural produce, exempt, loading, unloading, packaging, warehousing of agricultural produce. Agricultural extension services, meaning you are giving scientific research related services for agricultural purpose. Services by way of agricultural produce marketing committee or services given by any commission agent for sale and purchase of agricultural produce. Now, breeding of fish, pisciculture, sericulture, cultivation of ornamental fires, floriculture, horticulture, etc., they all are covered under the definition of agriculture. Plantation crops like tea, coffee, rubber are also covered under agriculture. Plucking of flowers from plants is exempt. If you are loading, unloading, packaging rice, exempt. If you are warehousing minor forest produce, exempt. Storaging and warehousing of cereals, pulses, fruits and vegetables is also exempt. If you are carrying out any intermediate production process as a job worker for agricultural produce, then your process is exempt. Artificial insemination of livestock, that services if you are giving, exempt. If you are preconditioning, pre-cooling, ripening, waxing, retail packing of fruits and vegetables, please note here you will do a mistake. Preconditioning, pre-cooling, ripening, waxing, retail packing or labeling of fruits and vegetables, your services are exempt. Now, another important service is what, sir? Healthcare services. Healthcare services is little important. If healthcare services are given by only three people, which are these three people? Clinical establishment, authorized medical practitioner, and paramedics. If healthcare services are given by hospitals or doctors or paramedics, only then, paramedics means nursing staff, only then exemption will be given. What do you mean by healthcare service, sir? Healthcare services means DTC of double iPad. What is DTC of double iPad, sir? Healthcare services means diagnosis, treatment and care of illness, injury, pregnancy, abnormality, deformity through any recognized system of medicine in India. What is recognized system of medicine in India? Why Anusha? What is recognized system of medicine in India? Why Anusha? Why Anusha? Why Anusha means what, sir? Why Anusha? Yoga, Ayurveda. Anusha spelling you should tell me. If the healthcare services are provided through these systems only, then exemption is there. What are the systems? Yoga, Ayurveda, Naturopathy, Unani, Siddha, Homeopathy, Allopathy. Then only it will be exempt. What is healthcare services? DTC, diagnosis, treatment and care of illness, injury, deformity, abnormality and pregnancy through any recognized system of medicine in India. And it includes services of transportation of patients to and from clinical establishment, but it shall not include hair transplantation, cosmetic surgery, plastic surgery. However, hair transplantation, cosmetic surgery, plastic surgery will be healthcare if it is to restore or reconstruct an anatomy or function of a body which is affected due to congenital defects or development of abnormality. Now, see, hospital rents the room. If hospital is giving any room on rent, however, nothing contained in this entry shall be applicable to a clinical establishment who are giving rooms on rent whose charges is more than 5,000. If hospital is giving any room on rent to you and the charge is more than 5,000, it will be taxable. But if that room is ICU, CCU, ICCU, NICU, it is not taxable. Meaning if it is critical care units, it is not. If I am giving veterinary clinic services, it is tax exempt. But there are two items which you remember over here. Cord blood banks is now taxable. Biomedical waste operators, they are giving services, it is now taxable. Now services given by rehabilitation professions to a clinical establishment or central government, state government, etc., or any college, institutions, etc., rehabilitation professions, people will come and tell you, please don't consume drugs. Their services are exempt. Now doctors, no, doctors provide, see, there are two types of doctor. A doctor who is an employee of the hospital, and doctor who is a consultant. Now a doctor who is employee of the hospital, his services will be exempt because services given by employee to employee in the course of employment. The doctor who is a consultant to the hospital, his services also will be exempt because he is giving healthcare services. Now they supply food in the hospital. If they are supplying food to an admitted patient, it is exempt. If they are supplying it to a non-admitted patient, it is taxable. If they supply it to doctors and staff, of course taxable. Ambulance services exempt for everyone. Educational services. Educational services. What is educational services, sir? Say this is an educational institution. It can give services and it can take services. If educational institution is giving services by educational institution to whom, sir? Any services by educational institution to their student, faculty, staff is completely exempt, and services given by educational institution to by way of conduct of entrance examination to any person is exempt. Any services given by educational institution to student, faculty, staff, exempt. Conducting examination services given by educational institution to any person is exempt. Now if you give services to educational institute, then only chote services are exempt. Which services are? Chote services are exempt. C for catering services including midday meals. H for housekeeping, security and cleaning services. O for online education general services. T for transportation of student services, and E for services relating to admission to or conduct of examination services. Now please see this transportation, catering and security services will be exempt only to up to 12th standard education institution, and this online general services will not be exempt for schools. What is that? School. It is not applicable for preschool up to higher secondary school and vocational educational training. What do you mean by educational institution? Educational institution means an institution which is giving services by way of preschool education up to higher secondary school, that means up to 12th standard. Education as a part of curriculum for obtaining a qualification which is recognized by law in India for the time in force, and education as a part of approved vocational training courses. Now you just see the amendment, this thing. There was one amendment which I am forgetting. CBSE is giving services to whom, sir? Affiliated services to the schools and colleges. There are some taxable point they have added. I will just see if I have that material with me. I will discuss that also. So private coaching centers taxable, boarding schools exempt. Then food supplied at canteens of educational institution exempt. But if the canteen is run by McDonald's is giving services to college and school, taxable. Then campus placement services given by college to students, exempt. College to companies, taxable. Transportation of passenger services. What is this transportation of passenger services? Where did it go? Transportation of Yeah, transportation of passenger services. See, a passenger can be transported through railway, roadway, airway, and waterway. If a passenger is getting transported through railway in first class or AC train, then it is always taxable. If he is getting transported in sleeper class or general class, it is exempt. If the passenger is getting transported in metro, monorail, tramway, it is exempt. If the passenger is getting transported in roadways, if it is a contract carriage or a stage carriage, if it is a AC contract carriage or AC stage carriage, it will be taxable. But if it is a non-AC contract carriage or non-AC stage carriage, it will be exempt. But if both contract carriage and stage carriage, whether it is AC or non-AC, if it is used for conducting any tour or tourism purpose, it will be taxable. Now, all the other type of road transport are, if it is Ola, Uber, it will be taxable. If it is auto rickshaw, e-rickshaw, metered cab, it will be exempt. Transportation of passenger. If you are getting transported by air, normally it is taxable, but it will be exempt if you are going to and coming from northeastern states in economy class, and in case of and if you are going to and coming from regional connectivity scheme airports. In case of water, if you are traveling within India, inland waterways are exempt. Inland waterways are also called as national waterways. It is exempt. If you are getting transported in a vessel which is used for public transport purpose, it is exempt. But if it is used for any other purpose, tourism purpose, taxable. Next, what's the transportation of goods related services? Goods can be transported by railway, roadway, airway, vessels, and other modes. If the goods are getting transported by railway, then what will happen, sir? It will normally be taxable. Similarly, if the goods are transported by vessel, it will normally be taxable. But in both vessel and railway, Dr. Namo is exempt. If you transport what goods, sir? Dr. Namo, then exemption is there. What is Dr. Namo? Defense material, relief material, and for newspaper, A for agricultural produce, M for milk, organic manure. If you are transporting these items, then it will be exempt. A, please note. Railway and vessel, normally it is taxable. Exemption will be given only for Dr. Namo. What is Dr. Namo? Defense material, relief material, newspapers, agricultural produce, milk, organic manure. If you are transporting anything through road, normally it is exempt, but it will be taxable in case of GTA and agency. In case of GTA also, Dr. Namo is exempt. If you are transporting anything by air, always taxable. If you are transporting through any other ways, if it is inland waterways, exemption is there. Pipeline, conduct, etc., it is taxable. Now, advocate is giving the services. Advocate is giving the services to whom, sir? It is not senior advocate. First, I'll talk about normal advocate. Okay. Advocate is giving the services. Advocate is giving the services to government. It is exempt. Advocate is giving services to you and me, non-business entity. It is exempt. Advocate is giving services to a business entities whose turnover is less than the limit for taking registration. 10 lakhs, 20 lakhs, 40 lakhs. If it is less than the limit for taking registration, it is exempt. If it is more than the limit for taking registration, normally advocate is giving services to a business entity, taxable and record charge. But if the business entity's turnover is less than the limit for taking registration, exempt. If advocate is giving services to another advocate, normally it is exempt. But if the advocate who is giving services is a senior advocate, then it will be taxable. Then, no, see, it is over. Last service this is. Hey, this looks big, but nothing is there in this. Entertainment related service. I'll tell you one thing. Exemption, no. What are the questions mostly asked in the exemption is anything which is newly added, so see amendment, or limit based. Wherever there is a limit, see a dancer more than 50,000 it is taxable. Renting of rooms more than 10,000 rupees, something like this we studied. Now, services provided by a recognized sports body to an individual as a player, referee, umpire, coach. Please note, services provided to whom, sir? Recognized sports body. Who is providing services? An individual as a player, referee, umpire, coach, or a team manager for participating in recognized sporting event is exempt. Services given to a recognized sports body by another recognized sports body is also exempt. Please note, services given by selectors, commentators, technical experts, they are all taxable. If the player is giving services to franchisee like CSK, etc., it is taxable. Services by way of performance of folk or classical form of art in music, dance, or theatre, where the consideration is not more than 1.5 lakhs. Can it be exactly 1.5 lakhs? Yes, not more than 1.5 lakhs. If the consideration for the dance, Kathakali, etc., which I am performing, if it is not more than 1.5 lakhs, then it is. What you are laughing? Then it is exempt. If it is more than 1.5 lakh, even 1 rupee more, fully taxable. Admission to museum, national park, wildlife sanctuary, zoo, taxable. Admission to means entry fees. Sorry, it is exempt, not taxable. If you are admission to any museum you are going, national park you are going, I came to zoo today morning, they are all exempt. Admission to means what? Entry fees. They are talking about entry fees. Admission to any monument. You are going to Taj Mahal. Admission to any monument, exempt. Right to admission to any circus, dance, or award function, or any sporting event by recognized sports body or non-recognized sports body, or you are going to any planetarium where the money charged by you is less than 500. If IPL, if they charge less than 500 rupees, it is now. From here, the services which are there, no, not everything is important. Only few items in every service is important. This though we just saw in the morning. Services of renting of residential dwelling for residential use is exempt, except where it is rented to a registered person. Now, other things should I see, sir? No, should not see. So here also, services given by unincorporated body or a non-profit entity. Services given by unincorporated body or a non-profit entity registered under any law for the time in force to its own members. If an unincorporated body is giving services to its own member, it will be exempt in following cases. If the unincorporated body is a trade union, always exempt. If the unincorporated body is giving services which are exempt, then also their services will be exempt. Very important is services given by unincorporated body which is a resident welfare association. Very important. Services by an unincorporated body or a non-profit entity to its own members up to an amount of 7,500 rupees per month per member for sourcing of goods and services from a third person for a common use of its members in a housing society or in a residential complex. So you see apartments, housing society, or in a residential complex, apartment they will collect something called maintenance charges. If the maintenance charges is up to 7,500 per month per member, exemption is there. Even if it is 1 rupees more than that, fully taxable. Now these things, other things are not important. Next, this is important. What is that, sir? Services by way of extending deposits, loans, or advances insofar as the consideration is represented by way of interest or discount. Meaning, if I am giving loan to someone and I am charging interest, that interest which I have received on that no GST is applicable, it is exempt. Intersay among themselves. Intersay sale and purchase of foreign currency among banks, among authorized dealers of foreign currency, or among bank and dealers is exempt. Services given by government. Services given by government, please note, wherever you see 243W, 243G, it is always exempt. Services given by government authority by way of function and entrusted to a municipality under 243G, panchayat under 243W. 243G is panchayat, 243W is municipality, exempt. Services given by government, local authority, unit territory is always exempt, except Department of Post Services, services given by aircraft and vessel, transportation of goods, transportation of passengers, and to a business entity. Services given by government to a business entity whose turnover is up to 10 lakh, 20 lakh, 40 lakh, exemption will be given. Services provided by one government to another government, exempt. Services provided by government to any person where the consideration is less than 5,000 rupees, exempt. Services given by Department of Post is normally taxable under forward charge if that services are with respect to postcard, inland card, post, book post, or ordinary post, where the weight is less than 10 grams, it is exempt. Services provided by government by way of issuing your passport, license, birth certificate, death certificate, exempt. Services provided for tolerating non-performance of contract. If you don't perform some contract, if the government is tolerating it, it is exempt. This is newly added. Services provided by Indian Railway to individuals by way of sale of platform tickets, facility of retiring rooms, clock services, and battery operated are all exempt. Nowadays these facilities are given in railway station. And services provided one zone of railway to another zone or division of railway is exempt. Now, if you are giving services to government, if that services are related to functions interested in 243G or 240W, it is exempt. If you are giving services by way of pay price shop, ration shops, yeah, then your services will be exempt. If insurance related services, they won't ask. Now, you remember this. First, before GST and giving services to government was exempt, now it is life insurance, business services, they won't ask all these things. Atal Pension Yojana, pension scheme, general insurance services, skill development services. Other exempt services are what, sir? Services by way of transfer of going concern as a whole or independent part thereof, exempt. Supply of services associated with transit cargo to Nepal and Bhutan, exempt. Services, a transit cargo means what, sir? There are landlocked countries. From India border to Nepal border, goods will be transported. That services is exempt. Services, toll charges which you are paying on that GST should not be levied. Services by way of access to roads and bridges on payment of toll charges, exempt. Services by way of granting national permits to goods carriage. You would have seen behind the vehicle they say All India permit, All Karnataka permit, All Tamil Nadu permit. That is what, sir? National permit they are granting. That services is exempt. Transmission and distribution of electricity by electricity transmission and distribution unit. Till your house, electricity is transported by the electricity department over here. Their services are exempt. Services given by government authority by way of water supply, public health, sanitization, solid waste management, slum improvement upgradation services are exempt. Services given by an independent journalist to the Press Trust of India or United Nations. Services given by public libraries, free services they give, no, exempt. Even if they charge, it is exempt. Services given by an organizer for organizing business exhibition outside India. Services given by foreign diplomatic mission in India, exempt. Services by way of public conveyance, bathroom facilities on the roadside is there, no GST will be. That is all about your GST. That is all about your GST. This should come after exam, rupees. Not good, time pass. For me, last year we have already enjoyed. Anyways, study well. 420 I completed. 1 minute at least you would have waited. 421 I have. Okay. You have very less time. Don't do any time pass in life because this time will not come again. Exams will come again and again. But this time which you have to study will not come again. So better you study at once and clear the examination. So it depends on you how much confidence you have. If you are confident for both the groups, write both the groups. If you are not confident on both the groups, write single groups. Now whatever time you have, now whatever time is, no problem. Now whatever time you have, what you should do? Check properly and see whether you will be able to write both the groups or not. And accordingly, at least last 25 days of your life. Of your life and intermediate life. Okay. Please study properly. Please take proper care of your health. Eat good food. Eat pizza, burger, and all you should eat. Okay, very good food they are all. Cheese, extra cheese loaded pizza nowadays they are coming. Now please see. What kind of pizza? New pizza it has come up. They are loading first. What is there in life? Now there is, I mean, hey, nothing. See, I will tell you one thing. There is nothing like motivation in life. Seriously, I'll tell you. There is nothing like motivation. For example, in my life, no. I liked a girl. I wanted to meet that girl. Do I need motivation to meet that girl? I like that girl. I will definitely go meet that girl. Every day I used to go. Even if she was not responding, I used to go. Even when she was ignoring me, I used to go. Try until you succeed in your life. See, exam is teaching us. So that no motivation is required for that. But she ignored me. No. If I keep on thinking like that, then that means I will never be able to. So motivation should come within. If I motivate today, till you go home, you will be motivated. After home, you will feel like this. Go as me. I know. So if any person is motivating externally, Maja will not come in life. If you get motivated inside only, if I don't clear examination this time, then I mean, you remember my story I told you, because when you are self-motivated, I used to study, I used to sleep only for 2 hours. Why? Because I know if I don't clear my examination, who will take care of my daughter? Who will take care of my wife? Who will take care? There is no one to take care. So I have to study, I have to clear. So that motivation should come from inside. When I knew that, okay, there are people to take care of everyone, I never used to study. I used to study, but still I was not putting that much effort. Everyone has same 24 hours. You say how many days you have in examination? 20 days you have, 25 days we'll say. 25 days, if you take today is 6, 25 days you have for your examination. Now, if you study every day 8 hours, you will be getting how many hours? 25 into 8, 200 hours you will be getting. But if I was in your place, no, I would have not studied for 8 hours. I would have studied for, no, 20 days is there, 25 days is there, I would have studied for 16 hours. But sir, because I don't want to do what average people are doing. Yeah, if I study for 16 hours, everyone has same 24 hours. No. If I study for 16 hours, can I say I will get double the time which normal people are getting? And that you have to do only for 25 days. And after that 10 days, you will have to study and write the examination. After that, go away from your house, write a letter and telling I am running away from the house and come after 1 month whenever my result is coming. You go, because you should release your tension. Then do whatever you want to do in life. But this 25 days, this 25 days which is there, no, the importance you will understand only. Say, I have not told this point to you, no. Now, say for example, there is a wooden this, what is this called as wooden log, what is this is called as this wooden table type thing is there, no? This wooden log, LOG. There is a wooden log. If I ask you to walk on this wooden log, will you be able to walk? So if I ask someone to walk on this wooden log, it is just in normal size. Can you walk on this? Yes, sir. What if this wooden log is kept on a 24 building? From one building to another building, you have to walk. Will you be able to walk? You will not be able to walk. Why you will not be able to walk? Sir, here, because the height is less, I am not scared of dying. But once it is on 20 floors, I will be scared. Now tell me, what if on the opposite side there is a person who is killing your, say, yes, there is a person who is killing my daughter. Now will I not walk? There is a person who is killing my mother. Will I not walk? There is a person who is, say, if I don't walk, my mother will be killed. Just take it to yourself only. Say, if you don't walk, your mother will be killed. Now will you not walk? Definitely you will walk. You know you will die, but still you will walk. Why? Because before you were thinking about yourself. Now You are thinking about some other person because before, for you, your life was most important. When your actual reason for doing something will change, no, you definitely work hard. Everyone will have that same 24 hours, but someone is clearing and someone is not clearing because they don't have that reason to clear. Unless until that internally that reason will come to you know that I should clear examination, I should pass my examination, you not clear. So that motivation will come internally only. Now tell me, will anyone come and motivate you? Come on, go, your mother will die. Come and motivate. You will have to go. You will go running. Why? You don't need motivation for that. If for you this examination is important, you don't need any motivation at all. No one will, even if anyone is motivating, that person is useless, I feel. See, why? If someone is motivating, he's just doing some groupism and going ahead. Yeah, he cleared his examination and he knows he has put hard work in life. And he knows that he cleared after putting so much hard work, nothing came easy to him also in his life. Now, why am I motivating you? Study well, study well. I know by telling something, nothing will happen. Do it. Better do it. Just think, there is some person opposite. Only if I clear my examination, I will get married to that person. Should I get married? So that motivation should come with it. Okay. So, but anyways, all the very best for your examination. I am sure that definitely you all will clear your examination with very good marks. All the very best. Take care, enjoy. Anyways, you have my number. You can always call me. I will not pick your call. Okay. But you can message me. Definitely, I will reply to your message. After exams, whenever you want to. And for few days, that nail paint, lipstick, and all, you stop putting. Yeah, nail paint and all for few days. After exam, you put nail paint here also. Everywhere nail paint only you put. Okay, anyways, let us meet tomorrow same time. Tomorrow, that regular dialogue is coming, sorry. Let us meet very soon after your examination with sweet box. Sweet box you should bring. Congratulations, I will bring. Okay, all the very best. Bye bye. On this, please.